you for a second, sir, and I respect you, and I respect your position. However, when we talk about scholarship, and I'm no scholar, we have people in our community that have done the work. That have. Wait a minute. Let me. I didn't. Hold on. I didn't cut you off, sir. Let me finish.
Hold on. You always Timothy. You know how you get. Calm down, brother. This is some good.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, you just butt in though. You're the one that just butt in. I was going to let you come up next to ask your question, your concerns, and Landon also. But go ahead. Let him finish the point. All right, hold on. I must have I don't know when I click on this thing. Let me see. Y'all know let me just try to. All right, here you go.
Oh, go ahead, Ella. Yeah. So here's what I'd like for you to do, since you already butt in this, that, and the other. I hear that claim being made all the time.
Oh, fair use.
I hear that claim being made all the time. But the fact of the matter is that the people who are constantly making claims, and this is not something that you can even disagree with. The folk who are in the chat box and all these folk making claims, none of them, including the people they learn from, have any of the requisite learning in any of the disciplines that they talk the loudest about. And so you're going to say, oh, yeah, we do have scholars over here. I want you to name them. And please don't say Dr. Ben, because Dr. Ben wasn't a doctor. Dr. Ben didn't even have an accredited bachelor's degree. And that's facts. Dr. Ben was a pseudo scholar whose credentials were constantly questioned because he was constantly saying that he got his doctorate from this school, that school, this school, and that school. Every school that he claimed that he had received a doctorate from, all of them denied that he had ever been a student. Yet, your community is constantly throwing up people like that. So here's what I need you to do. Because, see, I don't want to know about, and this is not to disparage where anybody works or what they do. My point is clear. If you can't be working at Walmart or working at the airport or driving city buses trying to tell me about haplogroups and genetic science, because you are not an expert. But you want to know what the experts actually say? Again, in this same video, I quote a study that was done in 2013 at the University of Wayne State University in Michigan, in Detroit. This was the largest genetics study that had ever been done on Jewish people.
And that's what we want to talk about. That's what we want to talk about today. Some of this stuff needs to get addressed. Some stuff was said, I cannot lie. I was offended for folk. I was offended for some folk. But in light of this stuff, y'all got to, back in the days, we're going to see some things because of this. This is a clip that was taken. It was some TikTok, and I'm going to talk about that. I got to pull up, is Dude Mashu in here? I got to pull up a booze video. I'm knocked out this morning. Them folk not doing nothing at the church, so I'm knocked out. And I get a phone call, and it's from Pastor Kelly. Pastor Kelly got some concerns. Pastor Kelly is sick of vocab in the boot. He ain't say it that way, but I can hear it in his voice. He's sick. Let me put the link out here right now, and I get back to the Pastor Kelly story and because a good bit of people have been in here following some stuff, but because of what some people said, I'm gonna put the Pastor Kelly story down for a minute. Because of this statement and the way that Damon Richardson came out, I turned around and unblocked everybody. This is serious stuff. When they start making these charges like this, that's how come I titled this. This is really a part 2 from the other one, is the BHI. And y'all know when folks say Black Hebrew Israelite, they're the low. Y'all are the lowest of the low. That's what they want to name some of y'all. Y'all are not like Black Jews. Y'all not like Shine, not Shine. What's the other? Nassim Black that wear the fur hats and went through classes with them people and is in Israel and got dual citizen. Y'all not them. They Black Jews. Y'all different. Y'all different. So they call y'all black Hebrew Israelites. We talk about that before and said the term is a little derogatory. They don't care to be you caught by that term, but this is what it is. And a lot of these people have been sitting back. You could hear even the frustration in Richard's voice. A lot of people have been sitting back. A lot of people in the church been sitting back and just, listening to this channel, listening to y'all and watching documentaries and hearing people say certain things. And a lot of the stuff is, we're going to examine, are any things being said that's lies? Are any things being said that's pseudo? Covey, I think I'm going to leave Covey comment up there for a minute, and I want to bring something else up. Let me show y'all this right here. This guy's out here teaching. He's been on this channel. He's a friend of the community. And he's out here. Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Y'all know who this gentleman is right here. And he's helping the awakening greatly. And look what he got on his screen right here. Nobody should be teaching religion that's spreading this information right here. But this is what we got by DeRay Hagen's PhD. Look at this. Let me leave this right here because some of y'all got to let this soak in. Y'all don't even know what this is. Matter of fact, some of y'all in here believe that. Matter of fact, a good bit of y'all in here believe that. This is pseudo. These are lies. This is not true. This has been debunked. Then he's going to throw on, to make it really good. Y'all know y'all full of conspiracy. They're going to put on Catholic garb. You see these good Europeans here in this Catholic garb. Y'all see this right here? So he's pushing that to what? Shoot down Christianity because he's here. And you see, he say on the beginning of his page, what his job is to do. He up here, I stand with my black Hebrew family. He been making appearances in places and YouTube and is doing his numbers and everything. But what's up with this? What's up with this information? So one of the things that had me when Richardson came on, Richardson said, "Who are your scholars?" People were quiet. So just to not think, listen to this, Dunamis, so they won't think I'm hating. What I turns around and do, I turns around and unblock 200 people. Maybe I got these scholars blocked. I unblocked 200 people in one shot. Click. Porn and everything doesn't want no blocked at all. Why? Because I don't want them to say for 1 minute, good to see you, Ella Joe. I want them to say for 1 minute, I'm trying to stop nothing. I want to see what it is. This is just me personally. Everybody going crazy. Everybody's offended. But that was needed. And what I've been trying to tell people is that because of this, it's going to grow. They're going to find more vocab videos. Whoever got a body of work out here, the thing is going to grow. This is part of the Streisand effect. There was a lady back in the days. I don't even know if she's alive. That was back in your days, Ella Joe. Barbara Streisand still alive? Barbara Streisand had a crib, and the dude took a pictures in Malibu, whatever them rich folk out there in California. He took a picture. She was a singing lady and all of that stuff. Your grandmamas and them probably know who Barbara Streisand is. They have something called the Streisand effect. Because she turned around and a guy took a picture of her house, one of her houses. She's multi-millionaire. Took a picture of one of her houses because he wanted to deal with the ocean and erosion. And he took a picture, and she found out that he took a picture, and she went crazy and tried to shut it down. She made it blow up. Only 8-10 people took a picture, downloaded the picture and was reading the article. One was her, 2 were her other lawyers. You know, you people got teams of lawyers. 2 were her lawyers, and in her trying to shut it down, she gave it more popularity. This is what we're talking about with Hebrew to Negroes. This is what we're talking about now that Kanye and them, now that rappers, now that basketball players, now that stars are talking about this. A lot of people want to shut it down. They're bringing more light to it. It's the opposite. That's what they call the Barbara Streisand, the Streisand effect. It's the opposite of what you think was going to happen. Oh, this thing going to blow. Now, size doesn't make a difference. In this case, size don't make a difference because we got Mormons all over the place. But because ain't nobody saying nothing about them in the beginning, they're a multi-million-dollar organization the world over, multiple builders, multiple real estate, multiple buildings and holdings and all of that. This is what they got. Let me go back to some of this video. And then I'm going to talk about Pastor Ryan, because I do remember one thing. Pastor Ryan said that he was involved in the awakening. And one thing about him that he noticed that I believe, if I'm correcting him correctly, if I'm correcting him positively, one thing about him, he said that the people that he were running with had higher degrees in the religion Damon Richardson challenging y'all, saying who are the higher grade. I ain't worried about General Yohan and them. Nathaniel hold D. Nathaniel hold retired 12, and he's still talking about I am black but calmly. But I'm talking about researchers. I'm talking about people that's been putting this information out. Y'all know who've been dropping documentaries, but it gets me because in the community, when Richardson asked who are your scholars, somebody might have put it back there. Somebody said Divine Prospect. Somebody said Zion Lex. So nobody even brought up the researchers that's dropping the videos. The Benaiah Israels in them that's dropping the videos. Nobody brought up a Pastor Kelly that's dropping videos. That's what them shots are for. Because these are the people now, and that's going to be examined. These are the people that's spreading this information. These are the people that's fueling this, educating the awakening. Fueling it is the camps on the corner. They've been fueling it. That's like I asked on Faithful Sister Yan and other ones. I said, yo, how has the camps affected your awakening? Because say what you want, the camps, as soon as YouTube dropped, the camps were on the street. Later on now, to fuel it and to help it, the people that's dropping documentaries like Benaiah and all of them, these are the people. These are the people that's giving out. What's the other brother name? You always come on here. We I ain't got a coffee. Whatever the brother, everybody that's dropping videos that got websites and all of this other stuff. These are the ones that they're looking for right now, and people are examining the information. So this is a problem here. Let me let this thing play, and then we're going to get into some other stuff, and y'all are going to see new people getting out here and making comments. New people getting out here and blowing figures.
I read the results and
that have done the work. That have. Wait a minute before a second, sir. And I respect you, and I respect your position. However, when we talk about scholarship, and I'm no scholar, we have people in our community that have done the work. That have. Wait a minute. Let me. I didn't. Hold on. I didn't cut you off, sir. Let me finish.
Hold on. You always, you know how you get. Calm down, brother. This is some good.
Yeah, just let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on, you just butt in though. You're the one that just butt in. I was gonna let you come up next to ask your question on your concerns and Landon also. But go ahead. Let him finish the point. Go ahead, Ella.
Yeah. So here's what I'd like for you to do. Since you already butt in this, that, or the other, I hear that claim being made all the time. But the fact of the matter is that the people who are constantly making claims, and this is not something that you can even disagree with. The folk who are in the chat box and all these folk making claims, none of them, including the people they learn from, have any of the requisite learning in any of the disciplines that they talk the loudest about. And so you're going to say, oh, yeah, we do have scholars over here. I want you to name them. And please don't say Dr. Ben, because Dr. Ben wasn't a doctor. Dr. Ben didn't even.
So now, because that's made, that's one of the reasons, because those charges are made, I had to, in all fairness, that's me. I'm different. Y'all not them. I'm saying this for a reason. I'm going to turn around and unblock a lot of people. Who are the scholars in the community? Do you have to be a scholar to drop a documentary? I'm not preaching, so I'm not even looking to the dudes on the corners. Because you mad preachers out here with no degrees. Now, don't get mystical and tell me I don't need no, like somebody else posted, I don't need no peer review. I just got y'all's word. Nah, that don't work. That don't work, because y'all told the same y'all, them voices y'all hearing in your head, that same y'all told somebody else that Black Hebrew Israelite movement is fake. And they say y'all told them that. So you can't come with y'all just told me. It sounds good. It sounds spiritual, but it's silly. I hate to say it this way, but it's silly. So unblock some folk. We're looking for the scholars right now, because I see this is going to be some problems, Israel. This getting ready to be some problems. To make a documentary, to have a website, to spread this information, should you be a scholar in the field? He brought some stuff up. He said you can say what you want. There's plenty of MDivs up in the church. It's thousands of years of scholarship in the church and church history. Then he turned around and he blew at y'all. He said, then y'all want to use our sources and our dictionaries and all of these things. He didn't use the word dictionary, but y'all want to use our quote unquote Christian sources. So what we're looking for, the first thing we're looking for, I'm going to get back into Pastor Kelly and that boot thing and vocab and is this did I put the link out there? We're doing the what are you doing? And then somebody asked me, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing. Let me let this thing play right here. And we get it, and we're gonna get into this. We're looking for the scholars. We can't let this go. Y'all can't let them folk blow it, y'all. Y'all got to be ready, because right now, I'm going to bring up other YouTubers, other regular people that's coming out and putting their mouth on this thing. They're going to tell y'all what it is. This is nonsense. They're going to tell you a lot of people believe, but a lot of new folk, y'all running around here looking, I couldn't find the word, that Streisand effect. Y'all running around here looking for urban apologists and all of that. There's a whole bunch of new people jumping on the scene now because of Kanye. Because of Kyrie, because these dudes dropping these videos and saying this stuff right now. So people are taking new interests, and they got a lot to say.
Even have an accredited bachelor's degree, and that's facts. Dr. Ben was a pseudo scholar whose credentials were constantly questioned because he was constantly saying that he got his doctorate from this school, that school, this school, and that school. Every school that he claimed that he had received a doctorate from, all of them denied that he had ever been a student. Yet, your community is constantly throwing up people like that. So here's what I need you to do. Because, see, I don't want to know about, and this is not to disparage where anybody works or what they do. My point is clear. If you can't be working at Walmart or working at the airport or driving city buses trying to tell me about haplogroups and genetic science, because you are not an expert. But you want to know what the experts actually say? Again, in this same video, I quote a study that was done in 2013 at the University of Wayne State University in Michigan, in Detroit. This was the largest genetics study that had ever been done on Jewish people. I read the results and cited the link to that study.
Shout out to J Jax. I think on being that your other thing is on block. So she hit me automatically. She starts sending me articles. Like, folk on here hollering. Y'all had Slick tight. They got him on shout out to Slick. They got him on Instagram. They got him on one of these things right here. They got him on TikTok, and he tight. But sister just started hitting me. Oh, here's a peer-reviewed article right here. This is another peer-reviewed article that's saying something contrary to that Wayne State thing right there. Watch, the brothers are tight and brothers are wilding out and howling and going crazy. Sister in the background just hit me saying, yo, you got to put this article up right here. Check this out right here. So, don't worry, I got that too. So we're going to examine stuff. Because you got to be level-headed in this. I don't want to, y'all running around here talking about emotionalism in the church and all of that. I don't want to be emotional with this thing here. The other dude had me, Dunamis, the other dude had me so hurt. He wilds out after, and he tried to bring information. What's the Legion name? The guy with all the many names. For we are many. The guy with many names. He came on and then I guess he got frustrated because Richardson wasn't trying to hear none of his information. He said, are you a Freemason? Boy, I'm going to tell y'all, that had me tight right there. Like I said, once again, when you get the stereotyping and talking all this craziness, let me tell y'all right now, for this awakening, Freemasonry had done more than any one of y'all in here. You hear me from the Rastafarian movement with Haile Selassie and them talking about Israel and all of that, all the way to that Book of Enoch you read. Y'all gonna make me start howling up in here. Book of Enoch, a Freemason, brought that back to the West. The nerve for you to put your mouth on them dudes that been helping you. The whole one West is laid out. Mess around with Freemasonry, but y'all don't know that though. Other dude talking about King James Bible and Freemasons and all that. You crazy original King James Bible had Apocrypha, and y'all don't know what y'all talking about. Y'all running around. So I ask you, is there conspiracies? I mean, Legion, sister, what you call it, said that, and that stuck in my head. So my thing is, we can't deal with no conspiracies. Let's stop playing games. We got to deal with these folk. These church folk want that work. They looking for that work, and they challenging y'all right now. And the mere fact that this guy came out blowing, you can hear years of frustration. You can hear years of frustration and stuff. And I was like, let him rock, I let him blow. And some people say, well, he kept talking. He know, trust me, these folk know what they doing. Y'all getting all upset. And like I said, J Jack, homegirl in the back, she just throwing me stuff. Let me show y'all some stuff. Second Exodus said. He was in the back, he blocked, but he hit me in the email too. Dunamis, what's good? Come to the microphone, because I ain't want to start banging on these people table in this new spot. I'm with the upbeat folk right now. Go ahead, brother. I'm muting myself.
Hey, grace and peace. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Man,
Somebody said, hey, yo, let me tell you right now. Somebody said, Rev C, I know that sounds crazy. Somebody said, yo, you always studying something. Study where Dunamis come from. And then I sat back. I said, he said, how Dunamis start co-hosting with you? What y'all story? I said, I don't know. He said, that's something to think about. He said, where you come from? And they always want to click. They always want to know my point of view and how I'm moving. How you come on the scene? That's another story, but that was just somebody did bring that up and it crossed my mind, man. But we'll talk about that later. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I want to talk about sex of Exodus and them. Let it he done sent me. I'm gonna pull that up, that to the prophet from Sister E channel, and I want you to tell me what you think, because we've been looking for evidence. I've been looking for scholars. I've been looking for stuff. I said all this week. I can't let them blow at y'all like that all this week. Were you shocked when Richardson asked for scholars and they was quiet? Said Landon said he's CIA. Who sent Riffo? Come on, folks, see who sent them. Were you shocked when they asked about the scholars?
Nah, I think from Richard's standpoint, what he's saying is, like, even on this channel, how many times have we had this discussion for years? You know what I'm saying? And it's been a lot of the laity and that kind of stuff, right? There have been some of the research who's come on, but I think it's just down to the point to where let's just get down to nitty gritty. You know what I'm saying? What's pseudo? What's factual? What's being misrepresented? What's not really looked at in full intent? So I think that's what Richardson wants. You know what I'm saying? So like what he was saying, granted he had a stern tone, but he didn't want a lot of preamble. Just get to it so we can deal with it.
And people would get on here and get the preaching and give you the whole bunch of extra preamble, get extra before they even get into it. So we just get to the point, name the scholars. Get to the point, what about the Wayne State?
Yeah.
Get to the point, what about these West Africans?
Yeah, and two, if it's a genetic research, when I know that folks in the community don't deal with genetics, so that's so you expect that spirit of influence. But if you're going to come with scriptures, then how's that going to deal with the genetic research? You know what I'm saying? Now it comes low-key becomes a little bit spooky. You know what I'm saying? At times you seem superstitious. To where, like, the question about if there were Hamitic people in the slave trade, right, did they go through the curses or what's going on with that genetically? Because black folks in America, or so-called blacks in America, aren't genetically monolithic. They're different haplogroups. Granted, there might be more than some others, but we're not monolithic. So how do we deal with that? So then we can't go to a Bible verse to discuss that per se. We got to do research into why are we genetically different. If all black folks here are supposed to be bloodline, then why are we genetically different? If bloodline will same DNA.
You see the top of this video right here? These dudes was talking about DNA. You see the top of this video? They're saying what the basketball owners are saying. Ron Dalton Jr. is a racist anti-Semite. Now, part of the problem is when they start talking about everybody that came over here, that's like we was trying to separate the people that's been dropping videos and documentaries and who we would call the non-campers or the moderates. This is a problem. And why is this a problem? Because the camps, almost all of the camps, if I'm correct, we're moving them at. Almost all of the camps are preaching to everybody that came over here on the slave trade. On the transatlantic slave to everybody that came over here is Israel because they fit the curse of Deuteronomy 28. That's a problem. That's a problem. Now we got more people that would consider moderates. They'll be like, no, not everybody now. Or they'll say, well, we constantly intermingle. So now the camps and what the camp been teaching us mixing with this other stuff. And what they're going to do is lump some of all of y'all together. Go ahead, do me a favor. Read Covey thing. I don't even want to take it down. And how much conspiracy, I hate that Roger's in here, but we got all the stuff he bring out. How much conspiracy theory is in there? The church been knew who we were, and the church been hiding it. What are you talking about? The church been knowing it, and the church been hiding who we are. That's who the Freemasons and that's what they talk about. The church knew that we was Israel. Other guy said, I started crying when I found out I wasn't a Gentile. I said, when was you born again? Go ahead, Dunamis, read that.
The last video made me start looking at other theological chats on YouTube to check to see if the rest of the streets were just as ignorant. They're not.
That hurts me. Those are shots right there. Covey, what Covey is trying to tell y'all. Covey is trying to tell y'all right now that this community talking, this awakening is among the most ignorant. That's what he's trying to say, y'all. Than other communities.
Hey, so Brent, what? Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
Now, could I ask? Was Jerome, Saint Jerome, was he Israelite?
Not at all. Not at all. That gave y'all that Vulgate 434. We're 415, 432, 430. Early 5th century. No, he was not. Who gonna say he was? I dare somebody here to say he was. I dare some, because we can't play with y'all, because y'all done helped embarrass some of the movement. Some of y'all just saying stuff.
Augustine, a lot of the early church fathers, even go forth. Were they Israelites?
That's where the beef came down when the Gentiles took over. The Gentiles are driving the bus. I never forget the other pastor said that. He said, now that the Gentiles are driving the bus, it's a whole different story. But no, they weren't. And that's kind of where it came from. They said that once the Gentiles became bishops and stuff, and started ruling and started having the presbytery to, having higher authority, the priesthood and stuff like that. Once they took over, that was it. And some people are trying to argue that that's when people stop keeping the feast days. That's because we hear stuff like that. That's when they stopped keeping the feast days. That's when they say you could be saved without the law until the Gentiles came later on. Paul wasn't saying that. Y'all know Plummer was. Oh, I'm sorry. Plummer thing is, being that it's Friday and there's a lot of Israelites in respect for Plummer and other people, I was saying that they don't usually have funerals on Friday. They'll reserve it till Sunday. So I shared that with Just Saved. I shared that with Plummer family and them. And it was like, all right, we'll do it at 7:00. I posted that, but I didn't press send in the community thing. I fell asleep. I woke up, people hitting me, talking about when was up at the service. But go ahead. I just came to my mind. Y'all know I'm slow. Go ahead.
Yeah, the only reason I just bring that up is because those same church fathers, same regions who had Israelites in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't Israelites, but they were Africans. So it's kind of going back to the whole thing about how do you distinguish? You know what I'm saying? Is it a train of thought?
Now you see what he's saying? And now that is on the table. Ryan Harris, that is on the table. How do you distinguish? I remember a few people, including my Pastor Green, saying the first 15 bishops from Eusebius, the first 15 bishops were Hebrews. But go ahead. How do you distinguish, y'all? All of this stuff is needed. Trust me, it's needed right now. Oh, I'm sorry. What's being said right here? Go ahead, read.
Is a zaddy Zionist daddy?
Was that supposed to make you think about? He said, LCJ said, Dunamis has no beginning. I don't know. Somebody asked me, I said, man, I don't be thinking. I don't even know how stuff be coming together.
Man, I just crossed the burning sands. That's all that happened.
Come on. Listen to this. I want you to listen to this right now. Second Exodus sent me that. Second Exodus, I just read an email from him too. And so it's a few people that sent me videos. Somebody gave me a Benai Israel video that just dropped the other day.
And different inputs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I want to play this video about the Tudor Prophet real quick, y'all. Thank you, Nubian. And Exodus, thank you, Second Exodus, for finding this. I'm going to play it.
In the 19th century, the idea of Jewish blackness was reinforced by the discovery of all of these actual black Jews in India and Africa, all over the place. And by 1850, the main racial theorists of the day started saying that, yes, actually, Jews are Negroes. Negroes, in some way, are also Jews. This is the conflation. It's partly political, it's partly metaphorical, and it's very, very significantly biological.
And different inputs. Thank you.
I gotta find that whole video. Tell me what is he saying? I heard BHI Israel saying, and the other brothers saying that they like to use BHI Israel specifically said out of his mouth on a video I heard this morning. He said that he liked to use older sources because older sources are not teaching what they teach now. The sources from the 1800s and such teach that Jews are black and Jews were black and all of this other stuff, and that's what he's saying. Oh, this is an interesting question right here. But no. Somebody said, are there any peer-reviewed articles against To the Prophet's work? But the question is, what did you just hear To the Prophet said? Listen, most excellent. What do y'all hear him say, Dunamis? This is the beef. What do you hear him say? Is this second Exodus said, is this answering the question? Because there's two things on the table. The West Africans coming over here. And what was the other question? Dunamis, what was the other question? Oh, somebody else put in the question. Failure. I'm not just play. He might have walked away.
All right, thank you. I want to play this video about the To the Prophet real quick, y'all. Thank you, Nubian. And Exodus, thank you, second Exodus, for finding this. I'm going to play it.
In the 19th century, the idea of Jewish blackness was reinforced by the discovery of all of these actual black Jews in India and Africa, all over the place. And by 1850, the main racial theorists of the day started saying that, yes, actually, Jews are Negroes. Negroes, in some way, are also Jews. This is the conflation. It's partly political, it's partly metaphorical, and it's very, very significantly biological.
And different inputs.
All right, let me stop this. Let me get back to some of it. I didn't even get to playing this. I didn't even get to playing this other stuff.
Hey,
let me
bring
see.
in the back chat. Mitchell Brown put the whole video if you want to do that. But
oh yeah, thank you. Okay, all right. I seen him jump off for a second and then jump off. Let me just hit some of these. I'll get these out the way.
Black people that went through slavery, that's of the diaspora. Who are they according to the Bible? And the reason I ask that is because our people here in Atlanta, throughout the United States, we don't have an identity. We don't have a culture. We have cultures that were given to us, but our culture is actually in the Bible.
Right. How you doing, brother?
So my question is, who are we according to this Bible? What did God call us?
Children of light, salt of the earth. We are the.
What nationality?
What nationality?
Yes.
His children.
No, nationality.
His children.
That's not a nationality.
That's all he calls.
What did God call us in this Bible? Did he call us Edomites? Are we the Edomite nation? Are we the Elamite nation?
Does the Bible mention every nation on the planet?
no. And then also that kind of language that he's using is a European.
The way he presenting it to them. Go ahead.
No, also that train of language he's using is what the white folks use for beasts of the field. How you classify all mankind that Adam and Eve were in the garden, but there are beasts in the field outside who were,
Black, everybody else, yes.
Yeah. So that's a dangerous road he's walking on.
All right.
The Bible is used in certain ways.
The Gadites, or who are we Israelites? Are we Jews? Who are we in this Bible? What did God call us in this book right here?
Gentiles.
Which ones?
Those who are saved by Christ.
What nation?
Children of light.
Here's a question. In this Bible, black people that went through slavery, that's of the diaspora. Who are they according to the Bible? And the reason I ask that is because our people here in Atlanta, Throughout the United States, we don't have an identity. We don't have a culture. We have cultures that were given to us, but our culture is actually in the Bible.
Right. How you doing, brother?
So my question is, who are we according to this Bible? What did God call us?
Children of light, salt of the earth. We are the.
What nationality?
Let me ask you a question. Was that you in the background that put that comment the other pastor put up talking about you can no longer tell somebody when talking about their nationality, you can just tell them I'm in Christ or something to that effect. Did you post that this week in the back chat?
No, that wasn't me.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. What you were saying? I'm gonna pull the other thing up.
No, it's just the fact that what they're trying to do with this whole you can tell who the races are, that kind of stuff. I don't think, to me, that's bad theology. You know what I'm saying? And you can go down the road of anthropology that a lot of racists have used to promote certain things like the curse of Ham and all that kind of stuff. So that's where, like, I understand the Bible's a central figure, but sometimes going down that route, it raises a lot more questions that I think folks aren't seeing. You know what I'm saying?
Ridiculous, because we are so ashamed of where we came from that we will claim something that is not ours. We are not Black Israelites. We are African, West and Central African, like it or not. And as for the Native American conversation, you're half right. Yes, there were natives who were racialized as Black because of their brown skin. They were always here, but those natives intermarried with African slaves, creating Afro-Indigenous babies. You're still African. Stop thinking you're better than people because you are Afro-Native. The whole Black Israelite conversation is ridiculous because we are so ashamed of where we came from that we will claim something that is not ours. We are not Black Israelites. We are African, West and Central African, like it or not. And as for the Native American conversation, you're half right.
So we're going to be seeing stuff like this and so much other stuff pop up from all over. We're going to see those people, people are hearing claims and hearing stuff, and it's going to be a bigger problem than people would imagine. I know people still thinking it's something that's done in a corner, but it's not that. It's definitely, excuse me, it's definitely not that. Go ahead, brother. You were saying something?
It's just the fact that the sister brought out, because some folks will make the claim that Indians over here came from the Africas, right, the continent. But again, those sources come from that Pan-African era to where things were printed, but they weren't necessarily fact-checked. If you look at the sources, you get into a linear kind of sourcing. You know what I'm saying? This guy sourcing this guy, but it's not necessarily from real research. And then I don't know, just the fact that like a lot of the Indian treaties dealt with slaves. If you kind of slave, you got to send them back. And there were Indians who had African slaves and that kind of stuff. It just, I don't know. So was that part? I don't know. If there's a real history of the interaction in Indians and Africans line up well. You know what I'm saying? There's a history line up well with Indians being Israelites in terms of timelines. That why were they they were more advanced in Israel, but when it came on ships, their technologies and their knowledge decreased.
Read this right here.
Saying everyone is just West African is erroneous, and saying that there are only Israelites on the ships. Yeah. And you got to give room for the possibility, but you shouldn't. It's hard to be one-sided.
Listen to some of this, right?
Here, like, no. And I said, so what is the scripture talking about? Who are they talking about? Whose people is this? But I think when people read that, it's like a denial. It's a denial. Like when it says your children shall go into captivity, you won't be able to do anything about it. Your women will be ravished. Another man will lie with her and all sort of stuff, and bring you to Egypt again with ships, bond men and bond women. Right then, you think it's slavery. You know, and you think when you think of slavery, you think of the black man. You don't think of any other race on planet Earth that went through this other than the black man. But it just doesn't register. It does not register in people's heads. It's like we've been dumbed down and brainwashed for so long with TV and with the Christian pastor telling us the same thing on Sundays that we just can't think for ourselves and use the thinking. And that's why I always say we got to use logic and critical thinking, like we have on our brain. You know, our brain can't just be like this thing that's sitting in our skull that we don't use. We have to start using our brain and making sense of what the scripture says. Because scripture's right here. It's in our face every day. Farrakhan even says this. We read the scriptures every day, and we see and we look at the scriptures that says that Christ had hair like lamb's wool, and he had skin like burnt brass in the oven. We read that every day. We read that in church. Have not accepted the fact that if this is what Christ looked like, supposedly in the Bible, then how are we bound down to a white Jesus? So, you know, I'm not surprised, you know, because still to this day, a lot of pastors and people in the church, when I break down these things, they just look at you and they don't say anything, and they just, you know, it's like it goes in one ear and out the other.
Do you think that they, you know, understand this and just don't care, or do you think it's that they really, truly, truly don't know? You know, because I look at it for myself. I look at it for myself, right? I grew up as a Seventh-day Adventist, and as a Seventh-day Adventist, I was taught that I was a Gentile. Okay, I was taught that the seventh day is the Sabbath, of course, you know, but we don't keep the feast days. I thought for myself that we were that last remnant, you know, according to the scriptures, because it says that there would be a remnant out of the remnant. But now that I read some of these scriptures in the Tanakh, the Old Testament, I discovered that that remnant is another portion of Israel. But in Christianity, it is a spiritual Israel. Is there a spiritual Israel included within this, or is it a Israel as far as a bloodline, a lineage, a culture of people, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Well, there is I always say that the ethnic bloodline Israelites.
Is Ron Dalton a scholar? Yes or no, y'all? Is Ron Dalton a scholar? That he bring us together with other scholars? Why is it important that you have scholars in the field? Why is that important?
Now, Brian, let me ask you with that. How do we define scholar? Can someone say that they're a scholar, or do other people have to recognize their work?
You could be a scholar. A scholar could be a student. That's what we used to call little young kids in the school, scholars. Because they're in learning at the same time. But and they know, I think these folks know the sense. These folks scholarish. I think these people know the sense that I'm talking about. For him, is he qualified to make this documentary? Some people say, well, forget if he's a scholar or not, but it's important. Do you know how do you bring the information together? How you vet the source? If you're reading a book, if you're making a documentary and you quote the source, why don't you go personally vet that source to make sure it's right and exact, because you're putting it in a documentary. So we can prevent from pseudonism. Because folks running around here talking about, oh, that's emotionalism in church, emotionalism in church. A lot of y'all folk in this awakening, y'all full of emotions. And all Deacon and them got to do is show you a police killing. You seen how the cop killed, and you sitting around here out, and the cop shot him 30 times. That's powerful stuff. That's how they do an emotion. A lot of these storefront churches, emotional churches, getting you to dancing and jumping and not thinking. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Come on, J-Mac, got a microphone.
Hey, what's up, Brother Beran Dunamis? I got a question, and I was going to ask Damon these. I had actually three of them, but Beran, you probably can answer this. First of all, have you read Ron Dalton's book?
No, I said I was not his book, his documentary. No.
Okay. Well, maybe you can. I don't know if you can answer this, but I was going to ask Damon, because the one of the arguments that was thrown at me when I was telling people that the book in the doc had some anti-Semitism in it, and that's why those people over there were upset. And I mean,
Timothy Isaac say you can't be. Timothy Isaac say you can't be anti. I heard Kanye. I heard a couple of people say something to the effect that you can't be anti-Semitic. That's all nonsense to me personally, because you could be anti-black. Everybody claim what's the dude name? He be getting Jesse Peterson.
Jesse Peterson.
Jesse Lee. People claim Jesse Lee he black, and people claim that he anti-black. So how you could be anti? It's just a lot of retarded stuff that's being said. I'm not really into it because I ain't looking for no awakening.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? I try to help other folk out, but I don't believe in no awakening.
And then Noam Chomsky, being a Jew, has been called anti-Semitic at times.
Yes, he has. Because his father, Chomsky had to get security and everything. But go ahead, that's a whole nother story.
Yeah. Well, not only Jesse Lee Peterson, Candace Owens, and your boy you was playing, Pastor Manny. He crazy, but he got some problem with black people.
Oh yeah, he sure does. Yes. Go ahead. Yes, he sure does.
But the thing that was thrown at me was when I mentioned the anti-Semitism and whatnot, and some of the other stuff that was, some of the claims that were pseudo, even though I haven't seen the video, and I've seen excerpts here and there of the book, but I didn't go toe to toe with the guy, but I was just saying these are some of the arguments that are being made, and he goes, well, Ron Dalton's book was peer reviewed by 2 universities, and I think he mentioned Harvard and some other university. I'm like, what? That's the first time I heard that.
I don't know if these folks say anything, and they'll hear it from somebody else, and they'll just believe it and run with it. Hearsay is a lot that's spread in this community. Hearsay, people just, I don't know. If anybody got any information on that, we don't want to disparage Ron Dalton. If Harvard and them using his book or they reviewed his book, bring up the information. We just want to put it out there. Bring it up by all means.
That's what I was going to ask. That's what I was going to ask Damon, if he knows, if he's aware of that, or if it's bogus.
That's what I'm saying. Is it even true? Because to be honest, a lot of stuff that's coming out, I'm cautious with what I hear from folk. I'm cautious with what I hear from a lot of these folk. I just ain't trusting it because the little bit of stuff that I did look up, I'm like, oh man, he just misquoted this whole text. And how these folk handling them scriptures, you just misquoting the whole, it's just ill. We just taught to read the text differently.
Right. And the main thing is, and I was going to ask him too, does Ron Dalton even make that claim? Because that's I don't even know if Ron Dalton is making that claim, if just people are just doing that to protect. And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the community kind of throw Ron Dalton to the wayside a couple years ago when they done with him or something?
Some people had some disagreements with him, some beef with him and stuff like that. I think I got his number in that other phone, glove compartment.
Okay.
Yeah, they had a little beef with him, but it don't make no difference because this is all helping the awakening. So there's a lot of people. And one thing I can say about Israelites, they run like squares a little bit, that they're not going to really just shoot down other Israelites like that. They'll have disagreements, but they're not going to go on and be back and forth publicly with people and all of that stuff. They're not going to do it. Anything right now, Ron Dalton is helping the awakening.
Okay.
And because of his work, this basketball dude and Kanye and different people and rappers and all of that, because of some of the work that he put out, that's how I said people going to be attacking those individuals that's making documentaries, that's putting books out there. Now, it got to be right and exact, because the backlash of it now is professor. I've been telling y'all when I knew rabbis and stuff was listening, try to warn these folk and tell these folk, yo, be careful. We're coming into a time, be careful. Different people are popping up. These folk, a lot of folk don't care. So I'm like, I don't know if these folk, they deliberately want to throw the whole movement in the garbage. They deliberately want to get people name put on different lists and all of that stuff. And we're going to talk about the JDL and how they do different things. Matter of fact, let me pull up that other video. Go ahead. Matter of fact, I don't want to jump. Let me play some more of this right here. Fair use.
Does exist to this day, and they are important to understand who they are. I said, just like I said, in the old days, the foreigner and the stranger could cleave unto Israel. They could be amongst the Israelites, but they had to circumcise. They had to keep the laws, statutes, and commandments, and they could be treated as a native-born citizen. Yeah, and it says this in the Bible. So the foreigners and the strangers were accepted in the camp of Israel, even when Moses left with the mixed multitude. We see evidence of of Egyptians that were amongst the Israelite camps. And so, the flip side of the New Testament, we know that the Gentiles have a place if they're believers. And of course, if they're believers in Christ, and Christ says, if you love me, keep my commandments, then they should ultimately keep his commandments as Gentile believers. And they can be part of the fold as well. Now, whether they want to turn them, whether the people want to turn them as spiritual Israel or Israelites or any of that stuff, I always tell people, you can say whatever you want to say about who you are, your title, if that makes you feel good. But at the end of the day, we have to understand that the Israelites, end times biblical prophecy surrounds the biblical bloodline Israelites, and I prove it in Scripture. And I said, don't think that these Israelites just disappeared and they're not relevant, because a lot of them are scattered in the diaspora, and a whole lot of them are in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. And although they are going through hell and high water, and they have their own set of problems that they're dealing with over there with the curse of Israel, I said, God has not forgot about them. He's not forgot about them, and he's not going to let all of them be destroyed. So we have to understand, if we understand end times biblical prophecy, there is going to be a reconciliation and a reuniting of the two sticks of the remnant of the Israelites, the house of Israel and the house of Judah. And we need to understand that, and not just go straight to Paul and say neither Jew nor Greek. That's one of the main things that the Christian church teaches you, is spirituality, in terms of making it as if none of these I guess ethnic groups or nations are important, and they are important. If we look at the grand scheme of everything from the Old Testament to the New Testament, So I always tell people, it is important knowing who the real Israelites are, and we can't take that away.
Wait a minute. What are you saying here? I think Abu challenged Ron Dalton his own DNA. Let me find out Ron Dalton did his DNA, and he them folk. He them other folk.
Hey, yeah,
Hey,
that's
yo,
crazy.
let me find out we got Dana Stevens, so let me shut my mouth. Go ahead. Let me find out we got them other folk helping the awakening. That they getting this thing, they believe in this thing, then they turn around and do their DNA, and they ain't all what they think they are. Is that beef, or does God look at their heart? Don't talk about spiritual Israel now. If you did your DNA and you a whole European. Fair use. I'm sorry. That ain't
No. What you put earlier was, I think that's one of the key things. He said broad brushing Jews as all Jews as Zionists and imposters is bigotry. Ben Yehuda said that.
But who? Let me see. I don't know. You got to tell me the comment section. You ain't say to stop.
No. You had up earlier.
Oh, okay.
Ben Yeshurun.
I can't even find the comment. I'm trying to look. He said I had it up earlier. He said I'm done. I tell you, I'm here for the comments. I'm the Ben.
No. I just.
All right. Yes. Here, go ahead. Read it. Go ahead. What's your point you made?
Broad brushing all Jews and imposters. Yeah, because I mean, you might mean it differently, but the same point is you can't make not all Jews. Because this point we're trying to bring out, not all Jews are Zionists. You know what I'm saying?
No, not at all. Not at all. Plenty of them. You got Jews on Crown Heights. You got thousands of Jews that's against Zionism. Say that they're causing beef with people that we've been living side by side with for hundreds of years. This Zionism is a political movement. This ain't a guy. You got mad Jews. You got mad Christians that believe that. When they think every Christian love and listen to John Hagee and send money to Israel, that's just not true. That's how come I don't like nobody that's broad brushing. It just ain't true. Oh boy, here's this Freemasonic skull in the bone conspiracy theorist. Judo auto sale. Come on, what other people? Alan, you're muted.
Shalom. How you doing?
Shalom, what's good with you?
Good. And I was looking, at some comments. They say these little hat people have been keeping the Torah and been keeping the law and stuff like that. I want to ask you and the brother something in the on the show, right? If you had a child and had to do a circumcision Who would you rather have do your circumcision, the little hats or a camper? And are you familiar with the little hat circumcision?
No, what they do with the rabbi do with his mouth?
Correct. Who would you rather have, a little hat or a camper do the circumcision?
I would give well. To be honest, I think there's more in the hospital that's been doing circumcisions all in America in the last 50 years in this good United States of America been them little hat people. They don't do it the way the rabbis do it, but the doctors and the majority have. And I do believe that there's more little hat people that are doctors than One West campus. Do One West campus even circumcise their own kids?
But what I'm
One West circumcise? That's a good. I never even do One West circumcise their children that are born.
Yes.
Who does it? They do it themselves. Oh, I gotta look that up right now. Hold on, I gotta look that up right now. Because we got they doing medical procedure. No, wrong. Hold on a minute. We gotta slow down. This is new. See, I learn something every day. One thing I can say, I learn something every day.
I would say the majority go to the hospital, but there's some brothers that are doctors,
In One West that come from One West, doctors that done been in medical school that work in the hospital.
Yeah, you think what do you think? They don't have no education. You think it's just bums out here? That's One West.
Who y'all know from One West that's a doctor? That's a One Wester that is a doctor in a hospital in New York and anywhere in the whole country.
No, Alan,
that's performing circumcision on children that are born from the One West. The people that
you don't believe. And what I'm saying, you don't believe there's actual doctors inside the camps?
No, Alan,
doctors
not that.
I met some lawyers. I met some lawyers personally.
No, we talking about doctors and circumcision. We ain't jumping all over the place. We talking about doctors and circumcision. Do One West have doctors that done been in medical school that work in hospitals in this United States of America and captain and all of them dudes, and they circumcise their children on the 8th day? Are they doing it? These dudes they have leave y'all alone with that Passover, because what y'all gonna stop doing? Stop playing with me. All I'm saying is let's find some doctors in One West. If they are, they're going to be out here. Where they work at. Or they calling them Jeffrey. They going with these big Israelite names, but they ain't got that on their driver's license. Is this make-believe?
But the question is, would you allow a little hat circumcise your kids?
A lot of the little hats been, I'm not going to say religious ceremony. I'm going to do it like the doctors been doing.
The rabbis.
I mean, but Alan, there's one West.
No.
There's one Wester. There have been one Westers who have rabbis who circumcise their child in the past.
That's a problem.
I'm speaking about, well, I'm not sure on that. I didn't look at that up, but I'm saying, would you guys have a One West circumcise your kid?
No, not at all. I definitely would. I definitely wouldn't.
When we look what they studying when they use the Talmud, they're not studying the Torah. They tell you, we've been keeping these laws, but they've been in that Talmud, which is a big witchcraft book. I know plenty of people who do witchcraft use that book. It's a sorcery book.
So One West ain't. Nobody from One West talk about Talmud. Are y'all influenced by Talmud and don't even know it?
Nah, nobody use that. No, I haven't seen a camp. That use it. I mean, if you could tell me a camp that use it, I could research it. But I haven't seen no camp that use that at all.
Man, now there's another conversation. But Alan, how do you keep Shabbat? In terms of what the Bible says.
It's not another conversation. I answered the question that was given. But how do I keep Shabbat?
In terms of what the Bible says.
These dudes ain't going outside. These dudes ain't doing. These dudes, listen, this is a lot. Some of the stuff is make believe. A lot of these dudes don't know the practice.
Hello? How does the Bible teach you how to keep Shabbat?
Hello?
Go ahead, or doesn't it? And you need like Muslims would have the hadith. Go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, Alan, we can hear you. You might switch over to his Bluetooth or something.
Nobody said doctors can't be in camps. Where they ass at? Where are they? That's all we saying. Where are they? I don't live in make-believe land like y'all do. Just where they at.
No, no, and then the second point is,
Sorry, I got disconnected for a minute.
yeah,
What
and
happened?
then to the doctor. Hold on, Alan, real quick. And to the doctor argument, if I'm not mistaken, don't you need a specific kind of doctor to deal with children, or it doesn't matter? They can do inner healing, or what's it called? They can do other kind of specialties and still can deal with circumcision. That's another question. Can any doctor just do anything, or the doctor who specialize?
They have doctors that specialize. So you trying to tell me there's no doctor in anyone West?
No, no one's saying
Find them, find them. All I'm saying is,
that.
listen, I ain't dealing with Alan right now. Alan, my man, I ain't dealing with Alan right now. You just saying. Where are they at? Where are they at?
Put it like this.
You got people in One West and NASA. You got people in One West working the White House. Where they at? Are they got Twitter? Do they got a Twitter account? Do they got something? Can we find them, or this is make believe in your mind? Do anybody in the 175? Anybody know there's a trained doctor in One West? Do anybody know? Or that read One West material and join there and circumcise their children? If y'all don't know, this is make believe right now. Because nobody's saying you can't be a professional golfer. Nobody is saying that you can't be a scientist in One West, but where are they at?
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Where are they at? I don't go with that arguing from silence. I don't go with that.
Yeah, because to me, it's easier to find an Israelite midwife than it is to find an Israelite doctor that can do the circumcision. I'm not saying they don't exist, but it'd be easy to go online and find one.
Well, I'm saying they're not bringing their kids to a rabbi to do an oral circumcision, put it like that. So at the end of the day, what I'm responding on, because I heard the other day say, I think Berean say these people have been keeping the Torah for years, and they've been doing this for years. No, they haven't. They've been doing what the hell they want to do, just like they got the biggest LGBT community over there. They just been doing what the hell they want to do. They have not been keeping Torah, have not been keeping no laws. So they tell you this and you guys just believe it. But if you look at what's going on, just having a Talmud, which is a witchcraft book, they're not keeping the laws. These are not the people.
So Alan, that's my question.
I mean, if they're the people, take your child to go get circumcised by them.
No, but Alan, here goes my question.
They had a big case of herpes. Hold on, excuse me. They had a big case of herpes recently came out because that
wasn't recent. That was years ago with rabbis in their mouth. That was years ago. I don't understand where this is going. I don't understand where. I'm a little. I'm slow with it.
No, what I told you, I was touching bases on the other day. Not today, but the other day when I heard you say these people have been keeping these laws for years, for all type of decades, which they haven't, because we could look at it in the works. They have not been keeping the Torah. They've been keeping the Talmud, which is a witchcraft book. Has nothing to do with the Bible.
Alan, Alan, thank you. No, thanks,
Alan. Let me ask one question. I'm going to switch my question. I have one question. Alan,
One minute. Yes.
Alan, you believe that your ancestors come from the Sephardic Jews that came out of Portugal and Spain?
I believe my ancestors are from the 12 tribe of Israel.
No, I'm talking about in terms of migration.
Levi, sorry.
In terms of migration, did your ancestors use the Talmud? That's the question. Point blank, did they use the Talmud? They never used the Talmud.
No.
Okay. So okay. But Maureen, I don't. But the whole thing is like when you ask questions about like how do you keep Shabbat and things of that nature, right? Because we've gone over this. There's certain things the Bible isn't explicit on how to do it. You know what I'm saying?
And the rabbis and they wrote down how they do certain things, just like hadith would be to Muslims on keeping Ramadan and what the Prophet did in certain things just to carry on the tradition.
So I don't. So it's like it's taking certain portions of the Talmud to a broad brush on the entire Talmud, but there's certain things in the Talmud that goes into culture and how things are done. Yeah, like Kobe saying, the Sephardic Jews had Talmud. You know what I'm saying? So what do we do with that?
Hold on, Phineas.
It was important that God wouldn't have listed nations by their name, tribes by their name, and also tribes and nations that are going to be battling against each other, or another nation coming against another nation in the Old Testament. Even when you look at the prophetical books such as Ezekiel and Revelations, who's going to come against the Israelites in the last days? Because Israel has to have an enemy they have to have an enemy, just like God has to have an enemy. You have to be an antagonist, and you got to have the protagonist, or the one that's the opposing forces, good and evil. You have Christ, God, and you have Satan, and you have the Israelites, and you have the nations. It's just like an opposing force, love and hate, all these different things, the truth, deception. So it's like a duality thing within the Bible, but the Israelites are important because they are part of that shining light against the world of darkness and the minions and the nations that are coinciding and aligning with Satan and his demons and fallen angels. So it is important. It is important.
Yeah, you mentioned Paul. In saying that there's neither Jew nor Greek.
Mm-hmm.
Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree
with that.
See, this is the thing people don't understand. When Paul talks about being one in Christ Jesus, no, we already understand that, and I already teach that because I'm a Messianic believer. I grew up in the Pentecostal Apostolic Church. I know that the Gentiles can't be saved. I know Gentiles can be saved. If Gentiles can't be saved, then they can make it to the kingdom. It does not mean that that all the Israelites are going to be saved.
Hold on, William.
Doesn't matter
it's
what
everything.
you do. Doesn't matter how your life is.
Yeah, he said my question was ridiculous in terms of did his answer to you Talmud. Is that what he's saying? I'm just trying to make sure. In reality, in reality, the Babylonian and Palestine Talmud come from us. So you talk, I don't know.
Come from us who? In reality, the Babylonian and Palestinian Talmud comes from us. When they came on the scene. I thought the light-skinned people already took over the priesthood by then. When did that come on in the scene? I know they're a couple of seconds behind.
No, he was talking about someone else. My bad, Stephen. I thought he was talking someone else. But now me and Abu were talking about the other day about the Talmud and things of that nature.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm trying to look at the comments at the same time.
No, honestly, I don't know. Yeah, go ahead.
If you keep the commandments or not, as long as I'm an Israelite, I got that Willy Wonka ticket that I got the receipt to get into the kingdom. And everybody else on the planet Earth is going to bust hell and an eternal lake of fire wide open. No, Gentiles can be saved. Well, see, Paul was just saying that whether you're a Jew or a Greek, he even used in Colossians, he used the term barbarian and Scythian. Now, you got to understand, barbarian was one of the, I guess, just like their name talked about, barbarian was nations that were non-Roman. They were not under the Roman Greco rule. And they were like savages. They were people that lived in Central Asia and Germania, and these people were riding around horses, chopping people's scalps off, beheading them, drinking blood out of the skull, shooting arrows with swords. We see a lot of the movies today on Netflix about the barbarians and these other nations. Paul even said even the barbarians and the Scythians could be one in Christ Yahushua or Christ Jesus if they believed in him. He didn't say that, because that's scripture, that it's not important who is a real Israelite and who's not, if you're all under Christ, because Paul understood the concept of what's your tribe. Paul admitted that he was a tribe of Benjamin, and he is of the seed of Abraham. And we can't deny these things because Paul can only teach what the master teacher taught the disciples, because you can't be as a disciple greater than the teacher. So at the end of the day, we have to remember that Paul did not die for our sins. Paul didn't die for my sins. Paul is not God. Paul did not prophesy and prophesy things that Christ forgot to tell us. So that being said, I know Paul's letters in the New Testament and I've read them, but ultimately we have to understand that despite what Paul says, we cannot live our life just on the words of Paul, because the majority of the Bible is not written by Paul. It's written by Yah and his prophets that he spoke through directly, and then you also have.
But if things are being fulfilled, why would I go back to the shadow and the unseen if instead of going to people who have seen them and can tell me what's going on? You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Yeah. Ron Dalton seemed like I don't want to put nothing in his mouth, but he seems like he I don't know if he's not trying to say like others that Paul is not scripture.
Yeah, but it does. I don't know if he is. You're right, but it does
But it
sound that way.
look like he's leaning in that direction. That's a problem.
Well, Paul
but
has
that's
no authority.
in-house. That's in-house stuff with Israel. They can deal with that. I want to deal with the charges that's coming up. Name, all right, Israel. We can name the same question. We can ask the same question Damon Richardson asked. Who the scholars? Who the scholars? Who do y'all? And when we start dealing with that, course, no matter what, Damon Richardson and them have to be. They have to be. These things have to be addressed. I was telling y'all about Pastor Kelly this morning. He's sick of booing. He's sick of vocab. Say these folk don't say my name. These folks say my names. And boo still turn around putting up videos. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and talk for a minute. Let me play some of this. Talk for a minute. Let me find a boo video right now and see what's going on, because he want to be out here just harassing these people. Who are the scholars, y'all? We know who's putting out information. Let me see. Let me see what I can find right here.
Yeah, and then because I'm saying the Christ not called Paul, and that whole standpoint about that. The whole standpoint about Paul has authority to write these things. Things that he's seen, he was called, and then Kobe said, "I was wrong. It was sooner." 300 for Jerusalem and Palestinian Talmud, and 500 for the Babylonian Talmud. So that's the whole thing. If it's that early, right? And this so. Khazarian conversion came about 9th century, so 8th century. So if that's the case, this is what, hundreds of years before even that came about. And in fact,
I see Kobe say that Divine got a PhD. I thought he was an engineer. He probably was working on degrees since he had a YouTube channel. I know some.
Yeah, I know he was in school.
If he's one out of how many people in Israel? Who else? That's very good. Got to keep him on the list. Then who else? Got to put him on the list. Who else got a I don't know the names of the guys, but Pastor Ryan definitely said that he was running with Israelites that had high degrees. That's MDivs and all that stuff in theology. Dealing with the languages, not law that's dealing with the real ancient language for real scholars that was setting up a school for Israelites. I don't remember their name, but I remember Pastor Ryan saying that for sure. But Boo said he know plenty sharp Israelites, but they're just not online talking this talk like this. Like even Elder Green wasn't even online. He said he never heard some stuff. He been an Israelite and pastor for 20-something years. He ain't hear some of this stuff till he came on here. Is there another level on the internet alone that's different from what a lot of other people are doing? Are there Israelites out there that would disagree with all the stuff they're hearing on the internet?
No, I think so. I think because there's a different kind of degrees it takes to write a book and have it published, as opposed to, making a video. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand. Haran, come to the microphone.
Hey, Dunamis, I have a question for you. What is your understanding on 1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 27?
Hello, how you doing? We're fine. Dunamis, you're muted.
Oh, no, I'll wait for the brother to respond. What's the verse?
1 Corinthians 1 and 27.
1 Corinthians 1 and 27. And how was your Shabbat? Did you go to assembly? Did you stay at home?
Oh, it was lovely. I stayed at home.
All right. First Corinthians. Oh, hold on. Let me get the New King.
Start at verse 26. Break down 26 and 27.
Hold on. Let me get the New King first. We set the whole chapter.
Is this along the lines of what we're doing again? Or this
yes,
is just
sir.
okay?
Okay. So I'm start 26. All right. So how long you want to do? What do you want me to stop?
Verse 27.
Okay. For you see your calling, brethren, that not many wise according to the flesh, not many mighty, not many noble are called.
Oh boy.
But God has chosen the foolish things of this world to put shame to the wise. And God has chosen the weak things of the world to put shame on the things which are mighty.
What they got to mean? But you ain't got to have no degree. You can just be out here wild saying anything. What that mean? What that verse mean? What that verse mean, y'all?
I don't know. We're asking Dunamis.
That God has chosen the foolish things of this world, right? So basically, he's in a way encouraging the brethren, right? Because at this time, even Paul himself, there would have been those who were educated, those who would have status, like Cornelius, you know what I'm saying? Those who would have been seen great in the world, right? But there have been others in the body who are not so, you know what I'm saying? But the fact that they accepted the call of salvation, it goes beyond just what the world can see. You know what I'm saying? That the wisdom the world may have, right? God is using the foolish things of the world to bring shame to it, right? And God is using the weak things of the world to put shame those that are mighty. So those are mighty in themselves, those are mighty in the sense of what the world can see, the human eye.
Can I ask you a question? We're going to break this down very easy. Who are the wise men in verse 26?
Who are the wise men? So, you know what? Let's go to the Greek. Right. Let's go to the Greek. So, in verse 26, 1 Corinthians 26. I'm not on my computer, so.
Because it didn't say wise horses, if I'm not mistaken. It didn't say wise cattle. I believe it said wise men.
Hold on a second, real quick. Because with Paul in here, he was seen to be that, because in the next chapter, when he continues to diatribe with the wise, Paul talks about how I came to you with power and showcase of things, not in many words. So, I would assume it to be, right? Perhaps he can correct me. It's dealing about more so with those who can philosophize, orators, things of that nature, right?
Can I ask you a question? Would the Pharisees and the scribes, those that went to school, would they be considered wise men?
They could be considered if you're going to go with that. Would you say the audience here?
Beautiful.
Hold on, brother. You asked me a question.
That's beautiful.
But you asked me a question. Let me ask you. So, would you consider the audience here in 1 Corinthians to be a majority Jewish audience or a mixed audience with more Gentile?
If you can show me Jewish in the Bible.
Oh, okay, okay, I forgot. I gotta play the game. Would you consider to be an Israelite audience or a primarily Gentile audience?
I would
not
argue,
Gentile being Israelites who lost identity,
but
Gentile being non-Israelites.
When you say Gentile, are you saying Helen?
No. That's why I said correct. I said Gentile. Those who they're not Israelites who lost identity. Gentiles who are non-Israelites.
So are you saying Edomites?
Oh God, I'm telling y'all right now. Hold on a minute. Don't hold on a minute. Legion. This a letter I got. This a letter I got right here. You can read. You can see this. I know I hit the button, made it get big. You can see that. Dumas?
Yeah. You want to read it?
Please do.
All right. Hold on. Greetings. I have personally read through the research paper presented by Dr. Damon Richardson from Wayne State University. Although the paper presented a compelling argument for Ashkenazi admixture, the Hebrews to Negroes documentary focuses on the paternal lineage of descent for Israelite migrations. The Wayne State paper does not satisfy the necessary requirements for a debate with the Hebrew Israelite community at this time. I do wish Dr. Richardson and the UN community best in their endeavors. Sincerely, Second Exodus, DC, MDiv candidate 2025.
What that mean right there? I ain't working with you. I can't work with dunamis no more. He read the research paper presented by Dr. Damon Richardson in Wayne State University. Although the paper presented a compelling argument for Ashkenazi admixture, the Hebrew to Negro documentary focused on the paternal lineage of descent for Israelite migration. The Wayne State paper does not satisfy the necessary requirements for a debate with the Hebrew Israelite community at this time. Did Richardson give you the impression that what impression he gave y'all? I don't want to start staring. What impression did y'all get? Did you get specifically?
That the paper wasn't just from one person. The paper was peer reviewed, right, by other people, by committee, however the case may be, right? And deals with genetics of a larger sample dealing with the Ashkenazi to say their origin. That's what I got from it.
Roger's stupid. Hold on a minute.
Shaul Stamper in the article, Did the Khazars Convert to Judaism? In Jewish Social Studies, Volume 19, Number 3, Spring Summer Edition 2013. On page 1 says this, and that's a peer-reviewed journal. Many of the most reliable contemporary texts that mention the Khazars say nothing about their conversion, nor is there any archaeological evidence for it. This leads to the conclusion that such a conversion never took place. Fred Astron, in his book, Karaite Judaism and the Historical Understanding, stated that Kessler's theory was outlandish speculation and that the Khazar theory is widely held by scholars to be, watch this, page 275, ahistorical. So it is with all of the foolishness that they quote from. It's ahistorical. Is there anyone with an actual degree in a relevant field that advances the all blacks are Hebrews view? They really don't have real scholars in that field. They really don't. They really don't.
That's what we got to deal with right there. That's what we got to deal. Hold on. Kobe, come on to the microphone before we even get into this. You on mute, but I can't. You can hear him? Or he not saying nothing?
No, I can't hear him.
Yeah, I'm putting the link back out there. You may have to jump on. Oh, Israel, y'all are welcome on. I done unblocked 200 people to help with this thing right here, just to bring out some scholars, some historians in the subject, in the relevant fields, because they're making it sound like y'all are just this movement is nothing but madness and pseudo. So if there's any way that we can answer some of the stuff. Oh yeah, now I got to bring up. Didn't I put it in the back chat for y'all the article? I want to bring up the article that J. Jack sent me on the Wayne State University. That's newer than what peer reviewed that what Richardson was looking for.
I don't know, because we can't even get definitions down.
Definition like what? We'll define it right now. Like what?
No, to the brother with 1,000 names.
Okay.
So when you say Gentile, how do you define Gentile? Well, let me hear this. Because I'm trying to ask, what's the makeup of the church? That's the question. What's the makeup of the church in Corinth?
Okay. Can I show my screen? I'll answer with a verse.
Father God, these verses and they don't understand with the verses. Go ahead, I'm listening. Mark Edwards, you can send your advice. You got to go out and come back in, brother.
Okay, so I'm going to answer with the scripture right over here, Genesis 48. And you guys can see my screen, yes?
No. Somebody, sister, this is fair. If y'all, I'm open for suggestion because I'm so busy with the church and doing that church stuff is crazy. I'm full time.
Okay, there's my screen.
Hold on a minute. I see your screen. Berean TV, can you reach out to some better studied Israelites and schedule a live so that Israel is fairly represented? Lynn Hunter, please give me some please give me some suggestions, or just tell us to hit me at Berean Teach, Berean, I come recommended from Lynn Hunter or whoever. I would definitely do that. I definitely want to do that. I would definitely do that because I was a little, even though I'm not an Israelite and stuff, I felt a little disrespected. I'm like, boy, Damon Richardson coming here blowing shots. And nobody catch an attitude. The brother K-Dub dropped the video. I think it was the video he dropped back in the day. As soon as we start playing his video, he in the comment section, I invite him up. That's what I do. If we critique somebody's video, I think it's only fair. We try the best to be fair. I know y'all might say we ain't right over here, but we try our best to be fair. I say, I turns around, y'all never seen K-Dub on again, but he jumped on because we was critiquing his video. Soon as I saw Richardson in the comment section, I said, yeah, you can jump on. The link is at the top. You can jump on if you want to. So he came on. He came on, and it is what it is. But we just not gonna let that go. When he said there's no scholars, we're gonna find scholars. If there are now, what he's saying is right. If y'all been out here running y'all mouth about haplogroup this and that, and you in Walmart, not to disrespect Walmart, but that's not really your lead, your lane. Do you know scholars in the field that you can quote? I don't know what's wrong with Mark. I don't know what's wrong with Edwards. He gotta redo the app. Last time he was on here, the same thing. It says device did not connect. I don't think you got audio. Come on, Legion. I mute myself.
Hey, family, I would appreciate, you don't got to call me that. That's a demon. You know what I'm saying? That's wicked for you guys to call me that. Just call me a brother. Just brother. You guys know my voice. Just brother, man.
Well, how come you can never say your government?
Because the Lord is going to give us a new name. So it says in Genesis 48 and 17. So to answer you, Dunamis, about the Gentiles in the New Testament, and the Corinthians. These are the Corinthians.
No, I changed my question, bro. What's the make of the church?
No. It's right here. It's right here. Let me read it. It says, and when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand and removed it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. Let's jump down to the point. Verse 19. And his father refused and said, I know it, my son. I know it. He shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of what? Dunamis?
Nations. I'm on my phone. I can see.
Okay, so when we go down to the Hebrew and we look up that word for nations, it means goy. Okay, so it says that the northern kingdom, they're going to be considered what? Goy, a separate nation. And when you look at that word in the Septuagint, let's go ahead and click on it. See if it'll let me click on it. Okay, there we go. So we have nation, people, usually of non-Hebrew people, of descendants of Abraham, of Israel. So Israel are called Gentiles or Goyim as well. And when we go into the Septuagint, let me see if I can go into the Septuagint. I gotta go back. I don't know how I can get the Septuagint. How do I pull up the Septuagint? You know how I can pull up the Septuagint?
I mean, you gotta like what I think Darberry's a Septuagint translation. We trying to pull up.
I'm trying to go into the Septuagint, into the Greek translation for goy in Genesis 48. That's it. But
I don't know if you can do it on Blue Letter Bible. You gotta.
Well, anybody who does their research, you can understand that word. Let's see its usage in the New Testament. Let's go over here to the book of Matthew. Malachi. Let's go to Matthew chapter, I want to say 4. So when you go to Matthew chapter 4, it tells you who the Gentiles are. 4 and 15. Right here. It says, Matthew 4 and 14, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by Isaiah the prophet, saying, the land of who? Dunamis? And the land of who? And the land of Naphtali by the way of the sea, beyond Jordan, Galilee of the who?
It says Gentiles.
Okay, and we just read that Ephraim and Manasseh were going to be considered a separate nation. They're going to be considered goy. He shall be a goy. He shall be a ethnos. When we go into this word, into the Greek, and we look at that word for Gentile, it says that the land of Zebulun, the northern kingdom, are considered what? An ethnos. So to answer your question, the Gentiles in the New Testament are simply the northern kingdom Israelites. And let me just bring out one last scripture to prove this real quick.
No, we don't want that. Y'all said that 1,000 times. We done heard that 1,000 times. We done heard that 1,000 times. Read the screen, Dunamis. We done heard that 1,000 times.
When it takes 10 minutes for you to answer who made up the
come on. Go ahead.
When it takes 10 minutes for you to answer who made up the Corinthian church, something's off.
We don't accept no one West teaching in here. That's what we're gonna start doing right now. One West embarrassing the whole damn movement. This Berean talking. These folk ain't playing with y'all. A lot of what y'all saying is pseudo and garbage.
If it was pseudo and garbage, then why?
A lot of what y'all saying is pseudo and garbage.
Because the whole thing, Berean, anywhere he goes, if Paul's a Pharisee, Apollos is learned, right? Then you have the disciples, Peter and Nathaniel, Peter and his brother James and John, they had servants. So were a lot of Matthew, a tax collector. So what are the disciples themselves broke? You know what I'm saying? Or did it come from established families? How could John go into the inner courts and move around like that if his family wasn't established in Jerusalem? John, I don't know.
Come on, Kobe. Come to the microphone.
Yo, grace and peace. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I was just saying it's been a minute since I've been on here, so it's good to be here again. I just wanted to come in because it seemed like there was some good stuff that was going to be talked about, and then we got Legion come up in here and say some crazy things. So I was actually hoping he would stay on. I wanted to ask him a question, but now I'm
I can bring it back on. That's my man. I hate them all different people. I like all of the different people, but I'm telling you right now, we got to focus on this. Well, what do you think about this whole thing with Richardson coming on here and making the claims? And you said you've been going around. What say ye on that?
Yeah, it kind of got to me, right? And it made me feel a little bit bad, like how you were saying. And I said from the beginning, like I really think that Israel has a lot of legit claims, but then we have a bunch of people out here saying crazy stuff. So it's very hard to take the whole seriously when it seems like the whole is sort of spoiling it for those who are out there actually putting in the work and trying to prove these claims. Like I said, every time this dude comes up here, he says some crazy stuff, and he never really gets down to answering any questions. And I find it interesting that he makes everybody answer in yes or no, and he'll go off on 10 minutes on a rant that no one's believing no how. But if he's still there, this is really going to show someone's heart. Here's a question right here. I wrote it in the comments a while back, and I really want to ask him. I don't know his name, so I'm just going to call him Legion until he tells me to call
You
him
said Jesus. He said God gonna give us a new name. I'm telling y'all right now, I can't make this stuff up. If y'all don't hear it live, go ahead.
So this was a question because I remember one of the last lives when he was talking, he kept bringing up the Apocrypha, and he was saying it was in the King James Bible, and King James authorized it, therefore it must be true, right?
You go ahead. Yeah, he did. Go ahead.
All right, so I wrote down in the comments that, and this doesn't even take really much research if you just read the preface of the 1611 King James Bible, but just to kind of give some outside knowledge on this as well. There's a series of writings, a series of letters from King James to his son. Now they're called Basilicon Doron. You can look this up, anybody. There's a number of letters just to kind of help him out on how to learn. Well, King James wrote something in Basilicon Doron, book 13, actually going back a little bit. He's talking about what books they use for correction and reproof and just what they read. And it's kind of hard to read because it's written in King James language as well. But he verifies the prophets, the laws and the writing. It says Genesis, Exodus, Joshua, Judges, Job, Esther, but especially the book of Kings, Chronicles, wherewithin ye ought to be familiar and acquainted. For there will see yourself as a mirror either among the catalogs of the good or evil kings. And then he goes into the New Testament, right? But this is still King James, mind you, the one who authorized this. He says, would ye know the life and death of Christ? Look at the evangelists. Would ye be more particular, trained up in the schools? Meditate upon the epistles of the apostles, and you would be acquainted with the practices of the doctrines in the persons of the primitive church. Cast up the apostles. Now, notice he did the entirety. He mentioned the entirety of the Old Testament and the New Testament and the epistles of the apostles. Now, look what he says next, and this is the 13th section of his book. He says, as to the Apocrypha books, right? Because they were asking back then as well. If you put these books in your quote unquote, your Bible, what do you think about them? King James says this directly to his son. As to the apocryphal books, I omit them because I am no papist, as I said before. And indeed, some of them are like the dietman of the Spirit of God, or the A is to an oyster. It doesn't, he never agreed. King James himself, even if you consider him a black man, a white man, whatever color man he was, he did not even agree with the Apocrypha being in quote unquote his authorized version of the Bible. So why is it that the only people who accept the Apocrypha are Hebrew Israelites, and the only group or denomination or organization who they claim to hate more than anybody, which is the Catholic Church? Only them two, the Catholic Church and the Hebrew Israelites, use the Apocrypha. What's up with that? And if we're relying on King James and his word, can we now put the Apocrypha down because not even King James actually uses it? Because he says, quote, I am no papist. He's saying if you use the Apocrypha, you might as well be in the Catholic Church. What say ye on that?
They ain't ready for that. Mess around. The Catholic Church invented the awakening. Catholic Church invented one West. Because the Council of Trent, they already had beef with us. We're bored right now. They already had beef with us and the whole Protestant movement to terrorize the Protestant church.
So to answer you, there's a lot to unfold here. First and foremost, can we please have common courtesy as to not refer to me as a demon, please, as Legion? That would be much appreciated. That would be much appreciated.
Give us a name. Give us a name then.
My name is on the screen.
I don't see nothing.
We see how we got to handle it. We see how we got to handle it.
It's not that big of a deal because if I give you my name, I don't. That's dumb.
Why is that dumb? Why is that dumb? Stick to one name. Stick to one name.
I'll just call him name. I really want to hear his answer. I'll call you whatever you want.
Let me answer the question. So what I would argue is that it's not up to King James. King James is a king. He is not a scholar. And that's why he said, I am not a papist, number one. Number two, I would argue that the whole entire Bible, the Old and New Testament, solidify that the Apocrypha is divinely inspired by God. That would be my answer to you.
Did the original Israelites teach it? Where do you get that from? The original Israelites taught that?
Okay, well, and another thing to address another comment that was stated. You guys say I took 10 minutes to answer a question when that was false. I just went to 2 scriptures to answer him.
Hey, how about you just verify what you just said? Forget all that extra fluff. Just tell us why you think that.
Well, you guys please be respectful. Thank you.
Okay,
No, the reason we got, because listen, we've been on here listening to Israelites for 5 years straight. 5 years straight.
You're gonna continue.
Now Richardson sick of y'all and said, listen, get the answer and some of the stuff, and y'all coming here with fluff. Get right to the point and give these folk this work. If you got it, give it to them, and don't come on here no more. That's all we saying. Let's get down to it. That's all we saying. I don't want to get on here and get to playing around with y'all and laughing and joking and wasting time. Time is something you don't get back.
Okay, thank you. So to answer you, let's go over here to the New Testament, and I will give you a scripture.
You don't see that. That's the only thing that gets me. Y'all could quote scripture all you want. If you don't know how the scripture developed and came about, if you don't know how the scripture developed and came about, how do you approach the text? You just reading to me. I don't even quote a lot of scripture. You just reading to me.
No, don't insult me. I know how the text was compiled.
Well, if you know how the text was compiled, when was the Apocrypha first considered Holy Writ?
Let me show you. This is the book of John.
You can't show that from the Bible.
Let me go to
people started using it.
Can you guys have just a little bit of respect? Let me just
get out of here after this. Go ahead and make your statement. You get out of here after this.
Man, this is the book of John, chapter 10 and verse 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the feast of dedication, and it was winter. Covey, where is the feast of dedication in the Torah?
The Feast of Dedication isn't in the Torah. That was a Second Temple man-made holiday that Jesus partook in.
So then that means that Jesus, since he's following a man-made religion, he's following something that was man-made, and that means that he is not justified to be the king of Israel or to die for our sins.
No, how did you get that?
What are you talking about? Oh, man. Go ahead, Kobe.
You see, this is why no one can take you serious. Can't you just like speak like a normal person?
I'm speaking normal.
How did you get to that? That's what's called a non sequitur. We're talking about the justification of the Apocrypha, and now Jesus can't be the savior.
Where is the feast of dedication found?
It's found in Maccabees, because that's a history book written at that time.
And that's in the Greek Septuagint, right?
Depends on which Greek Septuagint. Whenever they first wrote the Septuagint, it was only the first 5 books of Moses. It evolved over time, but you said you know how it came about, the compilation of the text. So why am I explaining this to you?
Hold on, and let me answer these reprobates in the chat.
No, you can't answer. You ain't qualified to answer the reprobates in the chat. Deal with what's on the platform right here. You're not dealing with it. I'm gonna give you time to freestyle the development of the whole text, how the whole text came down from Israel. It was given to y'all, right? You know the history of how the text came down, right?
Is he offering? Did Kobe jump off?
I don't think I put Kobe out. Go ahead.
Okay, hello. So the point is that it was found in the Greek Septuagint, and the only other proof that I can substantiate that the Apocrypha is a part of the Holy Scriptures is based off of the prophecies that are in it and the historical references that are in it. And that would mainly be the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 13, which proves that the Native Americans came over here.
Father God, in the name of Jesus.
That proves the validity of the Apocrypha right there, that is the word of the Lord, because that explains who these people are.
All right, thank you, brother. Come on, Kobe.
Hello. Oh, my bad. I'm trying to get this working.
Yeah, we can hear you, Kobe.
I think you're trying to scare his king.
And mind you, everyone's calling me names in the chat, right? But the scriptures say that we're going to be made fools. Did we not just read that scripture? You guys want to talk mess about this truth, but yet you guys can't stop it. There ain't nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah, but
So now, so we're gonna find out in the day of judgment who was right. If me on this panel, if I'm the idiot, the minority, or if the majority of you guys are correct, and we're gonna see.
Yeah, the book of
hold on,
Maccabees is
hold
it.
on.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, the book of Maccabees in the Ethiopian Bible. What that mean, Ryan? What does that mean, Ryan? Talk to me, Ryan. Jump on here and explain to us how it got in the book of Maccabees, how it got in the Ethiopian Bible. Could jump on here and explain to us. Give us a history of the Bible. Come and freestyle a history of the Bible as we have it today. Please do that. Because it's confusion in simple things and people trying to break down deep things of revelation to me.
Ezra prophesied about the Empire of Rome as well.
Hey, listen, I'm done with him. I'm done with him. Banished out
Because
of
I
darkness.
want to ask him, when was Ezra's
Well,
written?
ask him one last time. Out of darkness for him. Out of darkness for him. You embarrassing the movement. I'm trying to do something, and you embarrassing it.
Hey, can I ask one question? Let me ask one question. Because let me ask one, Quran. So with that, with your logic, if God's going to use the foolish things to confound the wise man, right? And in Psalms it tells us the fool says in his heart there is no God. Does that mean that God is going to use atheists to confound the wise?
No, the foolish things of this world is this truth. Is this very same thing that I'm telling you? Is that so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, that we're the Israelites. That is a foolish thing to say in this world. Everybody will look at you like you're crazy. You say that Jesus is a Negro, everyone looks at you like you're crazy. So in the eyes of the world, what, Kanye West looks like a fool, does he not? You're a fool for speaking out. Does Kyrie look like a fool for standing for what he believes in? The point is that all of us who, and you guys do not fall in line with the people of the Bible, like the apostles. You're not suffering, right?
You suffering? You suffering? You running around here suffering? Answer that right now. Are you suffering? Hold on, let me bring up God because he. Kobe, tell me when you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I want to hear you no more. You
okay? All right. Hello.
They can't control me. You see it? They can't control me. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq. They can control Charles Barkley. They can control LeBron James. They can control Jay-Z and Beyonce.
But not you, man.
But they can't control me. You
Not
see, it
you.
ain't no name I won't name. It's up.
Not you.
You know what I'm saying? And just for Minister Farrakhan, I love you, but the way you read that, I took that as a slight. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking no disrespect from nobody. So let's get on the phone. Let's talk that out. I don't care who you are. I ain't taking no slights from nobody, right? I ain't taking no slights from nobody. It's God. That's the only person that I serve. My mom ain't here. My mama was sacrificed.
Me too.
You understand?
Yeah. I'm appreciative.
Michael Jordan, what about him? His daddy, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. You know, out in Hollywood, a lot of people come up missing. Feels like it might be a lot of that in order to control, traumatize. They want to monetize and traumatize. And God loved me. You understand? They hit me. Gap, Adidas, all that away. Still Forbes, who hate me, right? Had to write net worth 400 million. Jesus is king. God loved me.
That's more important thing in life.
That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? And this truth is going to be heard. Y'all can't send none of y'all Meek Mills, y'all Puppies, y'all Lil Boozy, none of these names, none of these people that have to listen to y'all because they have legal. I never killed nobody, right? I'm the pussy that never killed nobody, right? But that means I can say whatever I want and not go to jail. Right. They can't control me. You get what I'm saying? They can control Shaq.
Come on, Kofi. Where Kofi at? Oh man.
Oh yeah, he's trying. I mean, connection. He's trying to cover his computer.
All right, there he is. Come on.
Yeah, my bad. I think everything is working now. I just had to hook up the Mac because, you know, I got that Android and it doesn't really work too well.
Come on, praise him.
Trying to be delivered, but you know how it is. I just can't let go of a good thing.
No, we praying you get fully delivered.
So I got to ask, did he ever? I had to dip out for a minute, but did he ever address the thing about King James and the Apocrypha?
No, he ain't never. We need. I agree with who my sister said. We need a new setup. We need some Israelites that ain't gonna embarrass this movement. That ain't gonna embarrass this thing. Now, if it need to be embarrassed, let it be embarrassed. If it need to be embarrassed, let it be embarrassed. But come on, we gonna at least try, y'all.
What did I say? What did I say exactly that embarrassed the nation?
How did you? I thought I put you out. I thought I put you out.
Why
you want to talk to him, Kofi?
I try to have a good conversation with most people because I think everybody has something that they can bring to the table, but I have a hard time trying to find it with this. I don't know what to call him with this dude. I don't know what to do with him.
Okay, Kobe, let's talk. So all I'm basically pointing out is that the history in the first Maccabees and the second Maccabees is accurate, yes?
A majority of it, yes, but not as accurate as the rest of what would be considered divinely inspired scripture.
Is there other scriptures in the Bible? Are there inaccuracies in the Bible? In the New Testament and in the Old Testament?
What do you mean by inaccuracies? Define that
for me. Mistranslations or history not actually accurate, like there would be
there's a lot of inaccuracies from the Second Temple literature, which would be the Apocrypha, but not the actual Old Testament and New Testament itself.
I'm saying the New Testament and the Old Testament, where like case in point, let's go over here to the book of Mark. If you go to the book of Mark, chapter 1, and I believe verse 2, that's an error there in the Masoretic text.
Why is it an error?
Let me go to it real quick, sir. And then after I answer you, I would like somebody to explain to me what I said that embarrassed the nation. This is the book of Mark 1 and 2. As it is written in the prophets, behold, I send my messenger before thy face, which shall prepare thy way before thee. In the ESV, it says Isaiah, but in my book, it says the prophets.
Yes.
So there is a error there.
No, that's not an error. The problem is you only read the King James, which is from the Textus Receptus more than anything, but it's just a translation of a Latin text. You should know this. You said you know how we got our scriptures.
I understand. And what I'm saying, that's an error. That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not an error. What do you mean error? Because Isaiah
it should have said Isaiah. It should have said Isaiah, not the prophets.
No, well, depending on what manuscript. What manuscript are you looking at?
No, the ESV.
The ESV is not a manuscript, dude.
I understand that. They were translated based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls, if I'm not mistaken.
The ESV took into consideration the Dead Sea Scrolls because it's one of our most recent translations. But to say that it's based completely off the Dead Sea Scrolls that is what is called an inaccuracy.
Correct, and I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, right here, it says Isaiah. It's supposed to say Isaiah.
I understand that, but whenever you make a claim saying that there's an inaccuracy or a discrepancy, you have to tell me what manuscripts and why it would be considered a discrepancy. Which one was written first, which one was written second, and what does the majority of scholarship say in regards to what should be included and what shouldn't? You can't talk ESV King James to me. You got to go back to the original languages of the manuscripts. If you can't,
and that's what I'm saying. The manuscripts don't say the same thing. The Masoretic text is not aligning with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I believe, in that passage.
The Masoretic text was made long after some of the other stuff we have. And by the way, this is
but that's what we received first. That's what we received first.
Masoretic, listen to yourself. Masoretic is Old Testament. They're not going to have John in there or Mark in there. I'm sorry. They're not going to have Mark in there.
Yeah, I apologize. You're correct. You're 100% correct.
So your whole argument is shot, right?
No. When they translated the New Testament, they got it from the Greek Septuagint, which went to the Latin Vulgate, and the LXX went to the Latin Vulgate, and then from the Latin Vulgate, it went through a lot of different hands. But what I'm saying is,
You're not.
I mean, you want to have a full on historical.
Yes, dude. That's what scholarship
okay,
is.
if that's what we want to do right now, we can do that.
That's what should have been done. Like you're just saying a whole bunch of words that are not
I'm
validated.
not saying a bunch of words. All I've said is that the Feast of Dedication is found only in one place, which is the Book of Maccabees.
It's also found in the Talmud. Does that make it justified as well?
No.
Why not?
Because the Talmud came way after.
Way after what? The Maccabees?
Correct.
How do you know that? When was the Maccabees codified? That means written down. When was it actually put on?
Because you have something called the Jerusalem Talmud, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And then you have something called the Babylonian Talmud.
I know.
If I'm
When did
not
that come
mistaken.
out?
So the Jerusalem Talmud, I believe.
Let's just fast forward this. It came out in 300. Okay. The Babylonian came out in 500. Now, when did Maccabees come out in a codified way to where they can look at these types of issues?
I would say roughly 100 years or 200 years before the birth of Christ.
Maccabees did?
Yeah.
Where did you read that at?
I'm saying the Septuagint. That's when we got our Maccabees, because that's when they had to translate it into the Greek.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Septuagint
you
was
heard him.
developed
You heard him
over
right.
time.
He said you had to translate to the Greek.
But what I'm saying is this, right? In this conversation, who is the wise man and who is the foolish in this conversation that we're having?
It sounds like I'm wise and you're foolish.
Okay. Beautiful. Now, Kobe, I want to ask you a question, right?
Ask it.
And this is how I'm going to understand your scholarship, that you don't have scholarship, because your Jewish rabbis would agree with the scripture that I'm about to bring out.
Why do I have Jewish rabbis?
Well, I'm saying the Jewish scholars, the Jewish rabbi scholars.
Dude,
right?
I work in a Baptist church.
I understand that. What I'm saying is that the oracles were committed to them, right?
To the Jewish rabbis?
It was committed to them, correct?
Not if you were, my man, fervent charity. Depends on who you're
Okay,
talking
but
to.
I'm just saying, according to the Bible, the oracles were given to the Jews. Yes?
Whenever you're speaking scholarship, you can't just say. You have to just prove.
Brian, I can mute myself. I got it. So all I was just trying to ask you, brother Kobe, is
Yo, did the brother really say that the Maccabees was translated into the Greek?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And this is the issue, and this is what upsets me, right? Because I know there are legitimate claims. I mean, me and Plumber in the back, we always went into stuff that, you know, it's not really good for the Christian side or the side of the church, and it's really one for Israel. But the thing is, no one looks at these solid arguments and they mess with stuff like this. Like, if you don't know the textual transmission, why speak on it? If you don't know what Bibles came from what manuscript, why speak on it? Not everybody knows everything, and that is okay. But whenever you speak on certain things, you take a level of it's assumed that you have some kind of knowledge on this. And the thing is, I'm not claiming to be a scholar. I'm still in school. You know what I mean? I just got my first master's degree. I still have a few more to go before I even get to doctoral work. And I know this stuff. Like, this is beginner stuff. And everybody's saying that these are the prophets of God. This cannot be. And then whenever you tell them something that just doesn't line up with their preconceived notions, they go back to those scripts that say, well, the wise confound, or the dumb confound the wise, and things like that as a cop-out. Anything that requires any real work, they just throw it away. Oh, that's the white man's, or, you know, we can't use Hebrew because it's Yiddish, even though people don't even know what Yiddish is. It's just sad to me, and it really makes me upset, because I think Israelites have a legit claim that a bunch of people are messing up for them.
Hey, yeah. Ryan here said something in the chat earlier, Brian. He was saying if the Ethiopians claim to be Israelites, right? Then and they have in their Bible. I mean, I don't want to misquote them. We'll just paste in the back chat. So if the Ethiopians are considered to be Israelites, and they have the oldest Bible on earth, then who can say what belongs to the Bible and what doesn't? What do you say about that?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
If the Ethiopians consider to be Israelites,
Mm-hmm.
and they had the oldest Bible on earth,
Yeah.
then who can say what belongs in the Bible and what doesn't?
I mean, really, it would be the Ethiopians, right? But that's kind of interesting because of who I think the Ethiopian church was probably started from the eunuch, right? And so if that would be the case, then they wouldn't actually know everything. But if I'm following your train of thought, it would typically be them. And if we're gonna follow their canon, our Bible's a little small, you know?
Yeah, but then with that, the question comes about, when we say Ethiopians are considered Israelites, what Ethiopians? Because there's Beta Israel, but we also see in Ethiopian history that the kings of the glory of the kings, there's some propaganda to where some folks claim descendancy from Solomon that might not be true.
Yeah.
So now, are those who are using the glory of the kings as their claim to be Israel, are they imposters?
It's very weird when discussing the Ethiopians and even the Igbos and those that are like certified, right? You could put a stamp on them, because I always go back to how come they didn't have to go through the curses? And so I don't know. It depends on who you're talking to, if they're even real Israelites or not, because on one hand, they were certified by the little hat people, but we don't care about their opinion. And on the other hand, we're supposed to use the prophecies and the curses to which they've experienced none. So what would really be considered an Israelite? That's why I found that email from Second Exodus to be quite interesting, because he said that study doesn't hold up to the claims of how they would consider one to be an Israelite, when I don't even think they know.
I mean, that's what we've been talking about. Because to me, with the Jews and other people, deals with doctrine and how much of the culture can you really trace back, not in terms of just genealogy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if people use genealogy, it usually trace back to who was actually keeping the Torah and the customs.
I think it should be all encompassing. I think everything should go into this, not just DNA. That could be a good starter, but I think you also need family history. You need the remnants of the culture. You need something, right? I think the more you have, the better or sound your position would be for being an actual Israelite. But to just say DNA, I don't know how that's going to work. Because from my studies, and I haven't done a whole lot, but I know there's a bunch of models, like haplogroup models and stuff like that, but no one has the foundation of what we're supposed to match it against, so they're all models. I guess one person's guess is as good as another, but whenever you're dogmatic about it, like it has to be this one, I think we kind of run into some issues, because every argument could be, there could be holes in it. So I think everybody just needs to calm down on who is Israel and who's not Israel, because really at the end of the day, there's no way you can know, because falling back to the curses, once you throw in the Ethiopians and the Igbo who are certified with the stamp, that goes out the window as well. So I don't know. It's just really hard to find out.
Yeah, because even the curses, that raises questions too. That's where
go on a quick rant here. You see, a few days ago, Yeshub from the Yap Gang put up this short but provocative Facebook post, which you see on your screen. And it was, like I said, it was very short, and it reads, quote, BHI cult wants to be the ADL, end quote. Now, I concede up front that I don't speak for Yeshub. I can't speak for Yeshub, but I am nonetheless confident that I think I know what he's referring to in that post. So I'd like to nuance it a bit and offer some comments, and perhaps even offer a bit of corroborating evidence. First and foremost, as a bit of a disclaimer, it needs to be noted for those who don't know or those who might raise an objection, it needs to be noted that Yeshub was not applying that statement to everyone in the diverse Israelite spectrum. Rather, he's alluding to a subset within the Israelite spectrum, right? And regarding the ADL, which is to say the Anti-Defamation League, some critics of that organization have argued that it has sometimes overstepped certain bounds by employing accusations of anti-Semitism, which is to say of anti-Jewish bigotry, to unfairly shut down legitimate arguments or criticisms, right? So with that accusation in mind, Yeshub's post was alluding to the inherent irony which is found among some within the Israelite spectrum, the diverse Israelite spectrum, right? Some within that spectrum who will echo precisely that criticism of the ADL while simultaneously aspiring to successfully deploy precisely those tactics which they decry, right? Now, that might sound a little strange, so let's consider some examples, right? Just today, the We Woke Now channel put out a video titled, "Is the ADL a hate group?" And in that video, the man who runs that account complained about the ADL raising charges of bigotry against Ron Dalton, right? Here's an excerpt. And
Bring your mute if you're talking.
Oh, my bad. I'm hitting the wrong button. No wonder. I forgot I had this microphone hooked up. All right, I got to keep hitting that right there. I told you earlier how I was talking to Pastor Kelly early this morning, and he got some concerns. He said don't say his name, and technically Abu not saying his name, vocab and Abu, and how he's kind of having a problem with them. I said I was going to try to hook up a phone call later on this week, and Abu said that he was, not on the weekend, but he said he was free in the week. If Pastor Kelly asked him what he was looking like in the week, he said he don't mind jumping on the phone call, but if it has to do with any one of them two, he would like his lawyer on the phone. Also, I see I had 2 missed calls from him. I don't know what the situation is. I figure maybe we can try to talk behind the scenes and try to fix some things up. Now, y'all know Pastor Kelly asked Bishop Brown not to just say their names. So he's not saying his name on here. What do y'all think of that? I'm just asking your personal opinion on that, and just keep that in mind when y'all watching this video right here. Fair use.
Fair use.
The ADL. You have to really deal with the ADL, because I saw that the ADL did a very ugly, nasty, deceptive post on their website about Ron Dalton. Same thing that Southern Poverty does when, did with our community, this awakening, starting with the Black Hebrew, not Black Hebrew, but the Black identity extremists. We got to, a lot of stuff out there. A lot of junk is out there. See, family, the Anti-Defamation League, you guys better start doing your homework. Don't just start.
Now, that video on the We Woke Now channel is actually what inspired this rant that I'm going on in this video, which you're currently watching right now, because it struck me as capturing the sentiment of Yeshub's post from a few days ago.
Bring your music again.
Hold on a minute.
In the sense that it was an interaction, in the sense that he was
I'm trying
to a video I had made.
I'm trying to do something here.
To a video he had made, right? And this was 3 years ago. He had actually threatened to sue me for defamation.
Y'all can't hear that?
Literally for defamation.
No, we hear the video. It's not showing now.
Okay, all right. I got it. All right. No problem.
Simply because I had disagreed on the methodology for
type of one if you can hear with no echo.
Some pews in a church in Savannah, Georgia.
And technically, if I wanted to go legal on these guys, I can literally take a legal case out on them, because they are defaming my character.
I want to know if y'all can hear it without a mute. Are you hearing what's being said right now? I know y'all a few seconds behind. All right, so y'all can hear. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself and let it play.
Character.
Correct. Now, I might be tempted to call that gentleman an aspiring one-man anti-defamation league, but he's not by himself. He's not alone in this matter, right? There are actually others around him with a similar line of thought, right? With a similar thought processes, right? Like, for example, 2 years ago, he was on a show with one of his supporters, and he was co-signing a plan to try to get videos which disagreed with them taken down by having them flagged for alleged anti-Semitism. They were literally plotting to accuse videos which had nothing to do with anti-Semitism of being anti-Semitic, just so they could get them flagged and taken down, right? Here, consider this clip. And again, fair use.
I was talking to Dante. Dante said, it's all right. They do some flag them. And that's plain and simple. Because if you flag them, guess what, y'all? They get shut down. So if we find out they doing the video, the UA community, that's them. Flag them. Let's shut them down. And that's key. We are going to have to make a concerted effort that if you do our videos, like the way you've been doing them, we're going to flag you, and we will get that video shut down overnight. So that's why I said, family, if you are a mod, please make sure you are on point in this chat on Sunday. And if y'all see videos, start flagging them as anti-Semitic, plain and simple.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you said that.
And they wound up trying to deploy that tactic against videos which, for example, merely disagreed with them on language-related questions, right? And they also went on to promote a change.org petition accusing a diverse spectrum of people of anti-Semitism. And all of those people were just happened to be folks who dared to disagree with them, you know, on one or more of their public claims, right? And more recently, you know, roughly a month ago, the We Woke Now channel put up a community post insinuating that if you got Igbo in a DNA test, you can then combine that with a psak din, a rabbinic legal ruling, which concluded that Igbos are Israelites. You can combine the two and try to bring hate crime charges against your critics. You know, I mean, seriously, I could make a whole video on the convoluted logic of that post. You know, for example, I would want to ask if the host of the We Woke Now channel thinks that the halachic status of Ashkenazi Jews within the rabbinic spectrum somehow entails that anyone who gets Ashkenazi Jewish in a DNA test is therefore magically exempt from criticism, right? Is that how he thinks that works? And does he want that imaginary power to be transferred to him? I don't know. But yeah, perhaps that's a discussion for another time, right? Getting back to my rant right here, and the topic is this pattern of aspiring to be like their stereotype of the ADL, right? It's also worth noting that just a few days ago, the We Woke Now channel put up yet another community post, and which once again shared his desire, this a long-standing desire to bring litigation against those who dare to disagree with him. And the post shared a video from the Boom Church account, which is closely related to the We Woke Now channel account. In that video, the host of the Boom Church channel claimed that certified letters had been sent from some unnamed attorney.
Now they said use the material. I think when we were talking about the pews, but they say don't say our names. So we're not saying their name. All right, vocab wilded out and had Brown name all over the screen. Fools.
To a popular Christian apologist who disagreed with both of them, with the Boom Church and the We Woke Now channel. Now, if these men would like to publicly share the content of those certified letters, you know, these apparent legal documents from some unnamed attorney, I'd love to look them over, as I must confess, I'm honestly skeptical about how much substance or teeth might be found therein. Now, I'll concede up front that maybe they'll claim that for legal reasons, they're not at liberty to publicly post the letters, the content of the letters, right? And that's fine, right? But aside from that, I'm also curious about the law firm that sent the letters. Does this unnamed attorney have or work for a particular practice, you know what I mean, like a particular law firm? And if so, can we be informed about that law firm and its location, right? Or will that be kept a secret, just like these gentlemen have kept the assorted scholars and doctorate bestowing institutions that they've invoked over the years secret? I don't know. Whatever the case, ironically, that video on the Boom Church channel went on to complain about past videos by a certain Catholic bringing up legal bluffs, right? And that would be in reference to me. You see, these men actually have a history of making legal threats against people who disagree with them. And to date, those myriad legal threats of litigation, you know, they have not panned out so far, right? And just to bring up one example, there was an instance back in December of 2020, when the host of the We Woke Now channel threatened to bring federal and international charges against assorted Christian apologists in Florida, Chicago, and Arizona. And here he meant
she said, look at the screen right there. Sister Hunter's Israel, y'all. Sister Hunter said, I wish they would just leave them alone. Shaking my head. Y'all are grown men. This is crazy. Leave. What do you mean? What do you mean leave them alone? Just don't mention the pastors and don't make no comments on any videos that they drop. What do you think is let me hear your suggestion. I know you just said leave them alone. In what sense? Clarify that a little bit for me, sis. Y'all want to say something on what y'all heard?
Yeah, isn't the entire movement or awakening founded off talking about other people, like the church and whatnot, and they were never left alone. I mean, 90% of the videos that Israelites put up are bashing someone in the church. And I'm not to say that there isn't any just straight teaching, but a majority is criticizing people in the church, whether it be pastors, professors, whatever.
Or European Jewry,
yeah,
or
everything. Like,
history,
they talk
or
about
slave,
everybody.
or DNA, or something. But go ahead.
Yes, don't mention them anymore. What's it proving or disproving? I think it's really proving the hypocrisy. And I hate to say it that way, but it's proving the hypocrisy. It's showing.
What about the scripture said, "Be at peace with all men"? Let me throw that out there. See what Yolanda and them say about that. Would you apply that to be peaceably? Go ahead and drop it.
I would. To be honest, like, again, no one can really prove who is an Israelite, and you can't disprove it. Like everybody always says, prove that I'm not an Israelite, but you don't prove a negative. You prove the affirmative. But the thing is, no one can prove it on either side. That's why I've been for some time now of the position that I'm not going to tell anybody that they're not an Israelite anymore, because number one, I believe that if you believe in Yahweh, you are an Israelite. You know, I take that spiritual Israel approach, but at the same time, I do understand that there could be some that were ethnic Israelites. However, every study that I've seen says that there is not one common DNA haplogroup, or whatever you want to say, that is could be considered quote unquote Jewish. Like I've been seeing a bunch of E1B, a bunch of J, and a bunch of R1B, I think. You know, so there's within that realm, there's already so much. Why are we, and this is my main thing, right? This is my main thing. I believe that a lot of people, maybe not a lot, but I believe that there's a fair amount of people in the community that actually are Israelites, right? That at some point we need to stop being concerned with who are the people and just start being the people. Those little hats never prove who they are. They just keep on doing what they do. Like at some point, the people in the community just need to be Israel if they say they're Israel. Forget who says you're not. You know what I mean? The little hat people, they condemn us because we believe in Jesus. You know, like there's just arguments on all sides. Just be the people and do what you're supposed to do. And I think that can make it peaceful, even amongst not the entirety of the UA, but some of them that are really after truth. I think that could do a lot.
All right, y'all heard that? Read that right there. Read out in Dunamis.
They make videos about us. Silence. We mention them, leave them alone.
100%. Crazy.
You agree with that? Type of one that agree with that.
And then one of the broad strokes, one of the things with Christianity, or when Christ brought his teachings, it's been scrutinized since the beginning, from the inside and outside, and that's only strengthened the faith. You know what I'm saying? Not ad hominem, not personal attacks.
I agree with you 100%. And you can't, I don't know if a lot of people feel like you can say what you want, but you can't find an Israelite got a channel like this. You come here and some people don't even say this dude can't be involved in Christianity. How I let Israel come up in here and bash Christianity and share their mind and share their, find the Israelite channel and let Christians come on in and blow at Israelites. Find it. I ask you to find it, not none of them. They don't want that. They don't want that. They want free reign. You can say whatever you want to say. Don't be challenged. Let me listen to you. Let me come on your platform and say what I want. And y'all just run a whole muck on the little hat people, on everything else, and throwing some pseudo garbage in there too. Find a channel. What Israelite? Find a channel where they could come on and they'll openly let you get the microphone and bash them like I do let y'all come on here and blow at Christianity. Please find the channel. Y'all not going to find it. Truth of the matter is a lot of people want free reign, want to run amok and say what they want to say. Everything going to be examined. Well, I started off talking about that Streisand effect. Now, this is going to be the beef because everybody watching now. I could stop the channel today and there's a body of work out there. Everybody now, they looking. This guy talking about this doctors in the One West. Folk looking at everything. Let me stop this and play some of this right here. No. I got to finish this video. Then I'm going to get on to the Southern Poverty Law Center. Oh, it's blowing now. Oh, it's turning into something now. But this is what y'all wanted. Y'all want that attention, right? We just hope that all attention. Well, let me let the video play. Hold on, Elder Joe. You can get the microphone. I think you were on the other day. and so much was going on. You didn't even get to come in. You didn't even get to come and greet the people. Roger said the conspiracies has got to stop. Gonna ask Damon Richardson, is he a Freemason? Because he don't want to accept that nonsense this dude was talking about. Unbelievable.
Christian apologists who dared to disagree with him, and now that was nearly 2 years ago, and he currently does not seem willing to discuss how those cases are coming along, right? Those federal cases and international legal cases, right? And I have a video on that pattern, discussing that and other legal threats, and I'll link to the video, amongst the sources which I list in the video description. But suffice to say, there is a certain irony in this crowd spending years making a variety of legal threats and then complaining that some had wondered if those threats might have been mere bluffs, right? And then on top of that, trying to add yet another legal threat onto that pile of legal threats, right? Oh man, whatever the case, the ultimate point here is that the man running the We Woke Now channel and some of his supporters don't actually disagree with the unfair tactics which the ADL is sometimes accused of employing, right? This crowd doesn't actually disagree with trying to shut down disagreement via accusations of bigotry and threats of legal action, right? Rather, they themselves openly fantasize about deploying precisely those tactics against folks who dared to diverge from their preferred narrative, right? And analogous to the heavy-handed pressure deployed against Kyrie Irving, this cohort wants to punish thought crimes committed on social media. In short, they aspire to become their own version of the way they perceive the ADL. In short, one might get the impression that perhaps they desire to establish their own sort of Hebrew Israelite anti-defamation league. You might call it the HI ADL. Oh, and by the way, if more astute observers wonder about my including the tet in the Hebrew text, I did that because in that same video from today, the We Woke Now channel's video about the ADL, the guy from that channel repeated his insistence that he's an Israelite, not an Israeli, unwittingly preferring a Greek and Latin prefix over a Hebrew prefix, based on something he read in an English source. And I have a past video discussing that as well. But that aside, I'm about to close this video. However, before I do so, I want to stress the irony in this crowd decrying infringements on free speech, or the infringements of some people's free speech rights, yet simultaneously wanting to themselves infringe on the free speech of others. I mean, if you want to be free speech maximalists, I'm all for it, right? I myself have posted my own disagreements with the pressure which has been put on Kyrie Irving, for example. But if you're going to be a free speech maximalist, you shouldn't be out here trying to shut down discussions with accusations of racism and anti-Semitism, or by pushing petitions accusing people who disagreed with you of such, or by trying to get videos flagged and trying to intimidate folks with a myriad of threats of litigation, right? Just a few days ago, the guy from the We Woke Now channel was on the Moxie Approved channel, and they were reviewing Ron Dalton's film, Hebrew to Negroes, right? And the guy from the We Woke Now channel was engaging in what would popularly be considered Holocaust revisionism, right? He was arguing for a significant reduction in the number of people who died during the Holocaust. Now, if he wants to say that too should fall under free speech, okay, there are very serious academics who would agree, like most notably Noam Chomsky. But if free speech covers that, then so too it should cover the trivial disagreements he and his followers have tried to punish, right? It's absurd to argue that criticism of the popular understanding of the death toll in the Holocaust should be protected under the right to free expression, but somehow criticism of claims made in videos on the We Woke Now or Boom Church channels cannot be afforded the same protection and right, right? I mean, think about how absurd that is. But like I said, the sad reality is that this crowd doesn't disagree with the tactics they accuse the ADL of employing, right? On the contrary, as Yeshub alluded to in that Facebook post shown at the start of this video, this crowd aspires to employ precisely those tactics. They only disagree on who should be employing such tactics. They simply want the power to shut down dissent transferred to them. And on that note, I'll stop with this short rant. And, as always, I look forward to the comments of others. God bless.
All right. What say y'all on that? I had to play it and tell y'all what was going on. Come on, Ella Joe. He might have walked away. Well, do me a favor. Read some of this, Covey. Y'all can hear me. Can't nobody hear me?
Oh yeah, my bad. I was the one that was muted. My bad. Let me read it real quick. It says, since the late 1960s, the radical Hebrew Israelite ideology splintered to form increasingly anti-Semitic, anti-white, anti-LGBTQ, xenophobic, and misogynistic sect of groups who preach they and only they are the true Israelites of the Bible and perpetuate the anti-Semitic belief that so-called Jews have stolen their identity and birthright. Wow.
Now this stuff probably law center.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Okay, so it says disclaimer, and this is from 1969 when this was founded. Disclaimer: SPLC uses the term radical Hebrew Israelite to differentiate from the greater Hebrew Israelite faith. That's a good move. Hebrew Israelites should not be confused with Black Jews or Jewish individuals of color. SPLC no longer refers to these groups as solely Black Hebrew Israelites.
All right, Lord, I want to park right there for a minute.
Yeah, I think we should.
I want to park right there for a minute. I want to park right there. Hebrew Israelites should not be confused with Black Jews or Jewish individuals of color.
Yep. And I think most people need to understand that as well. There's a lot of people out there. For example, I think it was the Igbo Jewish individual who was making his rounds on a lot of YouTube channels because he had been recognized as a certified Jew, right? And they were using him as a source, saying, "See, Black people are the Israelites." But the thing is, this guy didn't believe in Jesus at all. You know what I mean? So you might as well be siding with the side of the little hat people. So then we go on to other people, right? And I hate to bring up names, but I respect this dude because he's very studied and learned. Everybody brings him up from time to time. That Zion Lex cat, right? He speaks the language and he knows all this. But the thing is, he is a Black Jew. He may not agree with that term, but he follows the Talmud. You know, he is barely getting into the New Testament because he grows. He's expanding his knowledge, and he may, by God's will, come to saving faith in Jesus Christ. But for right now, a lot of Israelites who believe in Jesus use his material because the dude's smart. But the thing is, he's not really on these type, like the Hebrew Israelite side. Just because he's an Israelite, don't make him the same. Like I agree. There should be how do you say it? We should be able to specify who specifically we're talking about. Because yeah, the Hebrew Israelites and the way they used to call them Black Hebrew Israelites, the Black Hebrew Israelites was I would say more of a hate group, and I think the new just Hebrew Israelites encompasses what they would call the moderates or non-campers. So I think it is different. But this is one thing that I think I'm going to be different on when it comes to how everybody thinks around this. In going back to the argument on how the people just need to be the people and quit worrying about everybody else, I'm in agreement whenever there's a lot of rules saying you being anti-Semitic and talking about the little hat people and all that stuff. I also think that those who claim to be the actual people should rep that, right? And they should say the same. Hey, whenever you're talking about Jews, you're talking about us too. But in the same way that Kyrie and Kanye brought this stuff up, if you start like putting it out there that you think you are the people, it's really going to be scrutinized and people are going to look into it. And I think that's a good thing because all the information should come out. But if it is looked into, I hold the position that it's going to verify a lot of people's claims that who thought they were Israel, they're probably going to be. But it's really going to make a lot of people sad because they're going to have to do their DNA and trace their family lineage and their customs. And they're going to see that they have no Jewish about them at all, no Israel about them at all. So I'm all for it. I hope it all comes out. But if you're going to be the people, be the people.
All right. Y'all heard. All right, keep going. Or anything else? I'm sorry. Before he finished reading this, do anybody else want to say something on this? I told Pastor Curly earlier. I said, no, you're going to be hearing more and more people say that now, and just refer to y'all in general as Black Hebrew Israelites. Y'all want to be stuck together. Some folk want to stick y'all together, but the right thing to do is no matter what y'all do to us, is make sure you separate everybody. Make sure to give. If you're going to give information out, make sure you give the right information out on these people.
For sure.
And remember that Streisand effect, y'all. They're trying to shut it down, but more people talking about it. Y'all gonna find out what's what. All right, go ahead. No longer. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it says no longer blah blah blah. Where are we at?
SPL no longer refers to
no
these
longer
groups.
refers to these groups as solely Black Hebrew Israelites, as there are Latin and indigenous members of this group. That's right. And there are non-radical sects of Hebrew Israelite faith who identify as Black Hebrew Israelites. The continued struggle of Black indigenous people of color in America can find clear similarities in the narrative of Judaism, particularly the Book of Exodus. Persecution, displacement, and enslavement mirror the BIPOC experience, the Black experience in many ways, both historically and still systematically here in America. For most of the Hebrew Israelite community, the similarity is a source of empowerment and not a cause for condemnation. For radical Hebrew Israelite groups, however, the similarities are used as a foundation for their anti-Semitic beliefs. Real quick, I got to make a pause. There's this guy in the chat, All Live Branch Channel. I don't know. He's lobbying for Hebrew Israelism, but he quoted the letter of Barnabas. I'm wondering if he knows in the letter of Barnabas, it calls the devil a black man. But continuing on, these groups seek a divine form of dominance rather than equality by declaring superiority over all other nations, biblical term for the other race and ethnicity, and strict adherence.
I want to affirm charity. Yeah, hold on. Let me check right now. He's at the email.
Right.
I want to affirm charity preaching dominance. But go ahead. Never mind. I just thought about him. I see a comment right there. Go ahead.
Biblical literalism to legitimize their ideology. They spread their beliefs through, and I can't see no more.
Street preaching.
Oh, I can't see it.
Verbal harassing.
Yeah. Through street preaching, verbal harassing, provoking, and shaming any non-Israelite and those of their own community who don't follow their beliefs. This can be harmful to LGBTQ people of color within their communities, especially Black, lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender individuals. Radical Hebrew Israelites have a definite abhorrence of relationship between Israelites and Caucasian people as they relate them to the devil. Interesting. Not only does this ideology further marginalize members of their communities, but also parallels toxic power structures that are common on the far right.
Elder Joe said that's not him. All right, I'll take care of that right there. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, it says these anti-Semitic beliefs influence the mainstream as well. In a 2020 episode of actor and comedian Nick Cannon's podcast, Cannon's Class, Cannon and his guest professor Griff laid out the theory that Black people are the true Semitic people. Cannon added, "They, the Jews, have taken our birthright." Although neither Cannon nor Griff are known to be members of any RHI group, I'm guessing that's Radical Hebrew Israelite, this idea is at the core of Radical Hebrew Israelites' beliefs. A shared view among the groups is their claim that Jews are actively working to steal the identity of the Hebrew Israelites by any means necessary. Cannon and Griff also presented the idea that Jews control the media, specifically that all media is controlled by 6 major companies. They further insinuated that Jews were connected with these 6 companies. Cannon brought up the Rothschild conspiracy. Cannon followed up by denying these statements were, hey, you can't be anti-Semitic when we are the Semitic people. When we are the same people who they want to be, that's our birthright. After being confronted over his comments, Cannon walked them back, saying, I do not condone hate speech nor spread of hateful rhetoric. The Black and the Jewish communities have both faced enormous hatred, oppression, persecution, and prejudice for thousands of years, and in many ways have and will continue to work together to overcome these obstacles. He has committed to educating himself on anti-Semitism. And I don't agree with this either, especially with the whole thing with Kyrie and him having to talk to Jewish rabbis and whatnot. I believe that the Talmud came later on as well. And before all the Jews, Christians, Israelites, whatever you want to call them, they were following just strictly New Testament. So I do believe that there needs to be a new form of Judaism that doesn't involve rabbinic Judaism, where all they do is follow New Testament and worship, Jesus. So I think there's some work that could be done there in creating another sect, and hopefully there'll be some cool people that start this up, and it won't be considered these radical and these street Israelites. You know what I mean? I hope it's not that.
Okay. No, was you finished? I'm sorry. Were you finished?
No. Oh, yeah, me. Yeah. Let me go ahead and I'll finish up reading if you want me to finish reading.
Go ahead.
All right, scroll down. It says, in other words,
in their own words, that's why David Chappelle, you right there, that's where you are?
Oh, yeah. That's why Dave Chappelle's comments are so important. And let me tell you something. Every black man should feel the attack and understand what is now. You understand? Like, black men are under spiritual demonic attack. And the worst part is being disguised as civil rights. It's being disguised as equality. It's being disguised as everything that... scroll down a little bit. Scroll down a lot. So I can just get to the...
Are you seeing that? Where am I?
Oh, there you go. Everything that supposedly was given to us in the civil rights movement now has to apply to your sexual orientation, and yet it's really being used to destroy masculine black men. Commanding General Yohana, Black Watch, main broadcast of the ISUPK, October 18, 2021. They do nothing but find new and vindictive and manipulative ways to destroy the Lord's chosen people, man. And I'm talking about the LGBT community, man. I'm talking about homosexuality, man. It's a plague in the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian community. It's at an all-time high. It's terrible, man. I tell you. Just broad right.
Why Israelites say, why certain campers say man so much when they preaching, teaching, talking? Go ahead.
I've never seen that. Just broad right and in your face. And the sad part is our brothers and sisters don't even understand how destructive the activity they are engaging in is. They don't understand how destructive their acts and their nasty, disgusting lusts are. It is near to genocide. It is crafty genocide of a nation. ISUPK members from ISUPK headquarters, YouTube class titled The Crafty Genocide of a Nation. I want to time out real quick. So with all of this media attention being given to the Hebrew Israelites right now, I think it's kind of a good thing and it's kind of a bad thing. At least the Hebrew Israelite idea is getting out there. But as big as this movement's getting, I've seen all these things. I mean, I don't have a whole bunch of social media presence, but, I got Facebook and whatnot. And, I watch all the morning sports shows and I see what they're doing. But the thing is, all I hear is we're the people. Not once. This is how I know that this can't be, Jesus can't be standing behind this, because I haven't heard his name once in all of this. Like, not even one time. And I understand finding out who you are is important, but that's supposed to be a means to get to the final of knowing Jesus, and I just haven't heard it one time. Even calling Yeshua, whatever, I'm down with that too. I just haven't heard anybody say it. And to me, that's a cause for concern. You know what I mean?
Not just you, a lot of people. But go ahead. What say ye on that, y'all? Go ahead.
I mean, Kobe, come on now. Salvation comes through Israel. So if Israel's lifted up, then eventually in time, Christ be lifted up, brother.
So it's Israel. See, because whenever I think of that, whenever they say you must cleave to Israel, I look at that a verse saying not seeds of many, but seeds as of one.
Singular. Come on.
And that seed was Jesus. So when we cleave to Israel, we're cleaving to Jesus. To me, I don't know. Tell me which one is worse. Do the Catholics venerate Mary more, or do the Israelites venerate bloodline more? Which one's worse? I mean, I know they get a lot of their tricks from the Catholic Church, even though they claim to hate them, but man, it's almost identical. It's pretty crazy.
Hold on, speaking of bloodlines, let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
How come I've never heard bloodlines talked about so much outside of folks who talk about the 13 bloodlines with the Illuminati? So does that play a factor, Brian? Because I've never heard bloodline talked about so much.
You ain't lying.
Pure bloodline, and I don't know.
And the thing is, when it comes to bloodline, I hear a bunch of people giving answers, but they're always, the curses. I don't really, and I know there's a few Israelites out there that they can, back up their claims with genetics and others with history, but that's not the majority. It's a very fine minority, like maybe a handful of people that can actually do it. You know what I mean? So whenever we're talking about bloodline, I don't even want to say who is and who isn't an Israelite, but if you're going to have to bring it out there and say bloodline, I mean, you got to come with some kind of receipts to show who that bloodline comes from. Because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but not all Black people got here by way of transatlantic slave trade. You know what I mean? So if you don't know that for sure your descendant or ancestor was one of them, what right do you have to claim something that possibly and potentially isn't yours? I just don't want to look stupid in the end. Is my thing, I guess.
All right, go ahead.
All right, I'll finish reading this. Where are we at?
I think
So
if
if you're a
you're
Christian, yeah, if you're a Christian, you're a plagiarist of the Hebrew culture, or plagiarist of the Hebrew culture. If you're a Muslim, you're a plagiarist of the Hebrew culture. If you're a so-called Jew, you're a straight thief of the Hebrew culture. So what the hell are you so proud about your religion? They proud because their religion has given them the ability to conquer and destroy on earth. Commanding General Yohana, the Grill, one of the shows of the ISUPK, which he leads. Man, and see, when all this stuff is going to come out, right? And scholarship doesn't really care if you want your name out there or not. They're going to write papers on you, and you're going to be the center of scrutiny on a lot of things, especially if you're not correct. So as this comes out more and more, the people in the ivory towers or whatever, they're going to start talking about all this stuff, and I just, man, they look at us, and I'm talking about minorities in general here. They look at us as, you know, ignorant as is. I hate to be giving them all this ammunition. You know what I mean? I really wish that there were some Israelites that would step up and do proper research.
I try to
And
tell
put
them.
this
I
out
try to
there.
tell them this a year ago. They
I
don't want
remember.
it. They don't
I
want it. They
remember.
want to do what they want. They want to connect with these camps. They all want to be one people moving forward. I'm gonna tell you what the next move is. The next move is just to swipe the entire movement under the rug, like British Israelism.
That's
It
probably
spread to Canada, it spread to Australia. But what happened to British Israelism? There were pockets of it. The government said A, B, C, and D. That's who them folk is. That's what's going to happen. Because some of y'all want to unite so much with your brothers and sisters and all their great doctrine and everything. Y'all are one whole people, and the whole movement is pseudo. Y'all don't call out your pseudo. That's like I'm rich them and looking for scholars. Oh, Israel can't speak against Israel. So your thing is going down like Freemasonry. Masonic law is just going there and say anybody say anything and attach it to the text. Of course, Hiram, there was a guy named Hiram, and they built Solomon's temple. They put a whole oral tradition to it. And the oral tradition is what they call Masonic lore. Y'all got that lore. I'm telling you what they doing to y'all. Y'all have done it to yourselves. I'm going to leave them folk alone. They're going to examine the movement, and it's nothing but British Israelism. Y'all got all the talking points. Reverend Charity said, well, we got the 400 years. Everything else they got. So they're going to sweep it underneath the rug. I'm pull up British Israelism right now. It's going to say it's a pseudo-historical movement. And that's what they finna do to y'all, because y'all not going to think to separate yourselves. But go ahead. That's what y'all wanted. Y'all got it. Go ahead.
It's going to do a disservice to the community because, again, there are some people out there with legitimate claims, even to the ethnic claims. You know what I mean? I hold the position that Abu does. I've seen a majority of his videos, and I hold his position on who could possibly be Israel and who can't. And he even made mention of a couple of people who claim Israel who have a really good shot, and I believe that. But all this other crazy stuff, once it starts hitting the mainstream, they're all going to be discredited and no one's ever going to look at it again. And I don't want that to happen, because I want, whenever people think Jew, I don't want them to just see white people. You know what I mean?
Come on.
I want them to know that there are Israelites or Jews or whatever term you want to use for them, that they're out there. And not only are they out there, but they're not a fringe belief or ideology. Like, they have claims to what they're preaching. Not only that, I think if we were to be able to establish that, or sort of a new form of Judaism, if you will, and call it Israelite, whatever, I think that is a good chance to get away from the Talmudic and rabbinic version of Judaism that they were giving us, and make it wholly about the Old and New Testament and belief in Jesus Christ, to where we don't have to convert to what they say to convert to because their sages put it in a book. I'm saying that we should do it ourselves. Oh man, I'm saying that the Israelites should do it themselves and have their own form, to where they don't have to convert to something that someone else just thought of. They may have a legitimate claim, just as the little hat people do. All kinds of people need to change. A lot of stuff.
Come on, unlimited.
Hey, but Kobe,
Let me hold on. I'm gonna bring Alan back. I'm gonna see what Alan can add to this conversation that's gonna really help. I don't want to hear no conspiracy garbage. I want to really help with this thing move forward. But unlimited keys here. Go ahead. What you were saying, Dunamis?
No, I'm saying, but Kobe, that raises a question about the history. You're saying not the Talmud and the rabbis, but you know what I'm saying? That's part of history. You know what I'm saying? So it's not even like just doctrine about how do we conduct ourselves as Israelites? So what do you do with that? Do you just throw out all that history and that teaching, or what?
The same with everything else. You don't throw everything out. You just learn from it and apply what you see as the best to glorify God. I definitely think that we should probably put the Talmud down. Not that it's as wicked as everybody says, but it's just not needed. We already have something that teaches us after the Old Testament. It's the New Testament. You know, we don't need to write anything else. I just think we could go back to that. And I think Israel, if they were serious about what they're doing, they could go back to that. You know what I mean? And just have them be Jewish people doing their rabbinic Judaism thing, and then Israelites could be doing their thing. You know what I mean? I don't see an issue with that. Even amongst Judaism themselves, there's different classes of Judaism, whether they're conservative or Hasidic or Reformed. You know what I mean? Like, you can change things up, but all those people are considered legit Jews. The reason that Israel is not being looked at as legit is because of all these people on the corner saying that they want your 9-year-old daughter and your 14-year-old son to be their slave forever. Like, it's utterly ridiculous. We need to stick with the true claims and things that can be validated, and deal with people like Damon Richardson that was on last night, and actually deal with the claims, not the fluff, not the you're the Mason and the white man and the Vatican. No, man, come on, just give us the answers, and let's move on amicably and pave a new way. You know what I mean? Like, we should be thinking bigger than just winning some arguments on YouTube. Like, we could,
and it hurt, but he said some interesting stuff. We got a track record. They said, what's the name said? He said he working on an MDiv right now, second Exodus. All of y'all in Israel, and y'all love Israel so much. All of y'all, there's a whole bunch of get rid of this anti-intellectual spirit. Y'all need degrees in this thing. Y'all can say what y'all want. It's mad them divs in the church, and church put more work in than Israel. If y'all gonna be here and y'all gonna be in this country, the Lord time for another 100 years, put that work and go to school if y'all concerned with the thing. Really learn the language. Don't make stuff up. Really learn the real language.
And I
guarantee you spit that real history. That's all we're saying. It's okay. Why, when he said, "Who are the Israelites? Where are y'all scholars?" How come y'all couldn't just spit at least 100 people on? Y'all said Divine Prospect just got a PhD. Y'all said he just got that. How come it ain't? Listen, all of y'all with channels out here. How come all of y'all ain't got degrees? How come all of y'all ain't in school? I don't know. If y'all really serious about it, them dudes, Mike Holloway, them dudes is mad dudes out here serious about it. They're gonna spend years and years and years after Bible school, after regular school, and they're gonna put that work in because they serious about what they believe. They serious about what they want to do and the work they want to put in if that want to be their field. Go ahead.
And it's easy to see. Once you do just a little bit of schooling, you understand how just fallacious some of these claims are. Let's go to the basic one of Hebrew being Yiddish now. Man, take a semester of Hebrew, and they will show you the difference between Hebrew and Yiddish. And you will know that our Bible is not Yiddish. Like, we can put that down.
Somebody said, I thought Moses wasn't that smart. Where you get that from? Not Acts 7:22. That Holy Bible said he was learning all the wisdom of the Egyptians. Moses went to school.
Daniel too.
School, but he said, I count that and nothing. Daniel too. They ain't taking nothing but we talking about the best of the best. They was educated.
And the thing about that is everybody's always dogging school, saying, well, the apostles didn't go to school, blah, blah, blah. But the thing is that I don't think, and this is another thing, they're not really informed about Jewish history. Even though that they were, tax collectors and fishermen, that's what they did after about 13 years of rabbinic teachings. Like, you can't sleep on Matthew and Peter because they had secular jobs. Every Jewish person at the age of 5 begins to learn how to read. Oh, I think it's like at the age of 3 or 5 or something like that. They start to learn how to read, and what they're reading is the Torah, the first 5 books. At the age of like 7, they move on to something else, and at 9 they move up to the Mishnah, and 13 they move to the Talmud. Like, they're learning this all the way up until the time it's time for them to get that other kind of job. However, if they're extra good at this learning thing, they become scribes and Pharisees. That's just the way it worked. But to say that none of them went to school is utterly ridiculous. There was even not a study, but someone wrote something on the Apostle Paul, and they said that if Paul was alive today, he would have the equivalent of 2 doctoral degrees because of all the information he knew and everything that he was trained up on as a kid. So to say all this and no one went to school, that's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Everybody goes to school.
Because low key, we sound like Muslims
with
Muhammad. unlearned, illiterate, and it has to be
And the
God that
spirit
does
gonna tell
stuff.
me everything, and the spirit going what resonates with me and all this other crazy stuff. Because spirit ain't telling me what he's telling y'all, so it got to be somewhere to verify it. Come on, Keys.
I just had a couple questions, not pertaining to the exact topic, but kind of pinpointing, I believe in cutting the mustard and seeing if you're going to catch up. So I'll put it out there like this. The church has all this history, the scholars, the money, the years of teaching. This movement, I mean, let's just be real. It has hit the mainstream, but it was actually circulating a lot longer than I'll say just the past 5 years of what we've really been in depth in talking about it since I've joined the Berean channel about 6 years ago. With all that being said, why haven't the movement been stopped by the church? Now, we can always say that the church thought it was never going to be an issue to address it, but I mean, like, even trying to address it right now, the way that you're trying to address it, you are years behind in what the Israelites have done on the internet. And I believe a lot of it was done while, the church was shouting and going conference hopping, while the Israelites were using the internet when the internet was not as popular amongst everybody. So they got their material out there first. Now is an uphill battle because it's late to the game, even in being addressed.
This is very sad. Y'all see how I like Keys coming on here? He's talking good now. One thing I do want to address is when we look historically at movements, the Gnostic movement and various movements, the church didn't stop them, but they put information out that was against them. And that was important. But what he said, what do y'all say about everything else he said? It's not to stop a movement, but it's to bring awareness to the movement. And they've always done that if we go all the way back to the 2nd century. That they've always been bringing information out like that. But what do y'all say to that? And because y'all know I've said things along the same lines. I've been saying that forever. Come on, Coach, floor is open. Let me see. I'm sorry. All right, Doom is back. Go ahead.
There's a saying, cults are the unpaid debts of the church.
Correct.
That
was Walter Martin. Who said that?
I forgot who said it, but yeah, they say that the church doesn't really address a lot of things. But if we're gonna say that if a movement is growing, despite the church, that it must be something good. But I mean, I would just show that. I mean, there's other cults. I mean, the Mormons are still going strong. The J-Dubs are still going strong. Islam is going to overtake Christianity as the biggest religion in like the next 20 years.
Especially they keep getting married and having these babies. It definitely is. I think
it's not the church's job. And I said it the other day, it's not the church's job to shut everything down. However, they do need to be doing a better job. And there are with the Mormons and the Jehovah's Witness, their arguments have been brought to the forefront and mainstream. You can catch debates between Christian scholars and Mormon scholars and Jehovah's Witness scholars that understand everything that the Christians understand. They just have a different point of view, and they can have a real debate. I mean, we saw the last time that some Israelites tried to debate some Christian scholars, and it didn't go too well. I'm just saying there needs to be a better job.
What do you think about this? When people make statements like this right here, Hebrew Israelites, black Hebrew Israelites have no proof, no history, no receipts, nothing. And y'all going to hear more and more of that. I know y'all don't like it, but y'all are going to hear more and more and more of that.
That's about as ignorant as you putting on shoes over your boots.
Talk about it.
Yeah, they got lots of proof. I mean, there's somebody who has a website with a whole bunch of mess of sources and stuff like that, right? I mean, I think people got proof, people got history, people got receipts. It's just who's presenting this information. You know what I mean?
And when people say, and then when you get people out here that's saying, oh, that been debunked, this been debunked. Y'all heard Richardson that he said, no, I do agree with you that a video, a documentary should have been out here on this stuff. And I'm hoping that somebody do specifically, I can let him ride. I'm hoping that the church do get 100 or whatever. I'm just putting a number out there because people need to pay their mortgage. I think the church should give them 100,000. and pull a documentary together to rebut what some of the stuff that people are saying. There's claims out here. I heard, what was that? Sherry said last year, 2 years ago, oh, that stuff wasn't been thoroughly debunked. No, what are you talking about? That's propaganda for the simple.
Brother Berean, can we at least come to an agreement that when you anticipated for almost like 5 or 6 months for the Jude 3 project, that you was kind of you even said you was disappointed on that next video addressing it. You said
I got to tell the truth. Yes,
you know what I mean. So my thing is, if we waiting on this video and we looking at the record of it versus so far, and maybe it's early in the game, but I don't really believe that making a video is going to counter this. I think what it is that kind of like when the printing press came out, the internet also has created a total paradigm shift. It's something that, it's just something that happened with what the technology of the time developed into. So with the paradigm shift of it all happening, and the fact that, the Israelites did, put a lot of body of work out first, because you can go back to seeing some of these videos of some of these guys talking, and they got recordings of somebody in 1999 talking about some of the same things that we're dealing with. And you know what I mean? Even if they put out a video, if it's a disappointment, then what? Because I believe it's only two things that can really happen.
What?
Either the Israelites are wrong and we're ignorant, or if the Israelites are right, which I believe we're right, I believe that this can start setting a precedence for reparations, because not only do we have the historical accounts, but we also have the biblical narrative to match it. And I think that that's part of the key to what may be, you know what I mean? I'm not no conspiracy theorist or nothing like that, but I see something totally different, because when you look at the scriptures and you're talking about the wealth of the wicked is for the righteous. That's a transfer of wealth. And I believe that what we're doing can possibly lead to something like that happening.
I gotta ask. I gotta kind of push back, because that sounds like a false dichotomy. What that is for you probably know, but people that are gonna watch later might not know. A false dichotomy is where you give us two options and present them like that's the only way it could go, when that isn't. There's
no,
more
what
ways.
I'm saying. No, I did not say that. I said these are the only things that can be true. Either we're wrong, or either we're right. It's not about how many different options and where this goes. Either we're wrong or we're right.
That's not, but that's what I'm saying. That's a false dichotomy. There's a lot of things that are right about Hebrew Israelism, but there's also a lot of things that are wrong. If we put down the entire what would be considered doctrine, like a systematic doctrine of the Hebrew Israelites, if we put that down and address individual claims, I think we could progress conversations a lot more than what they are. As it is right now, we have to either accept everything or put it all down, which is why we've been arguing about the same thing for 3 years.
I'm not saying that, Covey. I think you're kind of missing the point with this, because with what the Israelites are talking about, let's say, like, let's approach it from the possibility that this is true. Let's say let's just say by chance, God used Kanye West and Kyrie Irving through whatever ignorance that it appeared to be to get this message out. Once this message is out and the world sees us as that, then the world is going to question who is who. You know what I mean? The wealth of the wicked, keep in mind, the wealth of the wicked is in store for the righteous. But then the world is going to question, where is it?
They'll be quicker to want to give reparations because they find out you're Israel and just not black.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is the beginning motions of what could be the avalanche effect of all of this. Because, if you really think about it, Brother Berean, this is the first time in which the access of information can change the mind just within a blink of an eye. I mean, the printing press, it was breaking technology for the time, but the technology around it did not match it because the access to that, the printing press was not disposable to everybody. This right here, this internet that we're on,
come on.
Not only does it share here in America, it shares in Brazil, it shares all around the world. Once this message reaches all around the world, because now you're starting to see a lot of people say, they're the Israelites. Once the world comes to that conception, or the majority of the world comes to that conception, then the next step in that, with a few steps in between, the next major step would be the world would have to kind of question, where have we been sending all our money to?
Yeah,
Who
but
have
hold on.
we
But
been?
how much money did Beta Israel get? How much money did the Lembas get? How much money did the Igbos get after their discovery being Israel?
See,
No, we got to get the American. Go ahead. Let me go ahead.
What I'm saying is that America is gonna have to come to it's gonna have a it's Jesus moment, because once the world proclaims this, then I mean, think about it. The world proclaims this, then America's gonna know who they got, who they refuse to let go, who have they been treating this whole entire time, from slavery to Jim Crow through mass incarceration. It's a biblical precedence for reparations and that transfer of wealth. It may not happen within the next 2 or 3 years or 4 or 5 years, but I think that if that is the case, and once you all, because if we're saying we're the Israelites, the world recognize us as the Israelites. You know, if we could go back a few years ago, a lot of y'all was claiming there was no Israelites on this boat. Then it moved to some. And there's a progression of this going on. And it could be biblical, it could set a precedence for the avalanche to roll in that direction. And I don't think, if it's wrong, here it is. We'll just be the fools that the world always think we are. I mean, like, for real.
That pains me. I don't want that to happen at all. I don't want that to
I
happen.
could care less what
I could care.
See,
I don't
you know,
want that.
the reason why I don't care about what the world thinks about me, because I know who I am. I have Christ in my heart.
So then why are you worried about them recognizing you if you don't care what they think?
Because that's going to happen. First of all, that's going to happen biblically.
But you're saying
that's going to happen biblically. So if you don't want it to happen, then keep fighting for it not to happen.
Keep fighting. But the thing is, whenever it came to the Igbos and them, whenever they claimed to be Jews, the world didn't just accept it. They were getting tested left and right, and you had to prove who you were. Do you honestly think you could prove who you are? And they didn't use Bible for it.
I believe we have a biblical precedence.
I just said though, but they didn't ask.
Could we clarify who we refers to?
I'm sorry, Boo. I don't know who you're talking to.
No, because the gentleman kept on saying, if we are the Israelites, we have a biblical precedent. I'm just curious what the word "we" refers to there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead.
Those that came over here on slave ships.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Those that came over here on slave ships, those that went abroad on slave ships, and those that were scattered on slave ships. And let's not play dumb. Israel was not just sent to America. Some of Israel was sent to Brazil. Some of Israel landed in England. Some of Israel landed in India. This thing went worldwide. It's not just us here in the United States. And I don't believe we're wholeheartedly honest with this conversation when we leave out our brothers that went by boat in Brazil. I mean, there's many of us scattered all over the globe. It's not just pertaining to us in the United States. But the thing is, what you're seeing here in the United States is the first step of it being proclaimed.
What about
wait a minute. Not only is it being proclaimed, it's being proclaimed with a boldness that your Jew 3 project couldn't even address. And y'all waited on it.
But the thing is...
And y'all waited on it. No.
The Jew 3 project...
Y'all was waiting on that. Y'all was waiting on that to bash on Hebrews, and it didn't go y'all way.
But Damon said the other day,
he
I
was
asked a question about that. He said it wasn't about that. It's about showing that Christians have the white man's religion. So,
Y'all was hoping, Brother Berean was saying he was hoping that it would address something, and he even said that he was disappointed. That's why he just admitted that he did say that. You're
That's
not
one
going to
person. That's one person. That, I mean, if I don't know if you know what broad brushing is, but to say everybody, you know, like, no way, that's just Berean, and you just said it. But the thing is, you're saying that this was the first step, but what about the Ethiopian Jews when they were recognized? Was that not the first step? Like, why are you so special that you are the first step? I don't know. I'm gonna go spend some time with my lady, y'all. I'll see y'all. It's been a enlightening conversation. I'll catch this on the replay.
I have one to ask Cody a question real quick.
What's up, real quick? What's up?
Before you leave.
All right, what's up?
Okay, two things. What do the Israelites call Christ? You got any names that the Israelites call Christ?
They call him Jesus. They call him Yeshua. They call him Messiah. They call him Christ. They call him Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. You know, all the names.
Not trying to be disrespectful, but you're full of crap when you say that the Israelites don't talk about Christ, but now you just speak of the name that the Israelite called Christ. I think that's like real disrespectful to just lie like that, and now you just name the names that the Israelite called Christ.
Yeah, all my Israelite friends, they know Christ.
But you said earlier that Israelites don't speak about Christ.
No. I said with all the media coverage and the true awakening or whatever, like I hear a lot about we're the people, but I haven't heard Jesus once.
I mean,
hold on, Fervent Charity. As soon as Kobe jump off, Fervent Charity, you could jump on.
Brother Berean, can I say something to that real quick? And you know, this awakening, you may not like how it's going down because it doesn't mention Christ first at the point where you want Christ mentioned.
He should be mentioned always. He should be mentioned always. He's all that matters.
It is mentioned, but let me ask you another
See,
thing.
that's the problem. The church is trying to dictate something that this is not the church's thing.
Who cares about
the church? If I be lifted up, I'll draw all men unto me.
This is not sorry. So you're not gonna no.
Okay, Yeshua.
You're trying to make
King of the Jews, the Redeemer, the Savior.
The Savior. Yes, we've all acknowledged that.
Not in the media lately. All I've heard is the people. When are we going to start hearing some Jesus or Yeshua? Keep with the Hebrew talk, right? Let's be, if you're going to be Israel, let's keep with the Hebrew talk then. When are we going to hear Yeshua in all this? At one point, do we just, because, you know, this is what Abba Bivens did and the original One West. If you saw that video from Naphtali ben Naphtali, he said that the 12 tribes chart was a gimmick, a hook to get him in the door, and then they could teach him the rest of their doctrine. It seems like the Israelite coverage in the media right now is just a gimmick to get him in. But at what point are they going to start teaching Jesus?
I don't think Jesus.
You know what? They teach Jesus from a different standpoint. You teach Jesus from trying to get raptured. They're cheap.
When did I mention rapture?
No. That's the Jesus y'all promoting is this rapture Jesus. While the Israelites, hold on, let me just say it. And there's nothing wrong with the rapture Jesus.
This is why
there's nothing wrong with the rapture Jesus.
Stop your rapture Jesus nonsense. He said there's nothing wrong with the rapture Jesus.
There's nothing wrong with the rapture Jesus, but there's also a Jesus that's coming back for his people, and that he did say that was scattered in Joel chapter 3. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay.
Okay, so
what we're saying is you know what? A lot of what you're hearing is not the Jesus of love everybody and hold everybody singing "We Are the World" and "Kumbaya." There is also another side of Jesus.
This guy is one of those people, man. Look, dude,
no. That's my man.
I'm one of what people? Because we can have this dialogue, but the thing is that you're just kind of mad because you're not in a place to dictate this movement. You're not in the place to dictate this movement. You know why? Because while you were out there church hopping and y'all were shouting with y'all eyes closed, there was other people putting out information. There was other people lining up history, all while the church was doing this. And now it's 20 years late in addressing this. And you can address it all you want to. Y'all been waiting on this Jude 3 project. I'm willing to put my car note into a bucket and say that whatever documentary y'all come out with within the next 3 years, don't nothing happen coming from it.
And then Berean, you see, that's the part where it's hard. With how earlier we was talking about how come the church hasn't dealt with things. You can't do the level of a man's just straight belief. A man, what's it called? Man, a man believes to himself can't change. And a man can't change belief. And conspiracy. If the church burns the books of the heretics, they're just trying to hide the truth from us. So it's like,
I've never what books? I've never said nothing about books.
No,
and
I'm not.
going through it or
I'm
anything.
speaking in general.
Yeah.
I'm speaking in general.
Okay.
That if a man has a
minute.
strong belief, go ahead. If a man has a
No,
strong
go ahead,
belief,
because I want to get some other people. There's a lot of people on here.
yeah. Now, I'm just gonna say real quick. If a man has a strong belief, it's hard to get to dissuade from that. Then two, the conspiracy come out. So no matter what the church may do, or people may agree to get rid of the lies or the bunk, it can feed into conspiracy. They're just trying to hide it. You see how, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of, who paid for it? So it's like, I don't know. So it's like, how do you really address it to the manner that it goes to using reason?
Yeah, come on, Mark Edward, you've been a while in Roger. I wanted to find out if this the real Ella Joe here. Go ahead.
I'm hop off, man. Y'all be good. Y'all say.
All right.
Yeah,
all right,
I want to say about this Jesus conversation. Jesus
Brother
is the
Berean?
Yes.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah, that's a real. Okay, hold on. I just want to make sure that was you. All right, good.
Yes,
good. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. What you talking?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, as far as the Jesus conversation, Jesus is the central figure of the belief system, the most important person, bar none. I don't think that's the dispute. The dispute is an ethnic claim, and people have to be genuine about that. It's not about, well, I haven't heard Jesus mentioned in the media.
Okay.
Look, if we want to start throwing shots, we can say the church don't mention Jesus a lot of times, and a lot of things that they've been doing, especially over the past 15 years or so. But I'm not about throwing shots. I'm just about having a genuine conversation, and you can't be dismissive of, well, I don't even want to say dismissive. You have to look at it from an honest perspective and say, okay, what is this all about? What is going on? Obviously, it's an ethnic claim, and I think a lot of things that are going on, I think, people know exactly who we are. I know people know who we are. They didn't just go pick up random people from the west coast of Africa and bring them over here and all over into the Americas.
I always hear that, but I always hear people say that. You telling me, because that's the only reason that scared me. You telling me them folks said, these are Levites here. I'm gonna drop them, these Haitians, I'm gonna drop them in Haiti. You think the white man had a chart with who he picked up and what tribes they were from and how he was gonna separate them? I can't believe that.
No, so that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I don't. Hold on for a
Hold on,
second.
I don't think nobody else mute themselves. Go ahead. I want to hear this.
The guy with the flag, he talking. No, I don't. That's not what I'm saying. And I will say this: I don't believe in no chart. That chart that they have, I don't believe in that. And it's because it's common sense kicks in. It was boats that stopped at different locations, and they dropped off slaves as they saw fit to work the sugarcane fields and the rice fields and so forth. Over here in the cotton fields. The point that I'm making is it wasn't just random people picked up. It was not just random.
Good.
It wasn't random people picked up, even when we go and look at the older books. And that was what you kind of brought up earlier when you talked about
Israel saying that. He said like they switched up. The older books were more plain on the description of who they were. And go ahead.
Even before I ever heard of any of this stuff, when I was younger, I never acknowledged myself as a quote unquote African. The reason being is because I didn't know where in Africa I was from. I don't want to just say I'm an African because it's like, okay, well, what exactly does that mean? It's 50 some odd nations in Africa. What people in Africa am I from? And I never tried to delve into it and look into it because, where do you start, right? But
jump back on, Covey. You said she already went to sleep. I'm sorry. Jump back on, Covey. The $sign Berean teach. Somebody send us $1. Go ahead.
I did have enough sense to know that people were not just randomly picked up. I knew that even if
Africans
were
how do
turning
you
on.
know that they just grabbed? They. How do you know? This is what I want to know. What make you say? Because I don't think what y'all be thinking. I just be wondering, Lord. I say to myself sometimes, Gia, Lord, you ain't talking to me about no awakening. I ain't thinking, but what the other folk think about him? What's I don't know. There's something that's wrong. Yes, thanks. Yes, Sister Smith. I got that on PayPal. I can put the link in there if you want to put $1 on the thing.
I respect that, Brian. I respect that totally. But let me ask you this question: did the Lord ever speak to you about what color is Christ?
Did the Lord ever speak to me about what color is Christ? No, because I was always on some other stuff. I was always on some other stuff, and then when I started as an adult, I started getting into it. I got into it with some people that was on some defolked and lied, and they so I never was on that other thing right there. That's where the beef coming. That's gotta be what it
No.
is.
So what I'm saying is, my question is, did the Lord ever speak to you and say, "Hey, I'm not white," or did He ever, drop things in your spirit or speak to you specifically about, why do you believe what the mainstream narrative is about me? That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
So He did.
Seeking, I could say in seeking out. Yes.
Okay. So He didn't do that with me, but at the same time, I did sit back and I would question, like, okay, did He look like this? I don't, I would just question it. But I'm not saying that the Lord, spoke to me about it. The Lord didn't speak to me about, me being an Israelite or whatever. I always just had a general question about why did things happen the way they did. And I had enough common sense to know that it's an issue with them stopping concerning speaking about who the blacks, quote unquote, are in America when they just stop at, slavery. Obviously we were a people before slavery. What people group is that? Because if we were Africans, then the question for me, I don't know if anybody else has this question, and my personal question would be to our brothers and sisters over in Africa from the nations that we're from. Why did y'all give us away? Or if y'all didn't give us away, why did y'all allow us to be stolen? Why did y'all sell us? Whatever the narrative was, since I was younger, I did have that question. It would be like, okay, well, why did things happen? And then subsequently, why have y'all never tried to come and get us? And why have y'all never stood for us when we were going through all the atrocities we were going through over here? So that was just a general question I had since I was a kid. Didn't know nothing about a Hebrew Israelite or nothing. Never questioned nothing about the Jews, none of that. It didn't matter to me because, again, I'm going to reiterate this, and I believe most Israelites feel this way. The only thing that mattered was who Christ is, period. And that's still the only thing that matters. The blood of Jesus is the only thing that matters, that is indisputable. And anybody that tries to switch the narrative to something different is changing it. So that's primary. Now, secondarily, then the question is, okay, what's really true concerning the word? Now, I can say this. I've seen videos and so forth of the Pope kissing a black Jesus and bowing to black Madonnas. Then my question would be, why is that the case? We do know that the Romans invaded Israel and specifically sacked Jerusalem. They know the people that they took in captivity, and they know the people that they slaughtered. What is in the Vatican? In their in the behind closed and locked doors. What is really going on? And then when you go and look at other nations,
thank you,
and what
Tony. A
they
plane
have
crashed. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No. I just seen something. Go ahead.
Okay.
So you said the Romans. All right. No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You can ask the question. You said the Romans.
You said that the Romans. Hold on. I want you to hold on because he might be going somewhere, y'all. He might be going somewhere with this. Roger, come to the microphone. I know he's gonna talk about the conspiracy.
What's up, grace and peace, Maria?
Thank you, Tony. Grace and peace. Good to see you, other Mike, Pastor Mike. Did you make that? Well, let me be quiet. I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna text you right now. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, to me, I'm a little worried. I ain't gonna hold you up because when I hear people talking about information, and I have been waiting on somebody just to pop out with the information that just shocked me. I haven't seen it yet. And like just as a
What do you
black,
think about Damon Richardson jumping on the other day? We was playing this video. We ain't had no choice. That's one of the rules we got here. We got somebody video on. They can't jump on. You know, like I said, J Dub, when he dropped that video, I think we're talking about I forget the other dude name that be rapping and stuff like that. And he jumped on. What do you think about when he jumped on? What were your thoughts exactly? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I mean, I agree with him. You know what I'm saying? When I hear people talk, and to me, this is only going to get worse, and it's not because of the Black Hebrew Israel. They're doing something amazing. This is how the world, misinformation is a big thing.
Come on.
And so when people get on TikTok and they just feed you a 25-second video, your brain is wired to like jump on that because you're getting quick doses of dopamine, like of everything that you want in the video. You getting that. You don't got to do any type of research because you're looking at videos. And so that's when I tell people keep telling me about these conspiracy theories. Look at CERN, da da da. I can guarantee you've only looked on YouTube. You've only looked on TikTok, and that's not research. And that's what people need to understand. Looking at 10 videos on YouTube is not research. Posting a clip of a book is not research. Reading the book is not research. Those things, like what real research is, people not doing that. And so when I see people up here like, yeah, you know, it's all these facts. No, it ain't. I've looked for it. You only have circumstantial evidence. And when I say the possibility that most African Americans in America are Black or are Israelites is so slim,
Why?
How, like, Berean, I want you to think about this for me, right?
Thank you, J Mac.
That's not even where the slave trade even started. It started in East Africa before it even got to West Africa. And people don't even talk about that. I mean, for hundreds of years before this transatlantic slave trade happened, it was going on in East Africa. And it wasn't just Black folk. They was taking everybody. So like they don't talk about that part of the history. They don't talk. I rarely hear people talk about South America and how a lot of South Americans still keep their African traditions. They still dance like that. And it's I'm not really sure why. I got to do more research on that. But a lot of them have kept their traditions. You know what I'm saying?
Not Israelite tradition, African tradition.
There ain't no Israelite. Look at it. There is no Israelite tradition down there. They literally still keep their there's a large number of Yoruba people down there. And you can see it when you look at the Caribbean. And this is I'm not blowing no shots, but when you look at the Caribbean, you don't see an Israelite culture down there. When you look at Jamaica, you see remnants of African culture. It's a reason why Africans and Jamaicans have so much in common. I mean, it's a mixture of a couple things, but they got a lot in common with where we come from. So when people come up here and they say, well, you know, we got all this evidence, where is it? I have not seen something that be like, maybe we are, and like yet. And I have had an open mind, and I've told you, literally the thing that almost got me when I was like 14 was that Truth United video. You know what I'm saying? It was man, that got me. It had me thinking for a hot minute. But ultimately I'm like, it ain't making sense to me. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, outside of circumstantial evidence, I have not seen it. And to sit up here and act as if you are doing something as America move toward, like, and it's disheartening to see America move towards misinformation. People love this stuff. You know what I'm saying? And you're going to see it more often. Like, there were so many candidates that in this previous election that said Trump won the election.
Oh man, yeah.
So many of them, and so many people still going for it. And we all know Trump lost. And I'll bet you it's people in your chat right now. Well, I hope it ain't. But you know what I'm saying? I bet you it's people out here believing like Trump actually won. Why do they believe that?
That internet.
That's my point. The internet. So you got to understand a lot of this stuff. like it ain't. It's not as, oh, we doing this great job. You know, a lot of this stuff is just it's a lot of slow. No offense, it's a lot of people that just feeding into stuff, and to me it's scary because this is how like dangerous stuff happen. This is like I fear for the children. I don't know who's going to be teaching them. If the teacher's going to believe it, I have no idea where America's going. But we kind of got to slow down on thinking that you actually doing something by having a couple people, and especially I see a lot of white like youth little TikTok clips going around. Like, yeah, the black folks are the Israelites. I'm like, yeah, y'all just talking. Y'all done no research. Y'all just talking at this point. So,
all right, come on. All right, come on. Thank you. Come on, Abu.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. I mute myself.
What I would say is that I think when I jumped on when an earlier gentleman was talking about whether the Israelites are wrong, the Israelites are correct, I think part of the problem here, and this is something that I've brought up for quite some time, for years, is there is almost no agreement within the very diverse Israelite spectrum. So it always begs the question, like, right about what? Like, even the definition of Israelite is not agreed upon across the Israelite spectrum. Some are holding to patrilineal definitions. Then you got people like Teo Ministries who are jettisoned, that they'll jettison a patrilineal definition and so on. So there's like almost no agreement. It's very vague. So when people talk about like, oh, the powers that be know that this is true and, you know, this has been proven, but it's like they're referring to something incredibly vague. You know, that's the first point that I would throw out there, you know?
Yeah, keep going. Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, that's the gist of it. That's the thing that I come back to is like when you really start to dig in, a lot of the arguments are vague, the conclusions that are being reached are vague, and so on down the line, you know? And a lot of it is, frankly, a lot of it's based on morphology and leaps in logic and stuff like that. Now, that's not to say that any particular person who claims to be an Israelite isn't an Israelite or doesn't fit a particular definition of an Israelite, but the demonstration thereof is very vague, and we can flesh that out more, you know, as we discuss that with people. But that's something I think whenever this conversation is had, people, I think it has to begin with, what is your definition? What's your definition of Israelite? You're making a patrilineal claim? Are you making some other sort of claim? You know, it has to begin there. Otherwise, you know, it's incredibly vague.
I think the definition is pretty clear. The definition, people are making the claim that the people bought over in the slave trade were Israelites. But the gentleman who was on prior, but hold on for a second. The gentleman who was on prior, he mentioned about South America. Specifically, he mentioned Brazil. Before it was said that nobody mentioned South America. I had mentioned South America and Central America, and I said the Americas. I've also in the past times mentioned the sub-Saharan slave trade, you know, with the Muslims that started on the east coast of Africa. So those statements have been made. Now, to go back to the point about Israelite, I mentioned this also before. The term Israelite, by definition, means a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That is what the suffix ite means.
So
I also mentioned.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So just to be clear, though, when you say descendant, do you mean a descendant on any particular line, or strictly the paternal line, or something else?
I'm speaking of what the term means. Now, the people who recognize themselves as Israelites, they knew who they were, right? So I'm not even delving in.
That's a bold. I can't
for a
that
second.
right there.
Hold on for a second. What I mean is
that, go ahead.
The Bible tells us in Numbers 1:18, it's done by patrilineal. But what I'm saying is the individuals who were Israelites, they knew who they were. The claim people are making is that the Israelites were captured in the slave trade and spread across the Americas. I don't think anybody needs to try to make it convoluted. That's what people are saying. So to say that someone doesn't understand it, I think that's disingenuous. I think it's really understood. Now, is there a lot of confusion within the quote unquote Israelite community? Of course. There's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of terrible doctrine. There's a lot of misuse of scripture. There's a lot of a lot of foolishness, I'll say, just to keep it simple. However, with all that being said, that does not mean that the people aren't the people. And that also doesn't mean that everybody who's saying they are the people are the people. I'm talking about within the quote unquote Israelite community. So I think sometimes people try to make it something that it's not. Like, for example, I hear the comment all the time, or the statement or question posed, well, is everybody who came across in the slave trade, are you saying that all of them are Israelites? I think that's not the wisest question to ask, because we can go and do the same thing when it comes to what happened when the children of Israel were released from Egypt. We all know that everybody that came out with them were not Israelites. However, we know that the reason why those people were even released in the first place is because they were descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. God said, that's why. No, hold on. Just the point I'm making, Dunamis. I'll make it make sense. God said to Moses, let my people go. He didn't say let everybody go. We know that the Egyptians had multiple people in captivity and in slavery in Egypt. Now, we know that there were people who clung on to Israel. That's why they weren't called Israel at the time, of course, but they were the children of Israel. That's why they were in that group that made the Exodus. So what I'm saying is, if somebody chose to take that same mentality, well, was everybody that came out of Egypt Israel? We know who came out. Obviously, we know that there were some people that weren't a part of Israel, but they were deemed a part as long as they followed the law, statutes, and commandments and did what Israel did. But at the same time, with that being stated, they were also seen as separate. There's a clear delineation in the scriptures that show us that. So that's what I say. Like when the question is posed, well, is everybody that came across during the transatlantic slave trade, were all of them Israelites? I don't believe so. I guarantee there was a ton of people. I ain't gonna say a ton. I guarantee there was a sect of people who were probably considered, criminals or whatever the case may be, and the Africans gave them up too, along with the children of Israel. But like I said earlier, and Roger makes a very valid claim. There's a lot of evidence that does need to be laid out on the table. But I will say this: there's a lot of evidence that is out there. Now, I noticed that a lot of times Berean shows clips and so forth of some good information that's proof, because it'll be something that's, some old documentation that Berean have a clip about that'll mention it. People just, will dismiss that information, not really comment on it, or sometimes people say, oh, that's pseudo. And it's like, okay, they're saying that's pseudo, but at one point in time, people were saying, well, nobody who came across in the slave trade were Israelites. And then they're saying it's some. And then, the video that Berean played a couple days ago, where the guy was refuting Kanye, he came out and said there's 20% or so that came over. So my question is, why is that moving? And we all know this. Let's just be honest. We know that the Limba tribe, and we know that the Yoruba tribe and so forth, who they've identified as Israel, we know that they're not the same people who are over there in the nation state of Israel now. They're not the same people. We all know that. Mm-hmm. So this goes back to what the gentleman who, was on the forum the other day and was, doing everything he was doing. He was having the DNA dispute. My question to him would be, because his main comment was on that Wayne State study. Okay. He was saying disputed, bring, evidence that's already fact checked by a certain board and so forth. Well, he stated that the people in Eastern Europe and the people in the Middle East share DNA with the Ashkenazi Jew. Okay. Well, he didn't say anything about Africa. And we all know that they've proven that Africans have DNA that points back to Israel. So that kind of refutes his study at that point, because the main point he was making, that no West Africans were Israelites.
To be fair, I don't think Damon Richardson said that.
I heard it. I listened to the whole thing.
It seemed to me that he explicitly said there were Israelite communities all over the world, including in various parts of Africa.
No, he mentioned, and I think everybody who was in this chat, we all can go back and pull the video up. He mentioned a multitude of times there was nobody on the west coast of Africa that were Israelites. That was what he said the DNA study proved from Wayne State in 2013.
Oh,
Like
Jay
the fact
Jackson
that
here. That's the one to send me that. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I had to step away from y'all. You sound like
Hey,
y'all
can I
getting
ask a
on the
quick?
DNA.
Can I ask a
Go
quick
ahead.
look at DNA just to make sure balance scale? Mark, real quick. When Kanye brought up Jesus, made Jesus his king, how often did you bring that up? The album or play it, that kind of stuff.
I don't listen to Kanye, never have.
So, but when
Thank
he
you,
brought up the
DMS.
claim about him being about him finding his identity and realizing it's Israel, have you brought that claim up or his talking points about that?
No, never have. I don't rely on Kanye. Matter of fact, I even spoke on that the other day. I don't think that Kanye or Kyrie are people that the Israelite community needs to use as a poster child, for the awakening, because we all know it's not. I respect what they have done in terms of standing up and saying what they feel like they need to say, but I don't like. There is nothing that they say that has altered my thinking in any kind of way. That's not the case.
Yeah, I'm saying that. No, not in the sense of just alternate thinking, right? But you sound pretty clear. But it's just a standpoint about when Jesus King. I didn't hear it being brought up as much as opposed to with Kanye understanding who he was as a person, being an Israelite. You
Right.
know
I
what I'm
can't
saying?
speak. Yeah, I can't speak for Kanye. Can't speak for Kyrie.
Not in Kanye and Kyrie, just the community. The community.
Oh, the
I didn't.
community. Got
Yeah.
you. Got.
So when he brought
Yeah.
Jesus King, it's more Christians playing the album. I'm open to be corrected, or talking about his new spiritual views, things of that nature.
Oh,
Right?
is that the name of a song? Like I said, I'm
Oh
totally
yeah,
honest.
okay. It's the name of an album he made a year ago, 2 years, a while back. Jesus King, and he
Okay, the
started
one
doing
that he was
concerts
performing
and
in
that kind of
like
stuff.
churches. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I did hear about that. Obviously, everybody's gonna hear about him performing at all these churches, and when that happened, I looked at that and I said, "What is this?" Because I know we're supposed to be looking for the Spirit of God and whatever God is moving on, and I looked at it, kind of just scratch my head. I'll just say that, but I wasn't knocking them or anything like that. But again, when we look at Scripture and we look at how the Spirit of God move, I was wondering about that. This is just my personal opinion, because I was wondering. It was all these people who was coming and they were going to churches and filling up and they were having a concert, but when people have a true encounter with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, there's a heart conversion that happens. So my question was, what is the conversion aspect? But then at the same time, I'm not trying to judge it like that, right? Because I can honestly say I never looked at you know what? I think I did look at one clip on YouTube with him doing the concert, but it was just like a little 2-minute clip or something like that. But I never listened to a song. I didn't even know that was the name of it.
Hold on. All right.
And
Hold on a second.
No, it makes sense. Yeah, now just make you sound like you have fair scales with that, bro. That's what making sure. Yeah.
All right. Hold on a second. Come on, Elder Joe, and then Fervor Charity or Fervor. I forgot which one came in first because I know there's another Joe in there. Come on, Elder Joe.
Can you hear me?
Yes. That sounds like you.
Yes. I don't know who that other person was. I
I
got
got an
kind of
idea. We got an idea who it was. Go ahead. I'm muting myself, but I'm walking away. I can hear y'all though.
right. I was listening. I'm in my vehicle right now. I'm on my way to the airport. I was listening to, all the, conversation and everything. And one of my big questions I have in my spirit is, when you build a house on a faulty foundation, don't expect the house itself to be firm and to stand. Jesus gave the parable about a man who built his house on a rock, and then there was another one who built his house on the sand. And it was the storm which actually determined what type of house it actually was. And I forgot the person that was talking earlier was talking about how come the church hasn't risen up to debunk the doctrine of the Hebrew Israelites. We don't have to do that. And the reason why we don't have to do it is because of what Jesus said in Matthew chapter number 16. He said, upon this rock, which means upon this truth, he says, I will build my church, and the very gates of Sheol shall not prevail against it. The church does not have to tear, we speak against false doctrine, but it's not the job of the church to try to tear down the Hebrew Israelites as far as the doctrine that they built up, because it will be the ultimate truth that will determine whether or not what they say is true or false. Let me give you an example.
I'm sorry, but hold on, Elder. This is the beef. They say it's awakening, and a lot of people on the other side are saying like this is the promise of the great falling away. How can it be two diametrically opposed views? And both people saying it's biblical now. But one group is saying that this is promise, this is that, and it's promise. Another people is like, yeah, this is that, and this was the warning. How can that be?
But Ryan, if we was able to go in Scripture and find this particular doctrine of end time teaching, end time doctrine, then I would be behind it. I would be behind it 100%. I myself was involved with a ministry that developed, that transformed over into the Hebrew Israelite doctrinal teaching. So I was able to experience it in a different type of way, because while my ministry that I was formerly in were so-called coming into this awakening, I also at the same time came into an awakening. And the awakening that I came into was a greater knowledge and understanding of who Jesus Christ is. If your awakening that you have come into has not brought you into a greater understanding of who Jesus Christ is, then I would say whatever you woke up to, you might need to go back to sleep, because Jesus is the ultimate fulfillment of the scriptures. That's why Jesus made this statement. He said, search the scriptures. He says, in them you think you have life. He said, it be they that testify about me. So what has to be understood is when we look at scripture, all I see is Jesus Christ and what his purpose and his mission was. When Jesus came into the world, his purpose was to redeem fallen humanity. It goes back to Adam all the way up to the present time into the future. Jesus' blood does not reach back to Israel. Jesus' blood goes all the way back to Adam. So when you got a doctrine of exclusion, to exclude every other ethnicity other than yourself, then you're on a wrong foundation, and your foundation and your doctrine is faulty.
But a
It's
lot of
very
people,
faulty.
this is how come we said that they need a creed, they need a council where they could come together and say A, B, C, and D, because most people are not that. Fervent Charity right here, he's not that. Most people, there are few in here now. Few that snuck up in here, but most people don't believe that. They believe it's open to everybody.
But Berean, one
But yet they
of
don't
the
want to
problems.
separate from different groups and different camps or different
Mm-hmm.
individuals that do teach that. Go ahead,
And
further. Go ahead, and then
I'm not saying that all of them do teach it, but what I do find that's kind of sad is when they hear their alleged brothers who call themselves also Hebrew Israelite teaching false doctrine. I do not hear them coming out against it as strong as we do as Christian apologists. I don't hear them like speaking up against it because in a sense they feel like they're speaking against themselves. The problem is this. It's really you're speaking against the church. You're actually speaking against the church, the body of Christ, which is made up both Jew and Gentile. There is no ethnicity when it comes to who is the reigning priest and king in the body of Jesus Christ. I also, Brother Berean, when I listen
somebody
to
said
all what
because
they're
it's done
talking
in their own
about,
community. Somebody said, Ryan says because basically they do it on the low, they do it in quiet, they do it in private. Is that what you're saying, Ryan? Type of one. If that's
I
what
don't
you're
think
saying, go
I don't
ahead.
think that's what he's saying. It's actually spoken out loud. If you go to those channels, you'll see they really get on each other all the time. And I will say this: I've mentioned it. I've tried to mention it every time I've spoke. I just mentioned about how it's a lot of bad doctrine. I've talked in the past about sanctification, about how they present messages and so forth, and just say anything at times. I have mentioned that myself.
Personally,
I'm not
but
saying nobody else.
can I, my brother, can I jump in when you talk about let's say bad doctrine? Okay, one of the worst bad doctrines that the Hebrew Israelites have built their doctrine on is actually a false interpretation of the scriptures. What they have done is, I'm not going to say you, but what they have done is they've read into the biblical text a meaning of the text, which they built their doctrine on, and they always ask the question, who fits these curses? Well, guess what? If I was actually to go to Deuteronomy it starts in actually chapter 20, 27 and 28, and I read verbatim all of those curses. And I said, does this apply to you? Does this apply to you? Does this apply to you? At some point, they're going to be saying, well, no, that's not me. No, that's not me. No, but you said this is you. But then when you go to Deuteronomy 28:68, and when it says, and no one shall buy you, if I read the scripture according to the doctrine that the Hebrew Israelites teach, if I read the scripture and I take away the word no one and I put the word that someone would buy you, then it would fit the doctrine of the Hebrew Israelites.
The no
This
one
is
will
why
buy
I
you is
do
what?
not relent.
The no one
I
is
do not
doctrine.
relent on what I always say, that the doctrine, your doctrine of Hebrew Israelite is built on a faulty foundation. And
Okay, hold on a
anything built
second.
on a false foundation can't stand.
I agree. Hold on a second, Elder Joe. You gotta explain some more of that. Fervent Charity, you come to the microphone then before Abu get out of here. I want to ask Abu why he terrorizing Pastor Kelly and Pastor Brian and them folk over there. Go ahead, Fervent Charity.
How y'all doing tonight? Grace and peace and blessings.
Don't you what we told you about Ezekiel 36?
I ain't finna do no Ezekiel
Okay,
36.
all right, go
like,
ahead.
The brother submitted a challenge, but look here, I must admit I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let you decide what you want to do, Berean, because I got 2 articles I want to read. But I'm gonna admit this first.
Slick, don't get blocked. Hey, hold on a minute. Look what Slick said. Slick, you crazy? You crazy? Slick told me like y'all don't speak out against them. Are you crazy? Said this is what I'm talking about right here. I bring up Jude 3 and all of them blowing against them folk. We've been doing that for years. Go ahead. There he go.
Yeah, but I got 2 articles I want to read. The brother Pastor Damon Richards, he
Yeah.
submitted a challenge. You know what I'm
Yes, he
saying?
did.
So I just want to kind of attempt to respond to that. I got
All
2
right.
articles. I got 2 articles I want to read. I believe one
You
is
want to read it, or you want to read it, or you want to pull up on screen and let Dunamis read it? Because you country folk, we don't understand half what y'all be reading.
Nah, I can let Dunamis read it, but if he just, I want him to take his time. I want him to try to brush through it. I want to try to understand it because
Can we read the abstract or we have to read the entire article?
Hold on. It's not an entire article. You best believe I cut out some pieces, but I got the links to both articles for whoever want to look at it. Now, I will say this. I believe one is peer reviewed because it's let me check this real quick. Because it's posted in the National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, Frontiers and Genetics. And the other one I want to read is posted on BioRxiv. But this one right here, this one is titled A Tale of Two Hypotheses, Genetics and the Ethnogenesis of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, this one says this article is a preprint and has not been certified by peer review. So what I want to do is I want to read some from the peer-reviewed one first, and then I want to read this article to show you, because he also listing his own sources to show you this is in line with the peer review one. But both of them is just he submitted that, and I want to attempt to do that. Now look,
that's what Richardson talking about with you. That's what Richardson talking about with you Israelites. Y'all get on here and get to the point.
But hold on. I want to make this claim. I'm gonna do what he do. Why I got to get to the point and I can't make my submission clear? Let me make my submission clear. I don't work at Wendy's. I don't work at McDonald's. I don't do none of those things. I'm not no geneticist. I'm not no geneticist. I'm not no scholar. I'm not no theologian. But I do try my best to comprehend what I read and I study. So I want to read these things in light of that, man, and we can go from there. We can see what it is. Y'all can deem me to tell me what it is tonight before he even get back on the panel. So let's do that.
You gonna pull it up on the screen, or what you gonna do?
Let me try to share, because I see StreamYard and updated they protocols and stuff, man. They don't share. Yeah, they don't share like they used to.
Hey,
so
hey Jordan, you know it's not too late, bro.
Not too late to do what, brother Doom?
Go back to school, get your degree. You can do this all day, just pontificate and converse.
Because that's what he want to do. Because that's what he want to do. He want to pastor. That's what he called to do. He ain't got no business cutting no hair.
He running. He running. That's a sign God was showing him. We gonna stop preaching, brother. We ain't gonna accept the calling.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie though, brother Dooms. I'm kind of shaky right now because I'm stepping outside of my boundaries. You know, I like to read scripture and stuff, man. But if we gonna do this, we gonna do this. And I want to submit another claim then. So based off what he told us to give us, I tried my best to find something, you know, to kind of fortify my claim that are in books and things like that. So we can go. Let me see if I can share this first one. Let me see how this works.
And somebody did ask, well, somebody just asked again, what are the year of these articles? I think what the sister sent me, it was, she said it was a newer article. Matter of fact, I got to bring up that J. Jacks. I got to bring up the stuff sister said, but go ahead, Fervent Charity. We know we're going to see how he doing the first one and determine if he going to even read the second one. Just send it to us, Mr. Guy. Go ahead.
You talking about what year is the article I'm about to read? Doom is about to read for me.
Yeah, we don't see it yet.
Well, I know the Wayne.
George, do me a favor, get the article up on the screen. Let's do one thing at a time.
They studied in 2013, so I don't know specific what year these studies are, but we finna see. So y'all help me out now. Bear with me. So do y'all see
when
that?
them old folk that can't sing get ready to get up there and sing, and when they start talking about y'all help me out, I'll be like, they can't sing. Once they grab anybody talking about y'all help me out, I'll be like, nah, you don't need no help if you can do it. Come on and read this thing.
All right. Let me go down. All right, this y'all see what it said now. The National Library of Medicine, National Center for Biotechnology Information, Frontiers of Genetics. So I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna let you know where I want you to read. But for all y'all that see that link at the top, if y'all can see it, y'all can get that link, or I can share it or whatever.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Somebody said Richardson wrote a post on his Facebook page. Somebody pull that up. It's public. Pull that up, Dumas, while he's doing that, so we can make sure so nobody is getting confused exactly what he laid out. And I think we gonna see what we can do with that. Go ahead, Fervent Charity.
Hey, Marine, actually, this article Jordan got up. One of the authors is the author who wrote the article J-Jack sent.
Oh, the same one. Okay, you got that ready to pull that up too.
All right, I want you to read. Can y'all see this? Let me see what they're looking like, because you
click on the top and make it bigger.
I need to make it bigger. All right, hold on. Let me try to do that. Look, I feel like you, Marine, with the computer, man.
Click at the top. No, you click the three buttons at the top. I learned that at least, how to make the three buttons at the top make the thing bigger.
But see, I think it's gonna take away. It didn't. All right, I want you to for everybody.
Yeah, don't encourage him in this foolishness. We ain't got all night.
I'm not trying to just point out certain things in this article, because I really want y'all to go read these articles because they are good.
Father God, if I don't get no more
I'm
pictures, I'm trying to get to the point. All
right, let me. I'm gonna read then. All right, now.
Oh no, whoever you want to read it, do something.
Jordan, just read. Jordan, you read, brother. You read. You got it.
All right, I'm gonna start.
You know what you want.
This says the ancestral first. Let me go back to the top right here so y'all can see major open questions regarding the origins and the term Ashkenaz, AJs, Ashkenazi Jews, and Yiddish as explained by two competing hypotheses. Genetics and the other. Okay, the ancestral origins of Ashkenazi Jews, Judean leading. These are two hypotheses now, stemming from Turkic and the Reinhard hypothesis. The first one is the Reinhard.
Oh, this is the article. Okay, this is the article. Go ahead.
Okay, Judean living in Judea until 70 AD, who were exiled by the Romans, King 2001. And remained in relative isolation from neighboring non-Jewish communities during and after the diaspora. All right, I'm gonna read the second paragraph. And the first one I read was the Rhineland hypothesis, and the second one I'm reading is the Turkic Slavic hypothesis. A minority of Judean immigrants and a majority of See, Doom, let's read this, man. Just read it for me, bro. Because I'm killing it with how I'm reading it, man. I'm trying to get to the point. I need one of them readers like my them other brothers.
So you're doing good, brother.
No, he ain't. Stop. He chopping them things up good. Go ahead.
All right, so we want to start back up.
All right, start at the ancestral origin of Ashkenazi Jews and read to the right, because we want to read that long paragraph too, and I'm gonna scroll down and have you read something else.
All right, the ancestral origins of Ashkenazi Jews. Judeans living in Judea until 70 AD, who were exiled by the Romans, King 2001, and remained in relative isolation from neighboring non-Jewish communities during and after the diaspora.
Now, this This the Rhineland hypothesis. Okay, read the next one.
Not, I ain't gonna say it, Jordan. A minority of Judean immigrants and a majority of Irano-Turco-Slavic converts to Judaism, works of 2012, inhabitants both Jews and non-Jews.
Hold on. You got to start from the top, bro.
Oh.
All right. Because see, now you see what I'm talking about. Open questions, Rhineland hypothesis, Irano-Turkish Slavic hypothesis, and evidence in favor of the Irano-Turkish Slavic hypothesis. And start at GPS analyst.
GPS analysis uncovered 4 primeval villages in northeastern Turkey whose names resemble Ashkenaz, at least one of which predates any major Jewish settlements in Germany. Das et al. 2016. Ashkenaz is thereby a place name associated.
A place name. Go ahead.
With the Near East is inhabitants, both Jews and non-Jews. AJS exhibit high genetic similarities to populations living in Turkey and the Caucasus. All biolocations analysis predicted AJS to Turkey. Figure 1A. Ancient DNA analysis provides strong evidence of the Iranian Neolithic ancestry of AJS.
Okay, let me scroll down. All right, let me find this real quick because this talking about the languages. I want to scroll down. All right, let's start here. The genetic structure of Ashkenazi Jews. You see it? Hello?
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, read that for me. The genetic structure of Ashkenazi Jews.
AJS were localized to modern-day Turkey and found to be genetically closest to Turkish, Southern Caucasian, and Iranian populations, suggesting common origin in Iranian Ashkenaz lands. That's at all 2016. These findings were. Jordan, you gotta take it over. My mom's calling me, man.
Okay.
She needs some help.
All right, I'll read from here. These findings were more compatible with an Irano-Turco-Slavic origin for Ashkenazi Jews and a Slavic origin for Yiddish than with Rhineland hypothesis that they came out of Rome, which lacks a stored genetics and linguistic support. The findings have also highlighted the strong social, cultural, and genetic bonds of Ashkenazic and Iranian Judaism and their shared Iranian origins. Okay, let me keep going. Thus, for all analysts aim to geolocalize Ashkenazi Jews, identified Turkey as the predominant origin of AJs. Although they use different approaches and data sets in support of Irano-Turco-Slavic hypothesis, the existence of both major Southern European and Near Eastern ancestries and Ashkenazic genomes are also strong indicators of Irano-Turco-Slavic hypothesis, provided that Greco-Roman history of the region southern up to the Black Sea applied global trotter to the data set of 2,540 Ashkenazi Jews genotype over 252,358 SNPs. The inferred ancestry profile of Ashkenazi Jews was 5% Western Europe, 10% Eastern Europe. 10% Eastern Europe, 30% Levant, and 55% Southern Europe. A Near East ancestry was not considered by authors. Portrayed a similar profile to European Jews consisting of 25-30% Middle East and large Near Eastern Caucasus, 32 to 38%, and Western European 30% ancestries. Remarkably, also inferred an admixture time, generations ago, which correspond to the time Ashkenazi Jews experienced major geographical shifts as the Judaized Khazar kingdom diminished and their trading networks collapsed, forcing them to relocate to Europe. The lower boundary of that date corresponds to the time Slavic Yiddish originated, to the best of our knowledge. Okay, so that's really just to read to give y'all some hindsight, but this is where it finna get deep. And then I guess we can let somebody else talk before I get to the next article. But
all right, whilst he pulling up the next article, come on, Born Again Rome.
But I wanted to read this. Hold on, I wasn't through because I got to finish reading this just to give y'all something to well, you want to go and let somebody else talk, you go ahead. But this gonna prove the point that there's other scientists out here that got peer-reviewed studies that saying that these people.
You gonna read it or what? Come on, Rome. Jordan figuring some stuff out right now. Come on, Born Again Rome.
Hey, grace and peace, man.
What's good with you?
I'm good, bro. Blessed. I don't know if you want to jump back and forth, but I really jumped on to ask the brother a question. He was saying something about the slave trade, and I mean, so you let me know how you want to run it, brother.
Mark, you talking about Edwards? Go ahead.
Yeah.
We do that. Then we're gonna get. Then I'm gonna bring I want Abu to come on whilst Jordan read that. Maybe give Dunamis time to get to this other article because Jordan got them applications. Y'all don't know it. He got them applications in his back pocket. But go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, my question, because you jumped back to Exodus and you said that God said, let my people go. Yeah. He was kind of using that to say he only called out his people. So with that, following that logic, are you saying in the transatlantic slave trade, is that your proof that those that came over were God's people? Or are you using that to say that that's how we also know that was Israel?
No, sir. The point that I was making was sometimes the question is asked, or even oftentimes the question is asked, was everybody that came over during the transatlantic slave trade Israelites? And I thought that was a moot point because if we just go back to Egypt and someone poses that same question, was everybody that came out of Egypt an Israelite? The answer would be no. So with that being stated, nobody would be able to quote unquote debunk or have an I gotcha moment. Oh, y'all ain't Israelites because everybody that came out wasn't an Israelite. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So with that, I got one other question, brother, and I'll let you have it. But you do believe that the Israelites were targeted in the slave trade. Was that also a point I heard you make?
Yes,
that sir. They knew who they were capturing?
Yes, sir. When you go back and you look at the papal bulls that were decreed in Spain by the Pope, in Spain and in Portugal, it was against the Israelites, the Jews that were up there, to deem them as being lawbreakers for practicing the law, and if they didn't convert to Christianity or Catholicism, then they would have to leave the country. That was what happened with those papal bulls. So when you go back and look at that, you can identify the people. And also the old books let you know that those people were black. It talks about how the Jews that were in Spain were all black. And then, of course, those ones that were in Spain were pushed over into Portugal, and then they were sent on ships down to the west coast of Africa. So we know that it wasn't any quote unquote white people banished to the west coast of Africa. We know who was banished to the west coast of Africa. But then that's not the only evidence. One of the things that's real simple, and why I even posed the question to Brother Berean earlier, what color was Christ? Okay, so we know the general consensus in this panel, or not just panel, but the whole group that's watching Berean TV, is that Christ was not a white man. Okay, we also know that Christ looked like the rest of his people. And then we go and look
How do we know? But wait a minute, because you starting to sneak some stuff. How do we know? You said look like the rest of his people. This way we got to be slow right here. Be slow. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, I agree with you.
With that theory though, let me just throw this out there because how many generations does it take to change a phenotype?
Good question. It's 3.
Okay, so we don't. So when you say so, we know
Alton
what
got a question.
Christ.
I'm leaving Alton question on the screen for him. Go ahead.
So we know what Christ and his people look like, even though, I mean, from the time from Israel, whenever we believe that, whether you believe Abraham was a man of color, so on and so forth, you go through the whole lineage.
We don't
also
really
know that it
know.
makes.
That's the thing.
Yeah,
We don't.
that's my
The folk
point.
running
That's
their
my point.
mouth.
That's my
Well,
point.
this
Is
is the
we
reason why.
know that it was multiple. It was more than 3 generations. So how do we know
Right.
what the phenotype, how the phenotype changed over those generations?
When we go
Back
back
and forth, light to dark.
Well, I'm just going to speak on the original people. This is what I'm addressing. Original people. When we go back and look at the scriptures, we
You got to
see
look at the
that
timeline, though.
I agree with
You
y'all.
just
I'm going to address
conceded
that.
three generations
Right.
can change the phenotype.
I'm going to address that. But what I'm saying is the whole point that is the general narrative in Christianity and so forth is that it was white people who were enslaved to Egyptians back in the day. Grew up in the church my whole life, still in the church. And the narrative is that Jesus is white, and it was white people who were in slavery to the Egyptians, and everything that we hear in the Bible was about.
All that's garbage is going out the window. All that's garbage because
No.
Hollywood
I
was
agree with
racist
you.
and they got racist actors. They got all light skinned actors. So we all know that the Moses
ask the
story,
question.
all that's garbage. That's garbage.
I agree
That ain't the
that
history
it's
to come down.
garbage. I agree that it's garbage, but this is what I'm saying. When you go back and look at the Bible, we realize that Moses looked like the Pharaoh. So we know what color the Egyptians were. Moses looked like the Pharaoh because he was raised in the Pharaoh's house. The Pharaoh had issued a decree to kill all the young male children who were Israelites. So we know
So
the
how
Bible.
many years later, what did the Pharaoh look like when? How many years later, what did the Pharaoh look like when Jesus came on the scene?
I don't know.
We don't
I don't
know.
have the answer. Right. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. But what I was going to say was, we know that Paul, he was mistaken for an Egyptian because it says it in the New Testament. Now, I'm just speaking of just scripture. Like we know Joseph, his brothers didn't know who he was. They thought he was just an Egyptian. Moses was confused for an Egyptian, even outside of him being raised in Pharaoh's house. When he helped the ladies, the lady said, an Egyptian helped us. We know that Christ was told to go and hide in Egypt, right? So we know you hide in a place where you will blend in at. And then we know that Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian too.
Can I ask you a question, brother?
I was going to address that first question you posed about the 3.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Go ahead, y'all keep going.
So with the 3 generation situation, this is my retort to that, right? Because it's a valid question, so I'm not being dismissive of it at all.
I appreciate you.
They always tell us that, oh, well, they left the Levant, they left, Israel, and then they moved into Western Europe, and they changed color over time. My question is, okay, well, who else has changed color? Because nobody else makes that claim that they quote unquote change color over time. And your location doesn't specify or dictate your pigmentation, because the Eskimos have color to them and they are in the coldest part of the earth. So it's a false argument that's posed from the people group that say they changed color. They say, oh yeah, Jesus was a brown man. They never want to admit that he was black. But when you go, like I say, back and you start looking at the Inquisition, you find out the things that happened to the people in Spain and in Portugal were black people. Look up Village of the Negroes in Portugal. Nobody can dispute who the quote unquote Village of the Negroes were, because in the name of the people, it specifies who they were, and it'll tell you that they were the
brother. I think Village of the Negroes was white people. That's what I mean. It's been debunked. They're gonna find out that Village of the Negroes are white people. I'm waiting for Alton to say that.
Right. How convenient.
Village
of the Negroes is around 1100 AD. So we're talking about 1,000 years ago. And good point. I appreciate you mentioning that. But how convenient that they would try to say that the Village of the Negroes were white people when it's in the name who the people were. And those people identified as the descendants of King David. They were the exilarchs from the Babylonian captivity, and they were in Portugal. So it wasn't that people in Portugal or Spain had just gotten there. They had been there for an extended period of time. And even when we go into our Bible, you can see that Spain is mentioned in the New Testament. Just do a Bible search for Spain and you will see it. So the claims that people have weight to it. And you just have to start, just doing the math in your head and say, okay, there's something here, like they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. But as you dig in deeper, it is very descriptive, because they'll tell you that the Jews that were in Spain, they'll say they look just like the Africans. So that is somewhere
Can I
that's...
address a couple of points?
Yes, sir.
All right. So one, I hear the claim often about being hidden amongst the Egyptians, right? So I'm a black man, right? You look at Egypt and where they were as far as their role in the world at the time, right? Being a dominant culture, basically an empire, right? Look at America today where I live. I live in Pennsylvania. I can go anywhere in this mixed multitude of a nation, an empire that we live, and I can blend in. It doesn't necessitate a skin color. If you're in a mixed multitude, I could be white and go to Colorado. I can be black and go to Colorado, and I can hide amongst the people. So that to me, that's always been somewhat of a fallacious argument. Just looking at Egypt and their position in the world at the time, people from all over would have been in Egypt because of the dominance that they had in the world at the time. The other claim, the other thing that I would say is, I often hear that with an assumption that the Egyptians were dark skinned, but you got like Philemon mummy portraits of light skinned Egyptians. To me, it's like, even if we were to assume that only the Egyptians were there, we would also be assuming that all the Egyptians were darker skinned people, which, from what I can tell, is not really the case. But go ahead.
Well,
Can I just jump in real?
quick?
Can I just jump in real quick? Where you're
Yeah, go
talking
ahead, brother.
about Egypt and Jesus going to Egypt. If you study the story in Genesis, when Jacob and his sons and his family went down to Egypt. When they went down to Egypt, it wasn't the purpose that's where God was hiding the children of Israel at, but it was actually prophetic, because it was something that God told Abraham that would happen to his descendants, how that they would be in the land of their affliction for 400 years, and afterwards he would bring them out. It typified Jesus Christ, where God talked about that, how he called his son, talking about Israel. He called Israel his son, and how he had brought his son out of Egypt, his firstborn. Now, when we get to Jesus Christ, when Herod is killing the children of Israel from 2 years and upward and under, then God tells Joseph to take Jesus to Egypt. It was not necessarily to hide him. It was to fulfill the prophetic of what was stated in the scripture. Because remember, Jesus said, he said, search the scriptures. In them you think you have life. It be they that speak about me. So when you read in the Gospels, he says that it might be fulfilled, out of Egypt have I called my son. It was the purpose of God for Jesus to go to Egypt, not to hide him, but to fulfill the scriptures. Jesus is the fulfillment
of the scriptures. So he says, so that the scriptures might be fulfilled, out of Egypt have I called my son. Now what we see is when God is bringing Jesus out of Egypt, God through Jesus Christ is now going to build his church, just like how he took the children of Israel down into the land of Egypt, and they became a multitude of a nation. Now Jesus coming out, what we see now happening is Jesus saying, I will build my church, and the very gates of hell shall not prevail against it. We really are missing the whole understanding, because you're connected it to ethnicity. You're missing the whole understanding of Jesus going into Egypt and the purpose of him coming out and the ministry that Jesus had. I just want to interject that thought right there.
All
Hey,
right.
dudes.
Hold on before I get to hold on.
I want to actually
Dude,
contend that
listening made
real
it back.
quick. Let me address this real quick. What he just said. Go to Matthew 2 verse 13, and the angel told Joseph and Mary to take the child into Egypt and escape there. That's all I'll. So I didn't miss a point. I wasn't hung up on no race or nothing. I knew this my whole life, even in Christianity.
But
And like I said,
all connected always to ethnicity about him,
no,
because hold
You're
on,
missing
they're
my
always
point.
connected to color. You're
No,
always
you're missing
connected
my
to color.
point.
What I am saying is this, is
But you
that
missed my
what the
point. I didn't
scripture
say
said
that.
was that it might be fulfilled. Read that scripture too, that it
I'm
might
not
be
missing that
fulfilled,
point.
that out of
No,
Egypt I have called my son. I'm in my car, I can't read the scripture, but read that scripture too, because that's the fulfillment of the word of God.
I'm not saying that it wasn't a fulfillment of the word of God. You're superimposing your perspective on what you think I'm saying. I'm not saying that. What I said was that Jesus was sent to flee into Egypt. That's what I said. And Matthew chapter 2, verse 13 substantiates that. And it's not hung up on race or anything.
But what
Do you understand
I'm
my
saying is,
point?
but you never stated the reason why. The reason why he went into Egypt was fulfillment of prophetic word of God, which was, out of Egypt I have called my son. This is where when Hebrew Israelites discusses all of
No, sir.
this, you
I'm going to
miss
challenge
the
that.
whole
There's a
meaning
duality.
of the scriptures. You don't talk
Hold
about
on.
Jesus.
There's a
You talk
duality
about
to it.
yourselves.
Let me get in. Can we bring up the scripture when the angel came to Joseph and Mary, and we look, what did the angel tell Joseph and Mary? I mean, we can't go past that. This is the angel coming directly from
Mark, did
God.
you,
He said,
brother
take
Mark,
the
did you
young
understand my
child to
point?
hide.
Yeah, I understood your point, and Elder Joe is wrong, and what Brother Allen is speaking of is correct. Matthew chapter 2, verse 13, for the fourth or fifth time, the angel is telling them to flee, and there is also a duality to prophecy. I wasn't saying that it wasn't prophetic based upon what the word of God has said in the Old Testament about out of Egypt I call my son. I didn't say that. What I
But
said was,
with the thing, the reason why I'm making this statement is, and Elder Joe is not wrong. The reason why I'm making this statement is, it is a prophetic about Jesus Christ fulfilling the scriptures. It's the purpose. It was the purpose of God, number one, that he would go into Egypt. That was the
when did
purpose
I
of
say
God.
it was
Now,
that? Let's stick on the point. Hold on for a second. Let's stick on the point, because you saying I said something that I didn't say. That's why I'm
What I'm saying,
challenging. Hold on for a second.
I'm not saying
Hold on
something.
for a moment. Hold on for a moment.
Hold on.
No,
I'm
no,
saying that
listen to me.
what you're
You
not
hold on.
doing is
Hold on.
articulating it correctly as to
No,
the reason
listen.
why he went to
Listen
Egypt.
to what I'm saying. You said I said something that I didn't say. That's why I'm tying you down to that. I did not say what you said. I said that he went into Egypt to hide. And the
And
Bible
I'm saying that he didn't go into Egypt to hide. I'm saying he went into Egypt to fulfill the scriptures. That's what I'm saying.
He did fulfill the scriptures also. I said it's a duality to it. But in
find me
Matthew
the
2, hold
scripture.
on for a
Find me the
second.
scripture that says he went into Egypt to hide, because
I've
I
been
said
naming it.
the
I've
scripture
been
said he
naming it.
went
There's
into
no need.
Egypt to fulfill the scripture that says, out of Egypt have I called my son.
There's no need to overtalk me. I've been respectful to you. You are attributing something to me that I didn't say. You making an assumption. You superimposing what you feel like I said because you want to brand me a certain way. Just like you made the comment about these Israelites never talk about Jesus. I've been talking about Jesus the whole time. So that is a false claim. And I've also referenced the scripture several times. In Matthew chapter 2, verse 13, the angel told Joseph and Mary to go into Egypt. And it was for the purpose of hiding because King Herod was trying to kill the the male children 2 years old and under. I'm not saying that was the quote unquote only reason. There was a duality to it. Yes, it was to fulfill the scripture, but it was also for him to hide. I don't even know why that's an argument.
Okay, hold on a
Either
minute.
way,
All right, hold on a
why
minute.
he went there, it doesn't prove what he looked like. Either way.
Okay,
I mean, I'll put it
all right,
like
hold on a
this.
minute.
Can I make
Hold on a
one
minute.
sense?
Hold on a minute. Abu, come onto the microphone and just share this before I give it back to Fervent Charity. I told them earlier that I spoke to. Why are you bothering Pastor Kelly and them?
First off, let me say thank you for jumping over to me because it is getting quite late. I'm sorry. Could you re-ask your question?
Why are you bothering Pastor Kelly and them?
Wait, I don't
How
think
many people in here think that Abu is bother and vocab, his partner in crime, that they're bothering Pastor Kelly and them?
Well, let me say this. I think what our good friend, the good doctor, is requesting is a special protected status where his public claims are exempt from scrutiny. That seems to be what he's asking. He reserves the right to criticize others, but he wants us to not scrutinize or criticize or examine any of his claims, which is awkward because he's also, he's also said things like, who wants to come test me, and stuff like that. But so I don't know. I don't think I'm bothering him. I'm addressing some of his public claims. That's the way I would put it. Is that fair? I mean, let me ask you, Baran, do you think I should grant him a special protected status where his claims cannot be examined? Or should it be that everybody's claims that are made in public are open to scrutiny? It could be me, you, Kelly, the Pope, anyone, the President of the United States.
Some people would feel in the name of peace, just leave it all alone. They said, don't say their name, just, use the material if you want, and you use the material, and I don't know.
Well, as you noted in my most recent video, which apparently he's scandalized by, I didn't use his name.
Look what she said. What claim has he
I
made?
can't see it on my phone. Read it for me.
No, Jay Jacks is saying, what claim has he made recently?
Well, he makes a myriad of claims. So what I do is every now and then I examine a small percentage of his many claims. That would be the answer. But the point is that irrespective of what claim he made and irrespective of what claim I've made, the point is that I think any person who's making public claims should understand that others are within their rights to share their thoughts on the accuracy of those claims. That applies to me, that applies to Berean, that applies to the Pope, the President of the United States. And I think, I could be wrong about this, but I think it also applies to Dr. Kelly Richardson.
Claims made. What's doing with that? Read some of this. I got to step away from it.
Claims made in the public domain has no protected status unless it shows malicious intent or talks of sedition.
If it's made publicly, so the only way to really stop it, just saying, no, Keith, if they don't make videos, don't say anything. If that's the case, Ye and Kyrie wouldn't be in trouble, Keith. Go ahead, Dunamis. I got to walk away for a minute.
Yeah, but
or anybody have anything for Abu? Go ahead.
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh,
go ahead, Fervent.
No, you were gonna say something.
I'm gonna need him to share that screen because we got to get through reading this, man.
Hold on, yeah, we know you, Fervent Charity. We know you, Fervent Charity. I want to see if anybody else want to say anything on that. Like I said, I got to step away for 1 second.
Yeah, but Abu, if they building a nation, brother, isn't it like, would you talk against the head of Palestine or Israel, brother?
What do you mean? Would I talk about? I think Palestinians and Israelis, we can examine their claims as well. Any particular Palestinian or any particular Israeli, of course. Right? And I mean, and it's very weird to have this thing where like to say out one side of the, for a person to say out one side of their mouth, the whole world already knows that my claims are true, irrespective of what those claims are, right? Because my stuff isn't, my videos aren't really lineage related. But then to say out the other side of their mouth, you know, oh, don't examine my claims, you know? I don't know. Is that fair? Does anyone agree, disagree? I see Tony Osborne wrote, everyone should be scrutinized. I agree, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you,
And Big Nate
brother.
said scrutiny should be
I
expected,
definitely
you know?
agree with that.
Yeah.
Hey, but a
Yeah.
lot of people don't agree with that. You
I
got to be careful with that. You might get called anti-Semitic.
Well, it depends what you're saying. So the thing is, it depends on what we're talking about, obviously. Let's see, His Holy Seed. You need to learn to respond judiciously. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Well, I'll invite anyone to tell me if they feel like I've crossed a certain line with one of my videos. Let me know. I think my videos are generally pretty respectful, you know?
Quick thought, like, if Christ himself, 2023, would go ahead and read Revelation 2:9 and Revelation 3:9, would they not call him anti-Semitic?
It would depend on how he applied it, obviously.
Well, Revelation 2:9 went direct, and 3:9, those that claim they Jews, they are not. That would be, the Jewish community would definitely call Christ anti-Semitic. And there's no new thing under the sun. The people that's making these claims, majority of them are the real Jews. You understand? For the majority of the people that's making these claims, there's no new thing under the sun. But the thing is, when you don't believe, when you just focus on certain doctrine and you're not focusing on the scripture, we got to break down doctrine from scripture. There's no new thing under the sun. The same people that's saying the same claims. Like me, I don't believe majority of them are Israelites over there. I believe like none of them is Israelites. There's some that believe, yes, some of them could be Israelites. You know, I believe the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans that went to the transatlantic slave trade. The same ones that's calling injustice, same one that's saying that they're the real people. And the fact that I see a lot of people say, oh, you haven't went to school for this. The same people that took us into captivity makes the schools. So that's the most ignorant remark for anybody to say, oh, you're not a doctor, you don't got a PhD. Listen, the heck with your PhD. I got a body shop, right? I went to college for body. I was court ordered to go to school, to go to Job Corps. I trained 5 people. Couple of them would run circles around me. So just because they didn't go to college does not mean they're not a painter. Does not mean they're not a body man. You understand? And they'll paint and do body work probably better than somebody that went to college. So the claims when they use, oh, this is not he ain't got no PhD. Listen, we're learning from the same people that put us in slavery, and we take their word as gold, which is really ridiculous. These are the same people that had us captive. You expect them to tell you the whole truth, then you need to get out their school if you think that. You understand? So is that, I mean, when they state certain things, and the guy, he don't want no questions. He just want to state his thought. If I make a claim, now I got a great claim. I say that the Masons are behind slavery. If you want me to prove it, I can prove it. I got receipts. I'm not gonna say, okay, don't ask me no questions. Nah, I'll prove it 1,000,000 times. I got 100 clips. I'm actually gonna make a documentary on it. I got 100 clips. The Masons they inside the gangs. I got 100 clips. So
One Freemasonry started. One Freemasonry started.
I'm not gonna tell nobody not to question me about it, but we could play a video tonight if you would like, and you will see. I got videos from somebody in the lodge stating these things.
Oh, no, it's
You
going
understand?
off topic there.
When did Freemasonry start?
Freemasonry started when the Antichrist system started.
When the what?
When the Antichrist system started.
And what was that in Genesis? Tubal Cain? When was that? Garden of Eden? When was that?
System started. They're the two of the same.
Come on, Elder Keith.
They'll be the ones. Yeah.
Yeah, we seem to have trailed away from what we were discussing
Yeah,
a moment ago.
we tread away a little bit, but I just want to kind of clarify what I was stating about free speech, especially in the public domain. I mean, the thing is, your speech is free, but it comes at a some limitation. That limitation is, are you maliciously trying to harm somebody, and that has to be proven that someone has a malicious intent to harm you. And the second one is sedition. Those are only two things in which the law speaks against in the force of First Amendment. So with Kyrie, and let me backtrack before you say something about Kyrie, and coming from the federal government myself, that's one of those things that I'm particularly a proponent of. I'm a proponent of free speech. And anyone who's trying to limit free speech is not a friend of democracy. And so for somebody to try to sign to someone that doesn't meet the legal criteria of speech, that's the issue. And anybody who's been in federal government know that. I come from a regulatory slash law enforcement agency. If you want to know where I come from, go look at me on LinkedIn, Keith A. Jefferson. So I know what I'm talking about. And so the thing with Kyrie and Kanye, yeah, they have the right to say whatever they want. Again, as long as it's not trying to have malicious intent on anyone, I cast anybody in a certain negative light, which can bring some type of physical harm. And that's the issue with some of the things that the media is saying that they say or whatnot. So, but as far as if someone is working on research claims, no, I mean, because anybody who's been in a master's program, we don't even have to go far to a PhD program, a master's program, know that all work has to be scrutinized.
Exactly.
And then when you decide to get your PhD, guess what? You got a doctoral panel that can go all the way back to you when you received your undergraduate degree that scrutinize your work to see if your work is valid or invalid. So people who want to come up here and say things against education who haven't seen how the process works, I'm like, you speaking from a corner of ignorance. No, it's not something that people just arbitrarily say, oh, this is good, that's good. No, you have a group of experts, folks who not only did doctoral work, who's done postdoctoral work, who sits on these committees and reviews your work with a fine tooth comb. I work with a lot of people in education who received their doctorates, and I can get you their stories, and they tell you how their doctoral process went. I mean, so let's stop all this, unintellectualism and want to deem education as evil. Ain't nothing wrong with education. You find the correct sources, you come up with a thesis, and guess what? You prove your thesis, plain and simple. There's nothing magical about it. It's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort, but there's nothing magical about it, and it's nothing conspiratorial about it. And that's all I got to say. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming on. All right. Anybody want to ask Abu anything?
Hey, Berit, I'm gonna jump off real quick. I got my clients are ready for pickup from the airport.
Okay, Elder. Appreciate you. Anybody want to ask Abu anything concerning that right there? Free speech is important, and people making claims could be challenged. I'm not sure what direction that they want to go, but people are going to talk. That's where I am right now. Anybody want to hold on, Abu, if he got some time dealing with this DNA? Because Fervent Charity, what do you think about this whole thing with this DNA and those other people that he called small head people?
You asking me, or you asking
Yes, you.
With regards to DNA, the relevance of DNA is always going to come back to the definition. So, for example, if, like earlier, a gentleman said he held to a patrilineal definition, my impression is that the majority of Israelites hold to a patrilineal definition. If we're going by paternal descent, looking into things like autosomal DNA is ultimately irrelevant, right? And when you would look at something like haplogroups, at least to get a fraction of the picture. Now, obviously, it's not going to tell the whole story at this point, but looking at haplogroups, what we can say is that modern Ashkenazim are incredibly diverse patrilineally in terms of their haplogroups. It's incorrect to think that they all just descend paternally from Khazars, although it's not implausible that some of them do. And it's incorrect to think that they all descend from Jacob. because it seems like there's no haplogroup that has a majority amongst them. So no matter what haplogroup you hypothetically assign to Jacob, you could say a majority of them don't have that. But it's a mixed bag, you know, that they're not one thing patrilineally. It's a very mixed community. And honestly, in modern times, anytime you have a community of millions of people, more often than not, it's going to be diverse patrilineally.
Come on, Fervent Chatty. What he proving your point?
I mean, yeah. I mean, the point that is a very mixed bag goes back to my theory. And I ain't no geneticist or PhD, but I got a theory, and I got a theory that it was a lot of converts during that time. So
well, I think it's a buildup of converts over time. That's what it would seem to be.
Well, yeah,
what I would
that's
say
true
is,
too.
So speaking to Damon Richardson's point, what I would say is, there doesn't seem to be grounds to think of Ashkenazim as mostly Khazars. That's baseless in terms of the DNA. But it's plausible to say that a portion of them are, right? But and it's also plausible to say that most of them don't descend patrilineally from Jacob. But when people start saying things like, "Oh, I know for a fact that none of them do," that's a big leap. It's a very diverse population, and it's plausible that at least some of them do, you know, descend from Jacob, that is. But who knows? We can't say for certain.
What about Ron Dalton and
Boo, you the truth, man. I can respect that, man.
No, he just got some help right now. What about Ron Dalton and claims of anti-Semitism?
Me? You asking me? Me personally?
In light of what
I'm
we
not into
understand
the labeling.
anti-Semitism to be.
I think my thing is, I think we should look at, like, I'm very big on free speech, so I'm not into the labeling. I don't like getting into things.
Let's
like,
go, Covey.
This guy's
real talk, Covey.
I'm not into saying, you know, this person's an anti-Semite, this person's. I don't like the labeling and the name calling. I'd rather just look at, are the claims accurate? Are the arguments good? You know, because when people get into the labeling, that's used to shut down arguments, you know, and that's something I'm not a fan of. So what I would say about Ron Dalton, I'm not going to throw any of those sort of accusations like quote unquote anti-Semitism, but what I will say is that in terms of his arguments, I watched his 2018 film, the one that Kyrie Irving linked to, and the argumentation was not good. You know, I definitely don't favor it being censored, though. That's ridiculous. People that are calling for it being censored, that's outrageous. You know, but in terms of the argumentation, it was poor, in my opinion. It was very unimpressive, and I find his reasoning. That was something I realized when Ron Dalton debated Yeshub. Ron Dalton's reasoning is shaky, to put it mildly.
You gotta give me that video. You gotta show me that video. Go ahead, Front Journey.
Hey, Boo, real quick, was it Ron Dalton or someone else? Well, talking about the Talmud in terms of Israelites.
Wait, say that again. What's the question?
You know, I was asking about the Talmud, right? And you were saying that one rabbi was asking if
oh yes, that was Ron Dalton. That was quite interesting. Harry Rosenberg had asked Ron Dalton, because Ron Dalton I think Harry Rosenberg was under the impression that Ron Dalton was saying he descends from Sephardic Jews or something like that, and so Harry Rosenberg was asking the question benignly, because I don't think Harry Rosenberg was trying to have a gotcha moment. He's very sympathetic to the claims of the Israelite spectrum. But Harry Rosenberg was saying to him, we know pretty much what medieval Sephardic Jews believe. We have their writings. So what do you have in common with them, doctrinally? And Ron Dalton didn't answer the question. He just got very sort of belligerent and said things like, you're a convert. You don't descend from Jacob. You need to come in under us. And it was like, well, wow. It's like, he turned it into like an acrimonious thing, but he never did answer what I guess is an interesting question, for at least from a rabbinic perspective. It was a fair question for someone like Harry Rosenberg to ask, for a rabbinic Jew to ask, to say, all right, if you're claiming a connection to these, practitioners of rabbinic Judaism, what do you have in common with them? I think that's a fair question from the perspective of a rabbinic Jew, but it was taken as a slight, and things went south.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm here.
Hey, so y'all don't want to finish reading okay.
Yes, fervent charity. Yes, fervent charity. God, give me strength.
I want to get to the article, man. I want to get done with it quick too. So, hey, don't miss. If you can, brother. Hey, if you drop your cash out, brother, I'll leave you a seed for reading, man. But I need you, bro. I need.
Brother, I'm driving right now. Maybe Rome can do it.
Rome. Abu, can you read this for me, brother?
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm on my phone. I can barely see that text. I'm really sorry, and I'm about to jump off also.
Okay.
But I'm sorry, I can't see it. It's too small for me to read on my phone.
I'll read it, I guess. Let me read it. All right. The non-Levantine origin of AJs is further supported by an ancient DNA analysis of 6 Natufians and a Levantine Neolithic, some of the most likely Judean progenitors. In a principal component analysis, the ancient Levantines clustered predominantly with modern-day Palestinians and Bedouins and marginally overlapped with Arabian Jews, whereas AJs cluster away from Levantine individuals and adjacent to Neolithic Anatolians and late Neolithic and Bronze Age Europeans. To elevate these findings, we inferred the ancient ancestries of AJs using the admixture analysis described in Marshall et al. 2016. For a lot of people that said it's outdated. Briefly, we analyzed 18,757 autosomal SNPs genotype in 46 Palestinians, 45 Bedouins, 16 Syrians, and 8 Lebanese, alongside 467 AJs, 367 AJs previously analyzed, and 100 individuals with AJ mother. That's et al. 2016. That overlap with both the genotype Hayek et al. 2013 and ancient DNA data Lazarus et al. 2016. When then carried out supervised admixture analysis, Alexander and Lang 2011, using 3 Eastern European hunter-gatherers from Russia alongside 6 Epipaleolithic Levantines, 24 Neolithic Anatolians, and 6 Neolithic Iranians as reference population. Remarkably, AJs exhibit a dominant Iranian 88% and residual Levantine 3% ancestries, as opposed to Bedouins 14% and 68% respectively, and Palestinians 18% and 58% respectively. Only 2 AJs exhibit Levantine ancestries typical to Levantine populations. Only 2 of them. Repeating the analysis with Quantum, we found that AJ's admixture could be modeled using either 3 Neolithic Anatolians, 46%, Neolithic Iranians, 30%, and EHGs, 22%, or 2-way Neolithic Iranians, 71%, and EHGs, 29%, migration waves, supplementary text. These findings should be reevaluated with medieval DNA will become available. Overall, the combined results are in strong agreement with the predictions of the Irano-Turco-Slavic hypothesis and rule out an ancient Levantine origin for AJs, which is predominant among modern-day Levantine populations, Bedouins, and Palestinians. This is not surprising since Jews differed in culture and practice and norms and tended to adopt local customs. Very little Palestinian Jewish culture survived outside of Palestine. For example, the folklore and folk ways of the Jews in Northern Europe is distinctly pre-Christian German and Slavic in origin, which disappeared among the latter. So I wanted to finish reading that. I'm finished with this article. I want to go to this next article. Anybody want to say something? Whatever. I don't want to take up the whole, How
is this helping?
How is this helping? Because he said his article in Wayne Studies can't prove that they was Khazars. Y'all know I never argued from that point. When have you heard me say they was Khazari and all that? I thought I said something different. So just since he was saying that, I'm still finna find something to point to the premises why I say that they are not. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
That's what I'm doing.
So why? So what that article mean right there? You just read especially them last 8-9 lines. What that mean right there? What they doing?
That last 8-9 lines, they ruled out. Look, it said that overall, the combined results are in strong agreement with
He
the
reading it again. I
conviction
said, what it mean?
of the Arano. I'm finna get into it. Arano-Turkic Slavic hypothesis
Oh man,
predominant
make this up.
among modern day Hey, no, but what it mean though, it support our stance that them people, them 2/3 of them people over there, which are Ashkenazi Jews, are not the people. They are not. And then I want to read this other article.
But Behar would disagree with that strongly.
But hold on, it might. But look here, I want to read this other article because it went to the genetics. But this other article gonna speak on the genetics in the historic, and he gonna get off into Josephus and some other historians throughout the Roman and Empire and all these things to speak on how could they have ended up there and what are the ties to some of them khazars. I want y'all to read the rest of this article though. I'll post the link because y'all need to read all that. But what you saying on Pastor T?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Keith.
No, I would say that Behar would disagree with that because when we look at that study, the study was using methodologies that other people wasn't using at the time. That was basically what they was using was outdated methodologies that go back to 1979. So what we see with the latest studies are new methodologies that's being used in order to debunk the myth that they come from Kaisers. And matter of fact, it even strengthens the case that Ashkenazi, Sephardic,
I
and
don't
the other
believe
Jew.
they come from Khazars.
Oh, okay. I thought that's the position that you was on. But for
No.
those who say that, based off the new mythologies, I mean, they showing that the Ashkenazi are akin to the rest of the Jews around the world.
Nah, but they get off into that too. That's why I want to read some of this next article, man. But this article do references. It got sources and references within the articles that's ladder to Brother Damon Richards' article that he stated that was in 2013. Now this
I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so what I'm stating in this article still holds weight because it's published in the National Library for this subject. See, I'm not keen.
Again, it goes back to the methodologies in which they use, because that study in which Damon referenced carefully stated the new methodologies they used, because again, the most recent, the other ones are using stuff that's dated back to 1979. How they approach the topic is 1979.
Let me be honest with you, Brother Keith. I really don't believe in none of this DNA mess, because to a Bible believer, history only stems back how many years? Can somebody say it for me? Human history, humanity only stems back how many years?
It depends on if you're old Earth or young Earth.
Okay, if you old Earth or young Earth, old Earthers go with 15,000 years, or a little bit more. Young Earthers go with 6,000 years.
No, even with that, they're Christians who are evolutionists.
Okay, well, I'm not an evolutionist, and I don't believe in that, man. So I understand DNA and genetics to be a baby science anyway, and it's still evolving. And yes, they premises does fit evolution, because we hear things like mutations and all these things, and that suggests evolution, but I can't roll with that.
But let's say, for argument's sake, that if we go with genetic speaking, I mean, it would be in support of history, saying that Jews went everywhere. I mean, so I think that the DNA does support that.
I agree, but we got to make sure it's right, because we as humans can err and we can make a vague mistake, big mistakes. So
Brother Jordan,
it's still both hypotheses.
Hey, Brother Jordan, all this, right, is to say what, that they're converts and not blood?
No, it's not for me to say anything. Y'all, Brother
No,
Damon Richards, No,
Yeah,
y'all
no, I'm
brother.
asking.
Hold on. Let me do the Damon Richards. Hold on, Elder Damon Richards. Hold on. No, I'm just playing. I ain't got no hate for the brother. I love the brother. I believe Israelites need to be challenged, man. I ain't one of the brothers that oppose that. Y'all don't do nothing but make me a little better. So this what I'm saying is like, I brought this up. Yeah, I've been stating this a long time ago or whatever, but I brought this up in response to what Brother Damon Richards said the other night, man, because it was brutal, man. I couldn't even stand to watch, but I didn't have nothing to respond with, so I couldn't get on. But I did find this article. I found two, and one of them is peer review, and one is not. But one talks about this peer review study, and it goes on to speak about the history between some of the things I done spoke on when I had previous read Josephus. None of these things I done ever read before. Even when I got to Josephus that time, I have never read that before till y'all started challenging me. So man, y'all keep challenging me. I ain't mad at a challenge, man. Just know when I don't speak, I ain't talking. I don't read. So I brought
My
this up to
question,
show that it's scientists out here that's in that same field of genetics that's proving that these people are not of their land. And them people in their land are 2/3 of the people that they are proving that are not of this land. But
right?
what
So
we
that's my
need to
question.
hold on. But what we need to understand from this, though, ultimately, what we need to understand from this is both of them are hypotheses. The Khazarian hypothesis, the Reinhardt hypothesis, the Rhino-Slavic hypothesis, all these things are hypotheses, and still no unassuming research from what I'm reading in this article right here can prove that them people belong to the land. You want to know why? Because
that's not
hold on.
correct, because that's what the Wayne State study
This other
showed.
article gonna bring out that DNA is still a hypothesis while talking about this subject at hand.
Well, going back to what I was saying, that was the reason of that Wayne State study was to show that those hypotheses were in error, because see, a hypothesis has to be proven or disproven. Not all hypotheses are verifiable. You do understand that, right?
Look, hypothesis is educated guesses, and that's
Yeah,
exactly what DNA
thank
is.
you,
I
thank
know
you.
what hypothesis mean. You know, I ain't, like I said, I ain't went to school for none of this stuff, but you know,
And matter of fact, I'm finna drop the works of BHI in the chat for anybody who want to take a look at of the work that's been completed.
Hey, brother Jordan, let me finish my point real quick, bro, because I'm asking you a question. All this at the end of the day is to prove whose bloodline and to show that those people are converts, right? I mean, that's the whole point of bringing the DNA in, because you want to look at who
you
actually is the people. But my question
want to know
then,
why the real reason I brought that
oh,
out? Okay,
hold on. Let
go
me
ahead.
just say this. My question is, how does it account for them sharing DNA with people who we do consider to be bloodline?
Look, like I say, I really don't. I'm reading these articles from scientists. I'm not a geneticist, so
Right.
I
But if
can't
they're
really.
converts, that wouldn't explain them sharing DNA with people that we believe are bloodline.
Oh yes, it most definitely would. They could have looked, cause I read another article that said something to the fact that the AJs closely tied to the Greeks too. And then this other article I'm finna read say they more closely tied to Romans. I mean not Rome, but Italians and another people than they are to Middle Eastern people. But all this stemming off this same information that I read to you first in this article. That's why I want y'all to understand, because what y'all got to understand, it was mass conversions at that time. All them people that converted to Judaism were Jews. That's what they were.
Well, we got
To
to
the
have proof of
known
that.
world. To the known
Well,
world, they was considered Jews too. And that's why Abu just said what he said. It's a mixed bag over there. And that would
we
explain
got to
my
have
theory.
proof of that mass conversion, Jordan. We just can't go for the sake that we
Okay,
think that
well,
there's
let's
mass
keep reading.
conversions.
I'm
Well,
finna, I'm
where,
finna
whether,
share the next
when did
article.
it occur?
I'm finna share the next article. He gonna get off into some
Hey,
Josephus, and he gonna get off into some some other histories up in there at them areas where them people were at. So
hey, so quick on that. Because your premise is that these were the mass conversion happened to the Edomites, right? The Idumeans, correct?
I mean, I said the Idumeans were force converted. Josephus also stated that they was first converted in the 2nd century BC. But right after that, Josephus also said there were many from many other nations that also converted to Judaism that was called Jews. They also was Jews. That's what I'm saying to other people. That's what they see them as because they follow their religion. So that's what
And
I'm
see,
saying.
and some things that kind of throw me off with that. Even if they were mass converted. I mean, the Idumeans, wouldn't their DNA markers be pretty much the same as those who are Jews?
That's
And
what we
the
trying.
same goes with the Samaritans. Would some of their DNA be the same as Jews?
I mean, that's what we saying. I mean, like that's one of the arguments premises basis. If Israel ain't in the land, who are the people in the land, and are we just tracing their culture? Even though
Well,
it's some
it's like
articles out here. Hold on. Even though it's some articles out here that I just previously read that they ain't that historically they don't even have the pieces to all the puzzle now. So what I'm saying is like we got to be fair if we're gonna be fair. So what I'm saying is ultimately,
so. Were Jews in the land before 1948?
look, see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, biblically, Bible, I don't believe. So I believe is what God said he was gonna do. He was gonna scatter his people and wasn't none gonna be left in it. Wasn't none gonna be left in the land. So, but conversion wise, yeah, it could have been some Jews still there. You see what I'm saying? It could have been Jews still there fighting for the temple. They've been fighting for the temple and been fighting for them principles since the BC. It could have been Jews all throughout that place, even all throughout Rome. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. We got to slow down, like right here, really though, because just trying to lean on DNA ain't gonna work. Even though we took that beating the other night, I don't feel like that's gonna work. You see what I'm saying? I mean, but that's just my assumption now, my opinion. But you know, I just think we need to stop right here real quick. I want to
Hey,
read this. I
wait,
want
hold
to
on,
get
real quick,
somebody to read this other article.
John. What with that, right? So these are converts from 2nd century going forth, right?
Mm-mm,
And they know they're converts.
mm-mm.
What
Now it was
benefit did
still
it?
some Jews there too. Now,
Okay, it was some Jews.
yeah.
What benefit did it have for the converts to keep the faith in the face of persecution and being killed and being kicked out the land?
I mean, many benefits.
Like,
I mean, many benefits, and then man, you got to understand a lot of them Gentile. I mean, well, a lot of them converts, them Jews, was born into that Judaism, because you had Greece. Look, if we look like in this other article, they gonna speak about it was more Hellenized converts than Hellenized Jews in that area at that time. But you had Greeks predominating that area way before the Romans got there. So I'm saying we have historians, Josephus, talking about even conversions happening prior to the 1st century AD, mass conversions. So what I'm saying is, if that's true, we just got to slow down and think about it.
yeah, but John, you asked my question. What benefit did it have for them?
What benefit?
Monetary, being imposters, monetary. They had land rights. What benefit did it have to keep the convert, the forced converts, and they keep it going?
Well, first of all, it was a religion, it was a faith. That's something. Then, like I said, you had many of them that was born into that. They was raised like that. So why would you leave something that you was culturally raised in, even though your family do stand from converts? I mean, I don't see that give you any way to reason to leave a culture that you've been like. Right now, if you take African Americans out of America, it's still gonna be many, probably all cultural aspects of us gonna be American. So what I'm saying is it's gonna be hard to strip that away from us. So what I'm saying is the same thing for them people. Them people was raised in that, and that's what they culturally believed. Even though they family did stem for converts, they still were Jews. Even Hersay, he's a known Edomite, but he was considered a Jew, and he was a king of the Jews, and he had the temple built and all that. So what I'm saying is, like, knowing that, man, we can have that DNA that they have can be. I'm just saying it's not infallible, bro. All that DNA mess is not infallible. It's not. I don't care how much articles or how much works y'all gonna pull up. It's not infallible.
But this is the way that some want to go, especially when we talk about the DNA. So
I
we're gonna have to look
understand
at
that,
it,
but I
and we're
don't
gonna have to
believe in that.
scrutinize all of it.
I mean, I understand that you do got to scrutinize it. You do, man, but I just don't see nobody. I ain't see. Look, I don't do the DNA. Pastor Jefferson, you know I don't do no DNA, man. When I get up here, I mostly talk about scriptures and all this other stuff. But man, I just felt like it was crazy. It was just, then nobody responding to that, man. So I try my best. But y'all want to read this other article real quick? I know it's getting late. Big bro, you sleep? You still there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Oh. Y'all want to read this other article?
No, but you do. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Thank you, Brother Dave. Appreciate you. Super chat.
Let me see. Hey, Dunamis, you still driving, man. You always driving, man. You a truck driver?
You all over the place. Matter of fact, we're running at that. Look, read that right there for eternity.
Let me see. Jordan. When Jesus returns and calls up the dead, is he calling up bloodline Jews first and then Gentiles? What about the living Jews, though? Do they get called up before dead Gentiles? Because Jews have to be first, right? Now, I'm going to be honest. Now, throughout my study, I came on here very early when I first started coming on your show, Barine. I started mentioning the thing about the first resurrection and the second resurrection. And I believe the first resurrection was for y'all, where y'all all know, and the second resurrection was for the other nations. But as I continue to grow and try to study, man, I'm starting to lean toward the fact that I believe both believing Jews and believing Gentiles will be resurrected. The reason why I said that, man, because he said the dead in me shall rise first. And we have Christians that were not Israelites at that time that believed in Christ Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But it's still some things I'm working out. But I want to just keep it all the way funky too, though. I still see some, and I still believe that DNA faulty. But I'm gonna read these articles in light of what was said about the brother earlier. So,
Jordan, real quick, and those believers in Christ that weren't Israelites.
Well, can
what it
Bible
takes too?
See, that's hard right there, Duna. Why you always trying to hit me with that, man?
Bruh, it ties to it. It ties to it.
Well, I'm still working that haystack. I'm still trying to find that needle in that haystack, Dooms. I'm working on it though. But you know, for right now, you know my stance on that, and you know my stance on who I believe the kings and priests is. But my stance is also that I know believing Gentiles will be coming back into the land with us. And my question be for Israel is, what about the believing Gentiles that already died? Would they just stay and not come back into the land with us, even though they also believe too? So that's why I'm starting to lean towards the resurrection is for believers, both Israel and Gentiles. And we both gonna be going back in the land as stated in the prophecies, and the temple that we're gonna be built in Revelation. You know what I'm saying? But we see it's still an order ultimately too, though. And I'm still working on that, but I'm still studying Dune, but I still see that order, man. I ain't got around that yet.
Still got applications.
But let's read this. Can you still not doing them? Because you can read it
No, I'm
quicker, man.
driving right now.
Oh man.
So I'm driving right now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm still driving.
All right. Well, this one is called, this is on the website, BioRxiv, the present server for biology. All right. A tale of two hypotheses, genetics and the ethnogenesis of Ashkenazi Jewry. Now, this was published by M.A. Aram Yardumian. And I must admit, it said this article is a preprint and has not been certified by peer review. But I went to what does this mean? Although it has not been certified by peer review, it has been screened. So let me find what I'm trying to get to. I think I highlighted it. Let me see. I ain't get it disappeared on me. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna start right here. All right. The literature of Hellenistic Jewry is longer on textual criticism than on social details. Nevertheless, with the addition of archaeological sources, we can be sure Jewish communities in Asia Minor thrived with proselytes and converts. Whether these were voluntarily or more compulsory, as was the case with the Edomites and Idumeans, see Josephus 15:9, it is unclear, but more likely the former given the lack of evidence for Jewish military apparatus in Asia Minor. Moreover, the well-known campaign to translate the Old Testament into Greek dialect Koine, which served as a lingua franca. See, I learned all this on this channel, man. Y'all ought to be proud. Which served as the lingua franca of much of the Mediterranean region following the imperial consolidation of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE. Must have been planned with converts in mind. All right. From Greek epigraphic and papyrus sources, we know of scores of synagogues in Asia Minor, the northern Black Sea region, and southern Europe, chiefly in the Balkan, but also Hungary. Although we have no membership list or even statement of function for these synagogues, a great many converted Gentiles are mentioned in rabbinical literature. Bamberger, 1939, 22, 66. Also, on this general subject, see Sharpio, 1960, Rappaport, Baron, believes there were between 4 and 8 million Jews outside of Palestine in the 1st century CE. Even if the number was 5 million, this amount to 1/10 of the population of the entire Roman Empire, according to the consensus of Augustus. This ratio is unimaginable without the conversions of large numbers of Gentiles. The question then is whether and to what extent the Jewish communities of Asia Minor and Black Sea region, the Balkans, and perhaps elsewhere survived to influence Ashkenazism, and how many succumbed to the pressures of rising state Christianity. Furthermore, it is not clear how many subsequently departed for Central Europe in the waning days of the Byzantium. So hold on, I got to read. All right, I'm gonna start right here. In the 1st century CE, the rate of conversion to Judaism in Rome was remarkably high. A diminished version of the Jewish exile narrative would thus be that Ashkenazi Jews descended from these Roman converts as much as from the Judean immigrants or deportees themselves. This is the opinion of Sussman Dix in 2010, whose analysis of genetic markers on autosomes, sex chromosomes, and the mtDNA positioned Eastern European Jews closer to their non-Jewish neighbors, especially Italians, than to other Jewish population. The genetic proximity to Italians led Sussman Dix, as well as the authors of similar studies, to assert an origin of the Ashkenazi among Roman converts to Judaism. Sussman, see, all this coming from genetics research. I'm just showing y'all something. Sussman Dix's mistake was in thinking his modern-day Italian proxies, who he used for the DNA samples, no ancient day nothing. And indeed, ancient Romans were not already the product of genetic interactions across the Mediterranean. In fact, when Neolithic settlement patterns in Southern Europe are taken into account, they were certainly sharing genetic variations with their distant neighbors in Anatolia to the east. Despite these issues, hold on, let me see something real quick. All right, I'm gonna start. Well, I'm gonna go and read this just for the sake, man. I'm not trying to be long. Despite the issues, this paper along those at Asman et al. 210 and Berher et al. 210 represents a great improvement over the landmark study by Hammer et al. 2000, which calculates aggregated populations of Russians, Germans, and Austrians, a fictitious population in this sense. And moreover applies the X2 test to the aggregates, which should be avoided in case of multi-normal data sets. In addition, populations from key corridors and centers of Jewish settlement, such as Belarus, Lithuania, and Poland, were left out of this study. And so the results favoring a Levantine origin of Eastern European Jews may be skewed. All right. The conversion of the kingdom of Adabin to Judaism in the 1st century CE might also be seen as an important transition in Jewish demography. It's if also because, according to the letter to the envoy of Ibn Shaprut, it was from and through Armenia, not via Black Sea Jews, that Judaism was brought to Khazaria. The question then is whether to see this and other conversions to Judaism in Western Eurasia as parcels to the game of alliance building and politicking for much the same reasons as Germanic, Slavic, and Altaic tribes were turned toward Christianity. And others toward Islam in those centuries are whether converts in Judaized regions were inculcated by immigrants from Palestine or other diasporic centers. For example, Joseph HaKohen claims then the Arab invasion of Persia in 690 BCE was the impetus for a great many Persian Jews to migrate north to southern Russia. To wit, a mid-13th and 14th century Jewish cemetery was recently discovered near the village of Hearsay, Armenius, although the origin and fate of this community remain unknown. Hold on, there's more, but I want to read something else, and then I'm gonna go on, skip and get straight to the point what I was trying to say. Let me see if I want to read this real quick. But I'm gonna post this link in the chat so y'all gonna read the full article. But hold on. I'm gonna read this right here. Jewish merchants and slave traders abounded in antiquity all across Eurasia. And we heard about these Jewish merchants and slave traders a whole bunch of times. Perhaps the best documented of these are the Rabbinites, a loosely confederated, if confederated at all, group of mobile, multilingual Jewish traders who seem also to have been experts on route geography and social relations. Proposed as following: that they were Arabic-speaking Jews from Radhan, a village that once existed in southern Iraq, and were successful not because of their incorporation, but because of a network of Jewish settlements all across Eurasia with whom they cooperated. Following the loss of their monopolies at the end of the 10th century due to the rise of Genoa and Venice, and others whose sub-blockades and anti-Jewish campaigns destroyed their competition. They may have settled in Mesopotamia or moved on to Europe. However, what of the great network of Eurasian Jewish communities, particularly those in Russia, on whom they must have relied? So, all right. With so little Jewish history between Josephus Flavius in the late 18th century, it was natural for European historians to connect modern Jews directly to the ancient Judeans by way of wholesale deportation to Rome. As Shlomo Schland points out, Rome's great arch of Titus shows Roman soldiers carrying the plundered temple Katabra, not as taught in Israeli schools, Judean captives carrying it on their way to exile. Nowhere in the abundant Roman documentation is there any mention of a deportation from Judea. Nonetheless, this narrative has captured the imagination of Jews and Christians alike because it depicts a small, resilient people bonded together in defiance of the Roman legions, whom would suppress their freedom to exist, thrive, and regenerate. The concept of Jewish exile as such is critical to the concepts of its return. Therefore, Zionist historians have in their scholarship minimized ideas relating to pre-revolt diasporas, proselytism, and conversion in Rome and elsewhere. They minimalized it. Involuntary departure from Palestine for reasons of martyr-cannibalism. And yet this narrative of exile has no more or less to recommend it than the various suppositions and rumors mentioned above. All right. Let's see this real quick. All right, I'm going to read this. Thus far, all major genetic studies, alike accepted, have suggested that a majority of Jewish Y chromosome genes are shared with other populations of the Middle East presumed to be autochthonous to the region. Nearly all these studies have concluded a relationship exists between the major diaspora Jewish, Ashkenazi, Sephardic, and Mizrahi population. Y chromosome and mDNA data, on the other hand, have indicated founder effects both of Middle Eastern and local origins, as well as significant admixture with local population. Most significantly, Significantly, they are apparently as few as 4 maternal haplogroups, which make up 70% of Ashkenazi Jewish DNAs. K 32%, H 21%, N1B 10%, and J1 7%. While it has been claimed these 4 lineages are a general Middle Eastern in origin, the most recent research, Costa et al. 2013, suggests they are by and large mostly rooted in European prehistory, and their presence therefore must be due to conversion. Let me keep reading. Whole genome and autosomal studies have bridged these seemingly divergent results by confirming the genetic proximity of Ashkenazi Jews to both Middle Eastern and European groups, concluding essentially that the Jewish genome is a series of geographical clusters tied loosely together. Overall, the closest genetic neighbors to most Jewish groups are Palestinian Arabs, Bedouins, and Druids. Nepal, Southern European populations such as Cypriots and Italians, and somewhat surprisingly, North Caucasus populations such as Adige, Levic, Kafum, the last finding being wet inspired by Leak's endeavor to revisit the Khazar hypothesis. All right, so I'm finna read this last little thing and I'm gonna be done. Read this and I'm gonna go down and read the conclusion, because there's a conclusion to all this that they state. As to the issue of whether Jewish people are core linguists, the aggregation of Judeans and Greco-Roman and possibly Slavic converts are a single people, the descendants of a tribe with the roots of Palestinian and his other, this remains unresolved, because too much of the Ashkenazi Jewish genome is shared by other Eastern Mediterranean population. The current evidence does indicate Middle Eastern origin, however, admixed for Ashkenazi Jewish male lineage, but how much does this really mean? To conclude that any population is Middle Eastern by descent is really to say very little. Even if the proportional ancestry clusters join geographic neighbors, the Middle East is a big place and seems to have served as an incubator for human genes between the anatomically modern human departures from Africa and various later departures into Eurasia during the Upper Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic eras. Many of the current Dang, I done lost my place, man. Yeah, I got to do all this reading, man. I got to get my point across. While the majority of Eurasia mtDNA and Y chromosome haplogroups now directly associated with East Asia and India have their origins there very general. Given both these facts and uncertainties, why do we either Khazaria or the Ryland specifically to serve as geographic interfaces for Ashkenazi ethnogenesis, when just as likely the process was complex, gradual, and inclusive of converted Jews from a wide variety of lineages? All right, so I'm going to read this last little part and I'm done for real. Right here, y'all can read the rest. It's some other interesting stuff in there. There are numerous notions about the origins of all people, some presumptuous, some controversial, some purely mythological. Although much high-quality genetics research points to a commonality of certain lineages within the Ashkenazi Jewish population structure, far too much is assumed and stressing Palestine is the point of geographic origin. To make finely pointed suggestions about the geographic origins of holotypes amounts to guesswork, especially in the Middle East. Given the genetic structure of Greeks or Italians, one could construct a similar hypothetical argument from their origins in the region. And yet we know from history that there is more to the story. Without ancient DNA, linking ancient Judeans to modern Jews, we can only position Ashkenazi Jewry beside their closest neighbors, which include the peoples of Anatolia, who for a time, it appears, saw more Judaized Hellenese than Hellenified Jews. So it was the opposite. They seen Judaized Gentiles more there than Jews being Gentiles there. Given the centuries of proselytic activities all around the Roman Empire, and perhaps the same in Persia and the southern Russia, it is a shame to see the story of Ashkenazi Jewish ethnogenesis cast in the terms of reductive narrative traditions such as the Rhineland and Khazaria, rather than in a more complex and expansive framework. So, I read all that just to show that all of that is a hypothesis. And we as Bible believers, I believe that it would be our best bet to stick to the scripture. But I understand. Anybody could quote scripture, and anybody could be out of context. But let's try to see who most close. You see what I'm saying? Y'all know the Greek in the Hebrew. Instead of disgracing it, fine tune it, man. I mean, help. You see what I'm saying? I know y'all helping because as y'all can tell, y'all help me. So I'm done though. Someone else could talk.
All right.
That paper right there does prove our point though, genetically wise, that you can't really fit that narrative either way. Like they basically it all comes down to a claim. It's another part of that paper that hold on, because I got to read that. Because he got kind of smart right there. It gonna take a second. Hold on. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna read this real quick. In the 13th tribe, it's better placed in the fiction section. So y'all talk about that book all the time. So I recognize that, but I never read it. So I'm just, maybe the Rhineland hypothesis also belongs there too. Both of them belong in the fiction section. However, there is a further, more pressing question to be asked. Now, these are important questions. Now, why does the proposal of alternate hypotheses for the ethnogenesis of Jews create such alarm? Why does Dorgold write of Aleic's research is aimed at advancing the legitimization of the Jewish state? These questions. After all, now these arguments, now let y'all know some context of this article right here. It was arguments between geneticists. You see what I'm saying? So you had this geneticist Dorgold that wrote about Halayks that he mentions farther up in the article. But research is aimed at advancing the legitimization of the Jewish state. After all, no genetic study has ever isolated Palestine as a point of origin for Jewish populations. No genetic studies has ever isolated. And the legitimacy of the state of Israel has nothing to do with genetics per se. Given this, the Zionist critics need not worry, unless, of course, there is population genetics research aimed at legitimizing Israel or any other rabbinic projects. Such studies would indeed be cause for alarm. Indeed, perhaps the wording of the recognition of a Jewish race at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 and its relationship to the mandate for a creation of a Jewish state in Palestine should be studied more carefully. Now, how be it that I've been talking about some of this stuff, these converts and all these things, and I learned all that from the Bible before I even read any of this, though. But I'm glad y'all challenges us because it helps us kind of piece some puzzles together, man. And I'm done talking. I need some water. Hello?
Yeah.
Big bro, Marine, wake up, big bro. I'm sorry, man. I know it's a long, boring read, but that's what these scholars got to do. Scholars got to read these long, boring reads, man. We got to read the book till your breath stink. so we getting that work in tonight, man.
All right, go ahead, who's?
Hey, Jordan.
Everybody
Yes,
see what they
sir.
had to say?
How you doing, Elder Joe?
Hey, great.
Elder Joe, what's good, man?
Everything good. I want to ask you a question. Excuse me. Do you believe that all Israel was scattered to the four corners of the earth?
Yes, sir. I absolutely do.
Do you believe they was in Russia?
I believe when he said four corner, I believe all corners.
Do you believe that if the children of Noah, the sons of Jason, we call them the white race, correct?
I mean, I don't say that because I don't stem off color. I believe it could have been some JPEG that were black because I was doing this reading this DNA research and all this stuff. You read all type of stuff. So guess what? Some of these scientists said, even though I don't really vouch for the DNA, but I seen scientists write that it was a strand of R in West Africa. But that's an ancient European. That's a European DNA, but it's down in Africa, and them people were black.
But who would you consider the descendants of Jason?
Who I would consider the people that he secluded to the isles of the Gentiles.
Which would
the
be
color
who?
The color specifics I can't really say, man, because the color spectrum so.
Well, give me nations, not color. Give me nations.
Well, the Bible speak of folks like Gomer and the main argument and debate tonight and the other night, Ashkenaz and all these people. But in particular, I can't tell you what color these people were back in these times, man. I can't. You know what I'm saying?
Can you articulate maybe how we got the Anglo-Saxon race of people? How did one skin turn to be more white than color?
Huh?
How did those who are up in the Asia area, like Russia, and those high climate areas, like if you live in Alaska, you find more, or in Canada, in certain areas of Canada, you find more white people there. How would you understand how they became white, in other words?
I mean, I don't know, Elder Joe. Like, I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. Like,
I'm just wondering.
What you stating that premise is to prove that why the Jews are white now or something.
No, the reason why I asked you the question was this: that we have a variety of colors in the world, and if we say that from the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, that there were people of color, and we talk about the Caucasus Mountains, which would be the sons of Jathan. And if Israel was scattered to the four corners of the earth, and they were there for a period of time, would not their complexion at some point come to
Oh, that
resemble?
what you asking me? I believe
Yeah.
Jews can be all colors, but I just
Okay.
don't believe because of prophecy and other certain things that I done read that they are. That's been my whole argument.
Okay,
I'm not
but
saying I'm not basing my argument on what color is who. I believe that there is a white Jew out here, but based on something that I believe in Bible, I don't think they fit the description. Not saying they're not considered Jews or Jewish or whatever, because you had many people that was considered that.
So if that be the case, and let's say you had some people that were in Russia who were white and they was airlifted and brought back to the land of Israel, would you deny, even though they had lived in Russia or in Ukraine for a period of time and was airlifted and brought back into Jerusalem, that in some way, because they are white and they're in the land, that they are not the true Israelites? Would you come to that conclusion?
Hey, just like the genetic scientists of the joke, is all the assumption, because the paper I just read said they share no origin with that area.
So have they tested their blood to be truthful and matter of fact?
We don't test the blood. Let's test the scriptures, man. I just read a
Well,
country.
I'm talking about, we're talking about science where what is that Damon Richards was on last night. What sciences are being used to determine that these people are not who they say they are? What are we using scientifically to be able to prove it? Because we're trying to take scripture to try to prove the fact that these people are not Israel.
Let me ask you something, Mr.
Go ahead.
Elder Joe. Let me ask this serious question. Does the Bible, let me make sure I ask this right. Does the Bible proves science, or does science proves the Bible?
You can say science proved the Bible to be true. But the Bible has nothing to do with science.
But you
But
still
you can
basically said the prior that I said. If you still basing the science on the Bible, okay, let me ask you about this. What about all this science out here that base the Bible not to be true? And one in questioning is genetics, because they tracing genomes and all these things back thousands of years where the Bible supports no evidence. So what I'm saying is, so how do we take that in light of what you just said?
I don't take all science to be true. Now, when I was going to school, I asked what happened there? Is anyone still there?
Yeah, we here.
Oh, okay. Where do we
I
pick up
believe the
from?
ring gone though, man. Hey, big bro,
Hey,
if you sleep, we can do a part 2, man. Cause we
let me ask
can
a
kind of
question real quick.
Go ahead, Hans.
My question would be, do you believe that Edomites can be saved?
Why
Hey,
wouldn't
most
they be able to
definitely
be
they could
saved?
be saved, bro.
Why
Why
wouldn't they
would
be able to be saved?
why would you think that?
What evidence do you have?
No, we can just open up the Acts of the Apostles, man, to show the where it went from Jews to Gentiles. We can
Exactly.
look.
To all
We can look at the
Gentiles, including
churches.
Esau.
Yeah, we can look at the churches that were established on the first, second, third missionary trips, man. I mean, that's easy.
Was King David in the Holy Spirit?
When?
When he wrote the Psalms?
I would say that it was. Why? Why do you ask?
Did
Tell me,
King?
do you believe? Do you believe
Yeah,
King David's in the Holy Spirit?
wait. Did
Do you
King
believe King David's
David?
in the Holy Spirit? Do you
Did
think he
King
speaks
David?
prophetically?
Did King David see the resurrection?
It's Psalm 22. That's where you're going.
No, sir. Did King David see the resurrection?
According to Psalm 22, we believe he did.
Did King David see what the kingdom of heaven was going to be like?
Nah. He only had a clouded view of that. Not even all the prophets had that. Not even Elijah, who was the most formidable of prophets. So where are we going?
I would argue that all the prophets saw the kingdom.
And what was your basis of that? Come on, bring your proofs. You make a claim. Bring at least 2 or 3 proofs now.
Isaiah chapter 60 and Isaiah chapter 61. And Isaiah chapter 2 and Isaiah chapter 2. But not to lose, I want to ask you a question though. I want to go I want to go to Psalms 109.
No, let's go to the Transfiguration.
I don't know about him with these scriptures, man.
Yeah, let's
Come
go
on,
to the
Garfield.
Transfiguration. So I want
Come
to
on,
argue that
Garfield. Come to the microphone.
Garfield, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Why y'all starting trouble in the community, man? Y'all trying
That
to start
Damon
the
Richardson
man.
came in here, seen we was
You know,
playing
I'm gonna
this
tell you
video
something.
and started talking.
Look here, David Richardson came up in this thing like Debo, man.
When
He
today
was
or the
snatching.
other
He
day?
was
I know.
snatching chains and everything.
Oh, the other day, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I watched it. I watched some of it. I'm actually in talks with him. I'm trying to get him and Ron Dalton in the ring, but Ron Dalton today said he's not interested with all these excuses. But Damon Richardson is taking my title away. I'm no longer the Hebrew killer. Literally taking my title. And I said, hey, you could have it, man.
So he snatched the title from you, bro.
Yeah, man. It's over with. Hey, you know what's really funny? A lot of folks don't realize that the compilation of the biblical texts, as far as being the Old Testament, the Tanakh, is not an early thing. It's actually a late 1st century BC thing. So when folks read the Bible, they're not reading it in the sense that, hey, we're not saying the books are written late, but as far as a compilation, nobody's running around before the Babylonian exile with a bunch of scrolls with Deuteronomy and Exodus and all these books. It just wasn't happening. It does not be realistic.
I want to hear from you on this West African thing. Richardson kind of made the claim that you made. You don't believe. You still ain't found no Israelites on them ships at the bottom of them slave ships.
All right. So now I'm glad you actually brought that up because I want to read a source to you, right? I have a source that actually talks about the West Africans primarily being converts.
Now, Garfield, you're going to have to give us that source now.
I'm going to give it to you right now, bro. I don't talk.
All right,
hey,
all
listen,
right.
I already signed a contract with Brother Barine. I can't come on here unless I got
Now, if they don't mind being a convert, hold on now. I remember my man
remember Sister Shari. Remember Sister Shari checked me months
So
ago.
we were converts,
about
and
this
then
convert
we just magically came to this understanding.
All right, watch this, right? You know what the pitfall is for every Israelite person? They can tell you, they'll tell you, hey, but we were worshiping, we were practicing Israelite traditions in West Africa. So we said to them, what about you? You might find some people that was doing some Israelite tradition, but can you trace your roots 2,700 years ago? I have a news flash for everybody. Nobody can. Not even the folks in Israel can today. They don't. They trace themselves back to the 70 AD. They don't trace themselves back to 2,700 years ago. Remember, because there's no Judaism until after the exile. You see, this is what kills the whole argument. There's no Judaism until the quote unquote Hellenistic period when the priesthood is forming and compiling the books together. The books exist, but they weren't compiled together. That's what the priesthood did. Let me ask a question to everybody on the panel. Does everybody on the panel know what the Zugat period is? Does everybody on the panel, I'm going to repeat it. Does everybody on the panel or in the chat know what the Zugat period is?
I want to know if that's Elder Joe, the real Elder Joe on here in the back chat, in the back room. Go ahead.
Yeah, because if you understand the Zugat period, that's the period of when they had two pairs of priesthood during the Maccabean period. And people who would interpret the text. Are you saying, as an Israelite claimant, my brother, that you descend from those people? I really want to know, do you descend from the Pharisees? Do you descend from, who do you descend from? Because I'm curious, because we could trace where the people who are claiming it today, where they come from. We could trace it.
But
it's
you
easy.
said they couldn't. You just said in your prior statement they couldn't nobody trace it past 7 AD.
Not to 2700, not to 2700 BC, not to 700 BC. I'm sorry, not 2700 years, where they could trace it back to the 70 AD period. The 70 AD period is hold on. Remember, at 6 AD, this is what caused a lot of confusion. Judea, what's called Judah or Judea, at 6 AD was now a Roman province that extended up to Galilee, which is in northern Israel, and went southward to where Idumea is, which is Edom. So all of that was considered Judah. So that caused a lot of confusion when you're reading stuff from the 1st century, 2nd century, because all that area in the Roman Empire was called Judea. So when you say I'm a Judean citizen, I'm a Jew. So it causes confusion because everybody is mixed up. But as far as the people who are Israel, if you want to use the term Israel, because that term really wasn't used because of Judaism. It was about being a Jew. It wasn't about being. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's about being a Yahudim, the correct term.
Right. Yahudim.
It's not Jew. Jew is what we say today in English, because you know people like to say, "Oh, there's no J" and all that craziness. But the problem is tracing your way back. If you're going the West African route, you already lost, because you can't prove you come from 70 AD and the exile. You can't prove it because that's just not true. It's not a historical fact. It's something somebody made up. So you can't prove how you got to West Africa. That's the key. How did you get to West Africa? I'm not saying there's no Jews in West Africa, but watch this, Barine. Remember, we have the Luwanga Jews in Congo. We have the Senegambian Portuguese Jews that come in and mix with the African women. We also have people in Timbuktu. Remember when Plummer came on one day? Rest in peace to my boy Plummer. He said, "Garfield, I got you." He showed the Taout Jews who were called the Rothschilds of their day. Those people are not considered dark skin or brown skin Jews. They were considered white Jews, the Taout Jews in Algeria. Remember when the Muslim guy came in and they had a war with them and he said, "Let's kill all these Jews off," and they had to run? Were those your people? You see, people, there are Jews because we have the Catalan Atlas. The Catalan Atlas actually in the 1300s document every single Jewish community in the world. I would like somebody show me which one is this African American who is these group of people where you come from. Show me yourself. They're documented. They have a map where every Jewish community is in the 1300s. Where are you on the map? You don't exist.
So, Parker, with that, let me ask you, right? It kind of sounds like you're saying correct me if I'm wrong, like being a Jew, to an extent, comes down to a personal choice. Because if you like doing the Zagat area, different views of the scriptures, Torah, things like that. So I might be part of a sect that another sect would consider not to be Jewish, but my sect would consider us to be Jewish. And even if I were can trace myself back to that time period, I still might be part of that sect that was considered not Jewish, and I would have to kind of conform to the sect that won over in the end. Just like how the Messianic Jews who said Christ as their Savior wouldn't consider, they'll consider biologics and my kinsmen of the flesh like Paul, but in terms of prophecy and things like that, they wouldn't really consider them the fullness because they reject the Messiah.
All you got to do, bro, is look at the Babylonian exile and when they came back. Remember, before that, there was what? A kingship. That's how you knew who ruled in Israel and Judea. They had kings. Once they came back from the Babylonian exile, they no longer had kings. It became a priesthood. It was about the priesthood, no longer about King David lineage, because King David lineage through Jachinayim stayed in Babylon. That's why you have what's called the Rosh Galata, which is considered the person who is related biologically to David. From the 2nd century AD, they have this one guy who is the head of all the Jews in the diaspora. He's the guy that they say is connected to David. So from the 2nd century, or from the 4th century, I'm sorry, to around the 17th century, they have this one guy that's running around in the world that said he's related to David, bloodline. That's the key, because that version of Judaism, or that version of a Jewish sect, is the one that took over. Because after the temple fell, 70 AD, the rabbinic, the Pharisees became the top dogs as far as interpreting the text. They won. So that's what you're talking about, beloved. They won. So everybody had to conform to their way of thinking. So that's when you come about the oral Torah is also, as far as the Torah is concerned, you have the oral Torah, you have oral interpretation from the time of Moses, and they're the ones that establish and change it from Jerusalem to Babylon. That's why the book was called From Babylon to Timbuktu. And by the way, that book, Babylon to Timbuktu, used a source that said that the Ghana kingdom was started by Jewish tribes who came from white Libyan people. I don't know if people even know that. So all those people who read in Rudolph Windsor and say, hey, what Rudolph Windsor said, he used a source that said the Ghana kingdom comes from these white Libyan people. And I'm stressing the word white. All right. But I'm here, though. I'm here to have some fun. Bereen said, I'm stopping their waiting. No, I'm not stopping their waiting. I'm helping them out. Helping them tonight. Yeah, I mean, you could claim to be a Jew by faith. I could be a Jew. There's a process. I could do it tomorrow. I think it's a 2-year process. I could start it tomorrow.
Hey, let me ask you this. So from your standpoint, Garfield, how can I ask this? So, do you believe? I don't want this. Ain't no trick question, but do you believe Jacob actually existed as a person? I'm just asking you serious because I want to ask you something else.
No.
So let me. Okay,
but that don't mean he never existed.
I understand.
Okay.
But you don't believe he existed.
No, I think he's an eponymous ancestor.
Okay. So being by that, right, how can you even argue from the fact that these people are Jews if you yourself don't believe Jacob ever existed, who the Jews or the 12 tribes came from?
All right, watch this. First of all, you already lost the conversation because you used the term Jew.
I'm not trying to win.
Okay,
I'm
watch
not trying
it.
to win. I'm just asking.
Every conversation on Berean is about beating up people and who win or who lose. So whether we
I'm
want
not
to
that
admit
type.
it or not,
I'm not,
subconsciously you want to beat up Garfield right now.
I'm not
But
that type, my
I'm messing, I'm
beloved.
messing, I'm messing with you. I'm messing with you. Relax, relax, calm down, slow down, calm down. You know what? And I always love your spirit. So you're somebody who I actually appreciate with your information. But the thing is, just like what Pastor Richardson did the other day, are you talking from a biblical perspective or are you talking from a historical perspective? Because now you put yourself in a position where you said, Garfield, how are these people? I am saying that no one can be an ancient Israelite because I know from what the historians and archaeologists say. Hold on. You can't be from the 12 tribes. This is, you see, again, you have to understand what happened in the Bible and its structure. Before the Babylonian exile, I just said it a while ago, there was a kingship. You had Josiah, you had Manasseh, you had Hezekiah, you had all these kings in Judah, in the southern kingdom. After the exile, that no longer existed. So it became a priesthood type of system. Because remember, people don't know that, all right, do you know like people who run in the streets and they have like a drug game going on? You know where they house their drugs? And I'm just talking from a story perspective now. Jerusalem, that temple that the Jews had, used to be the collection center for parts of the Persian Empire. So it was extremely important to the Persians. So when they would collect funds and gold and all that stuff, they would collect it in Jerusalem at the temple. It was a collection spot. So it was extremely important to the Persians. Very important.
So let me make this
So
clear.
hold on. Let me finish your point. Remember, from the Persian time period is a priesthood. Once you got into the Hellenistic period, you had the Zadokites, you had the Zealots, you had the Essenes, you had the Pharisees, you had the Sadducees, you had over 6,000 different Jewish sects. And I'm not joking, 6,000. So everybody had an opportunity to read some parts of the book. Plus you had the Samaritan tradition. So you had different sects all over. In fact, I have found over 1,000 different writings in the intertestamental period. There's a book called Joseph and Asenath. I don't know if Brother Berean ever heard of that. I've never heard of that before. I found out 2 weeks ago there's a book called Joseph and Asenath based on the biblical story of Joseph and Asenath in Exodus about them having children and all that crazy stuff. But there's a book written in that period, 100 BC, and hundreds of books, thousands, probably 1,000 books that people don't talk about. We talk about the Apocrypha and certain books and all that stuff, but they have other writings. But all these different sects have their own little writings or whatever they're doing. It's just that the people who won the argument that the brother mentioned earlier, I think it was Dunamis or whatever his name is, whoever was speaking earlier, the sect that won the argument after 70 AD, we're really pushing their version of Judaism. We're not pushing the Essenes. We're not pushing the Sadducees, because remember, the Sadducees don't believe in the resurrection. The Pharisees were the ones that believed in the resurrection. You understand? So you got to look at it from that perspective. They won. So from this point on, you are now following a version of quote unquote Judaism that the Pharisees push. That's what it entails. Hold on. Watch this now. So this version of this Judaism is what the people in Spain, in Portugal, the people who were in Northern Africa, in the Maghrebi, the Egyptian Jews, the Jews in India, the Jews all over the world, they are following this version of Judaism. So when black folks or Latino folks or anybody who is claiming that they're from Israel, you got to ask, this is a tracking device now. What version of Judaism are you following? If you are following the rabbinical Judaism or an offshoot of it, you are following, as far as you're concerned, that's the wrong Judaism, because they don't believe in the New Testament and you don't follow their oral Torah, and they're wrong. But the people in West Africa, the Luanga Jews, the Timbuktu Jews, and all these Jews are following rabbinical Judaism. This is why I'm so confident when I say that none of you guys can trace your roots, because it's going to go back to rabbinical Judaism. It doesn't go to any form of Israelite teachings that you follow. You're making up stuff. Not you, but whoever is making the claim that 70 AD and they went into it. No, because the only Judaism we find is the one that you guys run around and say is fake. which is the one that these people who are in Israel today, the ones that the people who are in Babylon was following, the Persian Jews that were left over from the Assyrian exile, the remnants of them, the remnants of the people that went to Assyria, the remnants of the people that left during the Babylonian exile who Nebuchadnezzar gave land, the remnant, they're all following this rabbinical Judaism. So which Judaism do you come from? That's what everybody need to ask. Which version do you come from? Because the one you're talking about don't exist. The only one we find is the rabbinical Judaism or its offshoot. I'm sorry, Karaite Judaism is an offshoot of rabbinical Judaism because they didn't want to follow the oral Torah. So they exist. But otherwise, what Judaism are you following? Or what version of the Old Testament or Israelite tradition are you following? Because that's the one that got developed when the Tanakh was put together and people started following it through the Zagat period, through the Tanaic period, through the Amoraim period. It's the same Judaism. These people now who are claiming that's them, that they are the ones that came up through that. They could trace their roots through it. What can you do? And if I ask anybody who claims they're an Israelite bloodline to trace their roots, oh, we can't do it because of slavery. Okay, so show me somebody in 700 AD or the Common Era that was practicing the Judaism that you feel was the right one. You can't show it. All you're going to show me is Jews, whether they're black or brown or red or white or yellow, they're following a version of rabbinical Judaism.
Because Garfield, didn't even the scenes die out?
Even the what?
Their scenes. Didn't they die out?
I didn't hear you. It says seeds. Whose seeds?
The Essenes.
Oh, the Essenes.
Yeah.
The Essenes probably, I don't know exactly what happened to them, but they probably had to merge in with the populace at the time. Because remember, the temple was important to people after the temple was rebuilt. So the temple was always important. But remember, there was also in 3 of the books that we use, because you have the Dead Sea Scrolls, you have the Samaritan Pentateuch, you have the Masoretic text, and you have the Septuagint, right? You remember the Mount Gerizim is documented in some of these documents as the temple, not Jerusalem. Another thing that people don't realize. Mount Gerizim was important because that's in the northern kingdom. And there's other temples that were built at the time. So you have a sect of people saying, hey, Mount Gerizim is the right temple and Jerusalem is not. So you have different sects who are battling at the time. In fact, the people who were with Jerusalem burnt down Mount Gerizim temple. So which is another part of the history. So the Samaritans are saying like 600 of them exist today. They're like, we're dying out and Mount Gerizim is the right temple. What if they are correct? They could be the right one. And now you have people saying it's Jerusalem. So when you say Essenes and bring up the Essenes now, remember I said there's 6,000 different groups. Everybody fell right under or fell into what the Pharisees were pushing rabbinical Judaism. So that became the head dog. It's like the Roman Catholic Church taking over Christianity. I say, everybody shut up. We're in charge. It's only the way how we do it. So it's the same thing with the Pharisees. That's how you got to look at it. But the Essenes, I'm not quite sure about them dying out, but they probably merged into whatever group that was heading out Judaism at the time.
So, okay. I guess I want to say this, and I don't want to put words in my mouth, but from what I take from the conversation that we have, okay, firstly, can't no one trace their DNA to an ancient Israelite.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that, because if you look, what do you call an Israelite? Because I believe Israelites existed. I'm not one of those crazy guys in the conscious community that said the Israelites never existed. I think Israelites existed because we saw the Kirk Steel under Shalmaneser III in the 9th century, 853 BC. We have Ahab the Israelite. Is Ahab in the Bible? Yes. We have also another Shalmaneser, the Black Obelisk, where we have the king bowing down to the king. He's giving him gold or whatever, money, protection.
So what you mean when you say can't no one trace their DNA? Tell me that again. When
No. I didn't actually say DNA. I would say no one can trace their roots back to 2,700 years ago. I didn't say DNA. I said
27 or 700.
2,700 years ago, 700 BC.
700 BC.
Yes, sir.
Okay, cool. So if can't nobody trace their DNA back there
I
far,
never said nothing about DNA since I came on here.
well, can't nobody trace their roots. What does roots mean? What are roots?
When
Let
you
me
trace
get your
when you trace your
definition.
ancestral roots, basically saying, hey, I'm from this area and this is how I trace my roots back. Like I could trace my roots back to Jamaica, I could trace my roots back from Jamaica to Ghana and to Igbo land. I could do that.
So can't
I can
nobody trace their
trace
roots
their
back
roots
to that.
back all the way back 2,000 years and then say, hey, I come from here and I ended up here and I ended up back in Jerusalem.
Okay.
It's a pretty difficult task. But watch
Okay.
this though. There is a group of people though from Babylon. No, watch this. There's a group of people from Babylon who stayed there for 2,500 years. Because you remember, there's a word called, I don't know, what's the word called, Barry? Endogenous? What is it called? When they just basically live amongst themselves and have children amongst themselves. This Babylonian group actually stayed together for over 2,500 years. They're back in Israel now. Operation Ezra and Nehemiah.
Okay. Okay.
But
So
there are people who, hold on, there are people who descend from Israelites who were kicked out or who were given permission to live in Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar because he gave them income producing land. How do I know this? Because those Israelites wrote down the information themselves. There's over 200 tablets. It's called the Al Yahudu tablets. They lived in a place called
okay.
Judah town in Babylon.
This
Those
this
people now
the
can trace
second
themselves back 2,500 years. Okay, go
okay.
ahead.
The second half of your dissertation, the previous one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing you asking us how can we trace ourselves back to Judaism because we have no reminiscences of no culture, rabbinical Judaism, any of these things, correct?
Yeah, go ahead. I'd love
Okay,
to see how to do it. You gonna pull a scripture out?
nah.
Okay.
I'm just asking you logical questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
So okay, so by that right, anybody that doesn't hold to that principle of rabbinical Judaism in your eyes can't be a Jew.
Anybody that said repeat that? I'm sorry. Repeat that part.
So anybody that can't trace their history or their culture back to rabbinic Judaism, whether they follow it today, but they can't find it in their culture nowhere. They can't substantially claim themselves to be a Jew.
That's a very good question. I think again, remember, people can be Jews through conversion, just like the Berbers and people who were on the caravan trade, because Jews normally don't like to do business with people who are not Jews. So I would say that anyone can be a Jew, but you can be a converted person. But remember though,
Okay.
Judaism is a converted religion. So it's not a problem to be
I
a Jew.
agree.
You understand? So it's not a problem. It's just like the Igbos and the Igbo, I'm sorry, not Igbo, Igbos and the Yoruba and all these people who are converting or for whatever reason. It's not a problem. I
Yeah.
don't have a problem with anybody claiming to be an Israelite by faith, because I mean, basically Christianity is basically put you in a position where it's no longer circumcision of the private part, it's circumcision of the heart. It says it in the New Testament. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to be a Jew. It's not a big deal. Anybody can be a Jew.
So your ultimate stance, if a person is a Christian,
Mm-hmm.
he's definitely not a Jew.
No, I wouldn't say that. But it's just that's just what the tradition says now, that they're Christians. But really and truly, because Jesus came as a well, I don't want to get into religion. I don't want to get into that. But as far as him
But
being a
let me
sacrifice,
ask you this. Okay,
he's the ultimate sacrifice. So I mean,
did my last question, bro. My last question.
you could ask 100.
No, I don't want to ask you that, but I ain't, cause it's already 11:30. Hey, big bro ain't said nothing about an hour, So let me ask you this. I appreciate the challenges and all that, but I wanted to ask, like, to me, as being, I guess, what you would call religious or believer, I'm a believer. So I want to know, why is the dog in the fight so hard to prove that these certain people are the people? One, when you don't believe in the father that they stem from.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, You believe that you can only trace your roots back to being a Jew if you have that culture or that tie to rabbinical Judaism. So I'm trying to see, like, in light of that, cause when you saying that to me, that's more of a faith thing. Would you, okay, let me ask you this. Would you agree that there were many conversions? I mean, I know you would agree. There were many conversions in the BC and 70 AD to Judaism, and all these people were considered Jews, because that's what you state now, right?
All
You
right.
state
First you have to establish. All right, let me ask you this. And I don't mean to ask you a question after you just asked me like 8 questions all bungled together, right? But check this out. When do you think
well,
Judaism?
you the expert, man. I'm a beginner,
I don't
man.
know if
Be
I'm an
easy
expert.
with me.
I'm amateur. Well, let me ask you this though. When do you think the Tanakh meaning the Old Testament, when do you think that was codified? Meaning that when were all the books, those 24 books, saying, hey, these are the books that we're following in the Old Testament, when do you think that was established as the main thing for the Old Testament? These are the 24 books and they are codified. Because there's no Judaism without an Old Testament. You would agree to that, right?
There's no what now?
There's no Judaism without the Old Testament. Would you
Yes,
agree
but
to that? All right. So
I agree.
when did they start using the Old Testament in history? When they said, hey, I'm gonna collect all these books together, because remember, they're translating the first 5 books. That's what the Pentateuch was, right? They translated from Hebrew to Greek. And then after that, they started translating the other books into Greek, which is like around the 1st century BC. You know, Isaiah, Jeremiah, all the prophets and all that stuff. Ezekiel
Right.
Ezekiel.
Greek was the lingua franca, and there were many converts that spoke Greek, because
Right. There you
prior
go.
to the Roman invasion, we had Alexander Great to come all the way back 300 some BC, and a lot of those Greeks converted to Judaism all the way back then.
All right.
So I mean, I agree with your stance, but the thing is,
hold on. Before you ask me anything or say anything, would you say that Judaism can't work unless you have an Old Testament?
Yeah, I would say that.
All right. So now, when do you think the Old Testament was said? Like they have an Old Testament, and this is what this sect of Jews is rocking with. When do you think that happened? Some people say the end of the 1st century BC. Some people said during the 1st century BC. Some people said the 2nd century AD. Right? But watch this. Now, the Judaism that the rabbinical Jews started, because remember Ezekiel and Daniel, there was controversy about those 2 books, right? They finally are codified and they're in it. So let's just say 1st century BC. Now, this is when you can start the clock with Judaism, because now you have an actual Old Testament, which Paul, Jesus, the disciples, everybody is learning from or reading from, whoever can read or whatever. That's what they
You
teach.
can't start the clock on blood. You can't start the clock on Jews per se, but you can start the clock on ancient Jews per se, but you can start the clock on Judaism. Correct.
Okay. Well, what do you call an ancient Jew?
Well, I mean, I'm trying to kind of stem off you. You said can't nobody trace their roots back to no ancient Israelites, back to no 700
Well,
BC.
where does the word Jew come from? Where does the word Jew come from?
Hold on. I understand that Judaism, it comes from Yehuda, but what I'm trying to make a point though. You said can't nobody trace their roots back to ancient Israel before 700 BC. So what I'm saying is you basing your premises
not before.
not before 700 BC.
I said 700, around
Okay.
700 BC, because that's like the heights of Israel.
Okay. Well, I'm saying is, so by that right, the ones that we can see who are Jews today had some form of culture or ties to what we call today rabbinic Judaism, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, I get you. Hey, but I agree with that. I can agree with that. I can get jiggy with that. I can agree with that. but by that right, I mean, by that right, how can okay, let me ask this. By that right,
bear in mind though, they are saying that they trace back to that version of Judaism. They're not saying that
yeah,
they trace back to Hezekiah and all that stuff.
who
Whenever a Jew
the
says that,
people over there?
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. The people over there and Jews in general,
Yeah.
Orthodox Judaism, is basically saying we trace back from 70 AD and from the first century. That's
Oh,
what they're saying. That's
okay,
what they've always said. So the argument
okay,
about 70 AD and we going to West Africa, that history is well written about by Josephus. So
right.
when somebody says they come from 70 AD into America, into West Africa, or into Africa, and then whatever, you got to look at the politics and what's going on at the time. Because at that time, the Romans controlled every era they went into North Africa. All these communities with these Jews, we got tons. When I mean tons of communities, I'm talking about over 150 communities in North Africa with Jews. It's well documented because these
Right.
people, they had what's called an endogamy. They were living amongst themselves and they always lived separate. Look at the Jews in West Africa, right? Loanga Jew. What is it reported? It's reported that they live together by themselves and they worship on the Sabbath. The
Right.
Jews in Timbuktu, the same thing. The Jews in Senegambia, yeah, they used to live by themselves. They had Sabbath in their houses, and those guys they would sleep with African women and produce Luso Africans. The same thing with the Timbuktu Jews. Their history says the Jews were white and they were black. You see, that's the thing too. Another thing too with the whole West African Jew thing. These people are saying in their culture that these people, the men, were white. They're saying that. I'm not saying that.
I really ain't twisted up on the color aspect of it or whatever, but
No, but people who's listening are. They are.
yeah, but what I want to say, okay, so just this my last thing I'm gonna say. I'm probably gonna get off it because it's late, man. So just from my understanding, can't no modern Jew today trace their roots prior to 700 BC.
No. I'm saying they can't trace their roots back to 2,700 years ago, which is 700 BC.
Okay. So
I'm
they
saying
can't trace their
do it.
roots back.
No.
Okay, so no Jew today can trace their
No
roots
Jew.
back to
Nobody.
2700.
Black, white,
Black,
red,
white,
yellow, or blue.
anybody. Okay,
Anybody.
so Jew really started when Judaism came on the scene.
There you go.
Bingo. That's all I've been trying to say all along, people. If y'all can't see the bigger picture and the outline of this conversation, what I've been trying to say the whole time, that basically anybody that followed that religion of faith would consider the Jew. And historically, we have many proofs that there were mass conversions. So I can agree with Brother Garfield when he said, "Can't no Jew."
You said it on tape. You said it on tape. You got to be careful now. You agree with Brother Garfield, the heathen?
I can agree with Garfield when he said, "No Jew, Ashkenazi Jew, Sephardic Jew, Mizraim Jew, no Jew can trace their roots 2,700 years, 700 BC. Jewish state came on scene doing Judaism. So that means right there, in fact, that anybody that hold to that faith of rabbinic Judaism, that form of Judaism they had at that time, or have traces to that culture, whether you was considered blood or Gentile conversion or whatever biblical principles, you would consider a Jew. And
you ever heard of Yahya the Negro?
I mean, I don't get all into that deep,
the history.
but
Okay, that's a guy in the 11th century AD, right?
Right.
And he's considered it. You see, look, we was Yahya the Negro. He was a black man. Now watch this. He was a guy that wrote and adjustments to the Talmud. He wrote on the Talmud. So that was saying that he's a part of rabbinical Judaism. So his color really don't matter.
Now let me ask you this. Now
Mm-hmm.
let me ask you this question. Could Yahya been Negro or whatever his name, because I never read about him. Yahya Negro. Could he have been a convert
Not based on his history. His history goes way back to like the 6th or the 5th century. No, he's not a convert.
6th, 5th century what?
His family line. His
Go
family
back
line
to
is
6th, 5th century what? AD, BC, what? AD. Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
so his family tree goes way back.
But
his
hold
support.
on. But hold on. Doesn't he tie to rabbinic Judaism?
Yes.
Okay, well, by that right, how do we know for sure that if we can't trace no Jew root back today, then we can't trace their roots back to 700 BC. How do we know for a certainty he's an ancient of what we call coming from Jacob? You see what I'm saying?
You see that's the claim that I'm saying. I'm saying no one can make that claim for that.
Okay, well, that's all we've been saying. Okay, let me ask you this: why do you fight? No one can. I agree. Okay, but let me ask you this: why do you fight so hard when Israelites over here, whether they can prove it or not, why do you fight so hard when nobody can prove that they are Jew? Why do you fight it for them people if they themselves can't prove that they are Jews?
Let me stop you right now. Don't say I fight for those people because I'm on Clubhouse every day arguing with them. So don't say that.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't know, brother. I ain't no Clubhouse.
I tell everybody this. No one can trace themselves back to Jacob. That's what I say, black or white. I make sure I say that every time I talk. Black or white can't trace their roots back to no Jacob. Nobody can do that. The second thing is the Jews, you see, that's the problem is we believe in the Khazarian theory that these people were converted in the 8th century. That's an outdated theory that we hold to. We need to let it go. What happened is Jews, there's a group, I want everybody to look up a group called the Rabbinic Jews. They went into West Africa.
Yeah, I read about them tonight.
Right. They went into Europe, and those Jews, they slept with European women. That's what happened. They slept because if you look at their history, they have genetic markers that go back to the Mediterranean region, to where the Levant is. So if Ashkenaz, and by the way, too, why is it the Ashkenazi Jews are more connected to the Levant, the so-called Middle East, more than African Americans? How is that possible?
Check this out. But
hold on, let me finish. Okay. Let me lay my hand. So they're more connected. They have E1B1B. They have the J marker. They have all these markers that's connected to the Levant, while we don't have those. We don't have those markers. That's very strange. But we want to call them the fake Jews.
But how can we say that's correct science when can't nobody trace no roots?
Watch this now. I got you.
700 BC.
I got you. You see, we could trace that people with that marker lived in there. How do we know that? Because from the Bronze Age, from 3000 BC to 600 BC, we have over 100 samples of genetic markers that lasted through the heat, through all the time period, and they found bodies where they could extract DNA from, and they had the markers, predominantly the J marker. That's what they had. During the time when Israelites lived in the Levant, they had the J marker. That's all they found. They didn't find E1B1A. Hold on. They didn't find E1B1A. Just for the record, they didn't find I don't think they found E1B1B either, but they found the J marker. Not saying it's not there, but they have not found any samples with it. This is why people now, and by the way, too, when you look at Jewish communities in the North African region, right, in the Maghrebi Jews, Egyptian Jews, you look at the Jews that's all over the world. When they take all of their genetic markers, Sephardic Jews and so forth, they predominantly all have the J marker. The Lemba Jews, who the priestly class, 50% of them carry the J marker. That's how they attach them to the Israelites. So anybody saying that, but the Lemba Jews, what are they using? They're using the J marker, not E1B1A. They're using the J marker. So that's the problem now. So you can't say you support the Lemba Jew argument, but don't support the science behind it. We can't be hypocrites.
I really don't.
I know you're not a DNA guy. I know you're not a DNA
guy. I don't support none of the DNA. You know, I feel like it's still a evolving science, and for right now, you know, the standards that we have is hypothesis. I mean,
Hold
is
on.
even
Can
proof.
I
Hold
can
on,
I
hold
can I
on,
read
hold on,
can I read the
hold
source
on.
before I get off the air? I
But
wanted to
hold
read the
on
source.
though, 1 second. Is it even proven that even in the courts and near DNA testing that there's still flaws? So I'm saying, like, DNA is not infallible, bro. And I think it's good that we study in that area, but I think it's still a baby science, bro. And we really just can't hold, it's evolving. That's all I'm gonna say, man, because
Would
I
you
just
agree?
read 2 articles that
Mhm.
state the same premises, man. It's basis between genetics and ethnogenesis. I mean, both are hypotheses. That's what they are.
Okay, watch this. Would you agree that most people that believe that they're the bloodline Israelites is not it's normally based off faith and that they literally can't prove it? Would you agree to that?
Would you say the same for Ashkenazi?
No, 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 no. I didn't ask you that. I'm asking you this about African Americans or Afro Jamaicans, Afro Caribbeans, the Europeans from the descendants of slaves. Would
Right.
you agree those who say they're Israelite by bloodline, it is primarily because of their faith?
All Jews everywhere.
I didn't ask you that.
But
Or
I'm
you or
just saying I want to be clear. Like,
you're a spokesperson for the Ashkenazi Jews now and the Sephardic Jews?
I mean,
You're a
I just
spokesperson?
want to. I want to see what you think. Like, if
Oh
is
man,
that clear for
I can't
all
speak.
Jews?
I can't. You know how I feel already. I already said that earlier. Let me just read this source. Let me read this source anyway for let me read this source for Berean.
Go ahead.
The source is Cosmography in 4 books by Peter Hyland. This is from the 1600s. He's speaking about West and Central Africans. They had tried all religions but agree in none. Idolaters at first. Look at this. They are what at first? Idolaters. As the other descendants of Ham afterwards, it is said that they received the rites and religion of the Jews. Let me repeat that. Afterwards, it is said that they received the rites and religion of the Jews, in which they continued very long. But that being worn out at the last, Christianity prevailed in some kingdoms of it. In the year 973 of Mohammedanism began to gain ground amongst them. In the end, all the rest of this country followed their example, except the kingdom of Borneo, some parts of Nubia, and the coast of the Atlantic Ocean, which continue in their ancient gentilism. So this is basically saying that they were idolaters at first, then they pretty much received the rites and religion of the Jews, in which they continued very long, but that was worn out at the last by Christianity. They were basically converts. Now let me read another source. This is from the 1700s. Gordon, in his geography, page 327, says the Mosaic law was once introduced into some parts of Negro land. You know, they like to brag about the Negro land map. Strengthened by the affinity of some names and customs they retain with the Jews, particularly circumcision. This is from the book A Voyage to Guinea by John Atkins, page 116. It's free online. Y'all could go
Yeah,
read that yourself.
it was mass people on the west coast of Africa that was circumcised. Hey, but it was people that were circumcised before the Jews got there. 'Cause I read something in Tobias Green that he had 3 servants. The Jewish people, they had 3 servants that were African young boys, and they was finna I guess convert them, and they wanted to circumcise them. And when they went to circumcise them guys, that they found that they were already circumcised.
Yeah, you know, if you read G.T. Baston's book about the Igbos of Nigeria, he talks about the Igbos circumcising between the 4th day and the 8th day. So what
Right.
happened is now when people start studying it more, they say, oh, well, they circumcised on the 8th day like us, but they already circumcised on the 4th day and up to the 8th day, and sometimes even older. But people just pay attention to one part, the 8th day, so that then they connect them to the Israelites and all that stuff. But yeah,
Okay.
definitely people were being circumcised. Circumcision was something that was in all over Africa. They had their own way of doing it. It's not an influence. And also, some of these African states were influenced by Muslims or Islamic folks who also circumcised.
Yeah.
So circumcision was not a Jewish thing. It was a religious thing that different cultures did at different times. All
Hey,
right.
well, it was good talking to you, Brother Garfield. That was a good
Always,
bill.
as always, man. Again, anybody out there could prove that they're an Israelite by bloodline.
Anybody, not just
Anybody
black,
at all.
not just black Americans. Anybody.
Hey, if you want to ask these Jewish, I already said that I believe that they are Jews. I don't have a problem with them being Jews at all.
But hold on,
I don't have a
but
problem.
can't nobody trace their roots, right?
Nobody can trace their roots back to Jacob. Don't twist
Okay,
my
cool.
words. Don't
Okay,
twist my
cool.
words.
I'm
They
making.
could
I ain't
trace
saying.
their roots back to 70 AD time period. Yeah, that's a challenge though. Can African
So,
Americans, Afro
so they
Jamaicans,
can't
hold on,
trace
hold on,
their roots
hold on,
no
hold on, hold
farther
on,
than 70 AD,
hold
right?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on a second, hold on a second.
Okay.
The Jews that are around today, if you have a conversation with them, they're tracing their roots back to 70 AD time period. They're not saying that they were connected to Jacob.
Okay.
You are the guys
Okay.
that say that you from Jacob. You are the guys that's running around.
Hey,
You
well,
guys
hey,
are saying that.
Garfield, I
Mhm.
never heard you say that before while talking to black Israelites. Make your stance clear from now on that you don't believe that none of these people,
Nobody can trace their roots back to
can't
Jacob.
nobody. The
Nobody.
only way you can do
Nobody.
it is you can trace your culture back to rabbinic Judaism.
There you
And
go.
that's not prior to, well, they don't trace theirs prior to 70 AD.
There you go.
Okay. Well, hey, it was a good bill, big bro, man. I hope we could talk again, man. But it kind of late here, man. I'm finna get out of here, man.
Yeah, myself too. I didn't realize it's 1 o'clock. But Barry be having these long shows though. He be keeping us up all night, man. I'm telling you, he keeping up y'all on the word. All right, Barry, let me stop trying to stop the awakening and let you get back to your show, my brother. Peace and love. I know you're getting a lot of calls. Why you got Garfield on? You don't need to get Garfield on. The challenge, this is an open challenge though. I gotta perform and carry on the spirit of Pastor Damon Richardson. Show and prove you are an Israelite, right? Show and prove. How are you an Israelite? Are you claiming that
Can't
you're
nobody to do that.
No. Listen, they can't trace back to Jacob, but they said they can. But bear in mind,
You
I'm saying
said
they
they
can.
can trace back to 70 AD.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that they claim they are. So it's up to them who make the claim to prove they
So
can do it.
it's just a claim.
That's all it is. You remember what Pastor Damon Richardson said when the dude came on? The dude said, "Oh, he's running." Pastor Damon Richardson stood on his square. You see, that's just a claim. You need to bring evidence. I'm so proud of Pastor Damon Richardson, man. I'm so proud of that man. Oh man, it's good to see a black man who is as intelligent and is as qualified as Pastor Damon Richardson put in the challenge to these Israelite claimants. And by the way, too, I asked Ron Dalton, who texted me today, I said, why don't you debate Pastor Damon Richardson? He said, no. He talked about Damon Richardson like he's not even qualified. I said, brother, he's a PhD candidate. You see, that's another thing too with the conscious community and with the Israelite community. You guys don't respect scholarship. You don't respect scholarship.
No,
You see,
I respect it though, man.
There's no who is the academic in the Israelite community? Who is the academic? I'm asking the same questions Damon asked the other night. Who is the person who is the academic? And by the way, too, the person that I feel is the closest to being some sort of academic is actually Ron Shields, aka Divine Prospect. He's the closest you have, and he's not even qualified. That's crazy. Who is the person who is writing to the academic consensus and say, hey, you need to recognize that African Americans are Israelites, and this is the evidence that we have? Who is the person doing that and lobbying to change the conversation? Who is doing that? So it's not that you guys can run around. So now you will call a regular Jew fake, but you can't even prove 200 years from. You can't even prove 200 years before now where you come from. But you're going to call somebody else fake.
Can't nobody prove it. They is fake by your standards because you say they can't even trace their history back.
Nope. They could trace back to 70 AD and they're following Judaism. So they're not
you don't
fake.
believe Jacob existed.
So Jacob, that's a whole nother conversation. You see, you're mixing up the both conversations. They could trace back to 70 AD. Now, let me ask you this. Can the Israelite
rabbinic
claimant,
Judaism?
there you go. There you
I
go,
believe
bro.
that, Garfield.
There
Ain't
you
no
go.
more argument. Hey, big bro Marine, you up? Hey, wake up, big bro.
Barry probably sleeping right now. He out.
Yeah.
Dunamis, is you still up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, what you thought about the conversation tonight, Dunamis? Before I get out of here.
I'm glad that we as a people can come together and have conversations.
Hey, this was a good conversation. You must admit, right? Well, it was more of me getting understanding, but but you get my drift, man. I was needing
Keep
that
your faith,
understanding.
family. Keep your faith. Fighting to be a Jew is not a big deal. Let's keep your faith, man. That's all y'all need to do.
I do, but what you think about it though?
About what?
The conversation.
No, I think it's good. And like, John, one thing is like how we talk about Ezra and the synagogues and the rabbis.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that's a point in history where it's not understood in the dispersion that not many Jews came back. Oh, not necessarily not many Jews. There were Jews that never went back.
Right.
And they had to figure out how to keep the faith and keep the culture amongst not just Jerusalem, the dispersion. Okay. So that's why the synagogues are pivotal, are important in the society because they're the learning hub.
Yeah, the yeshiva. What about Benjamin Tadella in the 13th century? This is what kills the Israelites who from the one west. Remember, Benjamin Tadella said he went to Assyria, right? He went to Iraq, and he went to the areas where they were taken, the so-called 10 tribes are the people that were taken by the Assyrians. And he said he found over 100,000 Jews in the area, the same area where they were taken. Why should we just don't consider that as evidence of the people who were taken there, as evidence that these are the descendants of the people from the time when the Assyrian captivity happened? If James 1 is saying he's writing a letter to the 10 tribes, how does he know where the 10 tribes is? In Acts 2, when in Acts 2 the people came for the Feast of the Weeks from all over, the areas where they were taken is where the people are coming from. This is Garfield, who is not even a believer, quoting scriptures and proving how ridiculous this craziness about the 10 tribes is, the Native Americans, and they went to art. It is crazy. You have a man in the 1300s saying that the people are there.
Hey, but guess what? You could take that in like that gospel supposed to be reaching to the ends of the earth too. So
hey, take it any way you want to take it, but
you can go far.
Yeah, but we know. But Acts 2 tell us where they were. When you reach Acts 2 from verses 3 to 15, it explains where they are. And if you know anything about the Parthian Empire and the Jews, how they were relaxed in that society and they were able to move back and forth within a Roman Empire and their empire, you get to understand the politics more. But it's a very good study from a historical perspective. It's easy. You see, these Jews nowadays, they have the rabbinical Judaism and the historical records. So they have records where they could prove their roots. That's the difference.
Anybody can have that though, can't it?
No, they are very good. Bro, they found records of Jews in Afghanistan, bro.
But I'm saying, like, in light of Josephus, hold on, in light of Josephus, a historian said that many converted in light of an article that said it is highest at one point during that time. Like, you can't say that for surety. It was many.
During that goes back into the argument about bloodline and converts. That's where it's like there are folks who discredit the converts like that for a narrative that doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, let me ask you something.
Well, no, hold on. If they converted, it's not the fact that let me use modern day Christianity. There's some folks who they just see conversion as they said the prayer. If you were to convert to Judaism, there's steps to do it. You have to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's not like they have to learn this culture. You know what I'm saying? It's just like trying to become like a citizen. You got to learn the culture. You got to kind of adapt to it, and you got to in a way, prove yourself to the rabbis or to the local community that you're part of them now.
Yeah, get a book called Jews Under Islam. or get the Jewish medieval traders, and you'll get an idea of where the traders are located and the letters that they wrote. You see, these are part of the history and the records that these people have. We don't have that. We don't have that, because when you talk about 70 AD and said you move, show me you writing in your language at the time. Oh, I left at 70 AD and we moved here, and then from that area we moved to that area, and from that area to that area. There is nothing, bro. There is absolutely no records at all. It's made up out of thin air. Made
Hey
up.
Garfield,
Peace and love. Who's that?
this is J Mac, Garfield. How you doing?
Peace and love to you, brother. Do you come in peace or you want to debate?
Oh, no, I ain't gonna bang with you. You know the whole Moses thing. That
No,
Moses thing, y'all kind
I'm
of
messing with
got
you,
under
brother.
my skin with that one, but I ain't gonna say nothing.
I ain't messing with you, but go ahead, beloved.
No, and I'm assuming just by listening to you over the years, you somewhat study DNA and you know I guess lineages and stuff like that.
No expert, but I know a little something. Go ahead.
Right. And I just was thinking about ancestry. I have not taken an ancestry test yet. I do plan on doing it at some point, but because I want to take one, and maybe you can make recommendations. I want to take one that doesn't just automatically sell your information or give your information to the government. So if you could send me some information on that later. But and I thought about it, and I said, okay, I got father and mother. They have a father and mother who had another father and mother who had father and mother who had father and mother. So I think I went like 8 or 9 generations deep, and I was up to 1,000 ancestors directly linked to me. Just in 9 or 10 generations. Now, if I go back even further, that's probably gonna, God knows, quadruple. I don't know, because I haven't done the math on it. But let's just stick with the 1,000 for now. 10 generations, 1,000 ancestors. By the chance that, or 1,100, whatever it was, but by the chance that 1 or 2 of them may be in a Hebrew, what does that even mean for me? Out of 1,000 of my ancestors coming down that tree, if some at the top maybe were could have been Hebrew, what would that even mean for me? Because I've maintained that we're all melting pot. My friend, like my Muslim friend, he's like to call us much, right? We're all like we got all kind of blood in us. Who's 100% of anything? So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what are the chances of anyone being a dominant Hebrew from way back when, going through the transatlantic slave trade? Because you can, if I'm not mistaken, that's what 15, 16, 20 generations of like transatlantic slave trade or more. What? That's a lot of ancestors. Help me out if you understand where I'm coming from. I think you're muted, Garfield.
Oh man, I was talking to myself. I said I wouldn't even dare try to answer that, because I mean, if we're all connected as humans, you're gonna have a little bit of DNA here from there, and your art or someone else gonna show that. So the problem is when people try to make DNA the end all be all. It's something that can be very simple, but people try to complicate it. I've seen people try to say E1B1A is the ancestral marker for the ancient Israelites, and they try to make a case. Yashub, the brother, I think Sean and James Cassell and the Yap Gang, they make a good argument. It sounds good. But it's funny. I got this geneticist I'm going to interview soon, right? And I'm actually going to send him the questions in advance, and I'm going to send him everybody's videos. Yap Gang. I'm going to send him Ngoz's video. All these guys. I'm going to just have him look at all of them, and let's do an interview. I'm going to do a private interview with him. I'm going to ask a couple of guys if they want to come on the interview and ask questions too. so that everybody have an opportunity, because I think DNA is being misused.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
everybody, hold on. Everybody is an expert, but they're really not an expert until you listen to a real expert. You know, I mean, I talk about like, for example, I hold to the position that Jesus existed, right? Most of the people in the conscious community don't. So I'm looked on like an enemy in the conscious community for saying Jesus existed. I think he's a human being that existed. It makes more logical sense than any other thing that they can come with. But you're gonna have people that say, I don't think he existed. He would, even with the evidence that we show, the circumstantial evidence, whatever evidence. So with DNA now, you have actual evidence because you can actually see the markers that this person have. I did like 8 to 9 DNA tests. So, and then most of them, basically 90% of them came back the same way. One of them, African Ancestry, does the whole direct tracing to a tribe. So their testing is different from males. You said earlier, right? You don't know which test to take. None of the tests that you take can hold your information 100% for you. Because family, I'm gonna tell everybody this right now: do not take family tree DNA, because they'll give the police your DNA without even asking you. At least the others will have to say, "Hey, can we use this for experiment? Can we give the cops this? Can they'll act?" 23andMe and all of them will ask. But the others, nope. African Ancestry throws your DNA out. After they test you and everything, they throw it out. So there's no chance for them to give anybody your DNA or nothing like that. But the others, nah. They eventually they could subpoena records and go through courts and fight for it. But family tree DNA don't care. They just give away your DNA.
okay. Okay. So, I mean, you kind of answered my question, but I guess it would be kind of, because when I said 10, 11 generations,
Yeah, that's hard to answer, bro.
I guess that would put,
You mix with everything, bro. But if you having 0.2% of so-called Jewish DNA, don't mean
yeah,
that don't mean that you yourself is Jewish. You know,
yeah, but that's what
you
that's what I'm
understand?
getting at. And so if my uh, you know, ancestor before the transatlantic slave trade, prior to that, that could be what, 12 generations. I don't know exactly, but that's like 3,000-4,000 ancestors deep. And was a Hebrew, so that means that I'm a Hebrew. I might have, with all that, I might have 5%, whatever, considered to be Hebrew.
Yeah,
So now,
I'm about to jump off, but before I do, let me just say this: an easy way to know your root is sickle cell. I've been saying this for the last year and a half. The sickle cell trait started in West and Central Africa because the human body was fighting off malaria. So the sickle cell trait and the sickle cell disease happens to be in all the locations where the slaves left to come over on the slave trade. So now when you go to Brazil today, I'm talking about 2022, 10% of Brazilians, Afro-Brazilians, have the sickle cell trait. 10% of Jamaicans, where I was born, have the sickle cell trait. 10% of African Americans have the sickle cell trait. So that defeats everybody and their mama saying that they're Israelite. If you have the sickle cell trait today, you are directly from West and Central Africa. There's no games when it comes to sickle cell. The sickle cell, and to show you how West Africans migrated, the sickle cell trait, like the Benin haplotype for it, is in Iraq. They migrated to Iraq and slept with people in Iraq and gave it to people over that side. It's also in Egypt. It's also in Israel. It's also in Greece. It's also in Italy. So you see the haplotype, the same haplotype that's in West Africa, you see it all over the world. So you know where it came from. You could track it, just like how you could track it on the slave trade. This is science at work. You can't defeat. If you have the sickle cell trade family, you are a West and Central African. Whichever tribe you come from, I don't know. That's up to you to take your genetic markers and see where your cluster is mostly where it is.
And you will have diseases and sicknesses unknown to these scriptures.
Go ahead, black man. Go ahead. All
Man,
right.
look, hey, I'm finna get out of here, man. Y'all
Yeah,
have
me
a
too.
good
Me
night.
too. But peace and love to y'all, man. I love Brother Bereen as usual. I won't stop the awakening anymore. You are an Israelite, but you're just an Israelite by faith. That's all. You can have it. I'm not arguing nobody. You're an
Because my
Israelite
culture,
by faith.
hold on, because my culture don't trace back to rabbinical Judaism.
Well, hey, it's up to you what you want to follow, bro. You got to give love to them though, because they profess the Torah and spread it all over the world. So you got to give them love, no matter what color they are.
I agree. I'm gonna start taking slack, man.
Yeah,
Maybe I'll
Jordan,
be going too hard.
you got to stop beating them up with Ezekiel 36.
Man,
You got to stop that.
Yeah, I calm down a little bit.
Well,
Hey,
if you go with Ezekiel 36, I'm gonna come with Ezekiel 29.
What'd that say?
No,
we ain't got time tonight, God. I'll catch you part two.
We gonna read that tonight.
Oh, okay. Well, come on.
Look, before I leave too, I wanted to know what Damon Richardson had to say, because he may have covered this. What he had to say about this, the whole Deuteronomy 28 argument. So I've been trying to find his video. Did he get into that at all, Garfield?
I didn't listen to the whole thing. I'm not sure, but if you want to ask me, I could tell you about Deuteronomy 28:68.
Oh yeah, I have my own thoughts about it, but I'm just wondering what from
you know what I teach, right? I teach that we have a primary source of Israelites on ships going into literal Egypt during the time of the Assyrians. They actually have a record that they documented. So if you want to know about them going into Egypt, you're not going to get the same word for word story, because remember, the Bible, Deuteronomy 28, is, according to academia, not Garfield, is based off the Esarhaddon Treaty. All they did was change the words of Ashur to Yahweh in some instances, and the same concepts and ideas and curses are listed in the Esarhaddon Treaty. So if it says that you're going to get blindness, you see blindness. You say that you're going to have bees and snails attacking you, you see snails and bees attacking you in the Esarhaddon Treaty. Of course, I'm just paraphrasing and making up stuff, but basically, I'm just trying to give you an idea of Deuteronomy 28 and Deuteronomy 13. Deuteronomy 13 definitely comes from the Assyrians, their treaty. But Deuteronomy 28, there's a lot of controversy of it being the influential document that makes up Deuteronomy 28, the curses. So when you see the curses, all you got to do is go to the Torah.com. They got a nice article on it where they show you the connections. But on top of it, though, we have records of Israelites being taken to Egypt literally, not metaphorically, literally. So the writers may have written that based on that and added it on or whatever, but it's also in the IVP background Old Testament dictionary. They said Deuteronomy 28 is about the Assyrians taking Israelites on ships.
Okay, great. I have to. I'll
Let me ask you.
Email me for everybody who wants that article. Hold on.
Was that before 700 BC?
Possibly. No, not before. No, not before.
But here it is.
Let me email me at askbrothergarfield@gmail.com. Askbrothergarfield@gmail.com, and I'll send you both articles.
Great. I'm gonna hit you up, Garfield. But before you go, I just want you to know I don't even view Deuteronomy 28 as a prophecy. I view it as a warning, huh?
Yeah, that definitely is. But people got to remember, why every time we look at Deuteronomy 28, we think about one thing, the curses. But what about the blessings? You're telling me from when it's written 2,700 years, you haven't gotten any blessings? Look at Deuteronomy 28:12. It talks about you will be lending money to other nations. You will be lending money. Hold on a second.
How do you get blessings by rejecting God?
Hold on, beloved. Hold on, beloved. Hold on. Because I think the Bible is actually writing history, and sometimes it writes it retroactively. So you look at it as the word of God. I look at it as man. Hold on. Of course it is. Of course, Deuteronomy 32:8 and 9. Of course, Israel is his inheritance, and he gave y'all Yahweh. I know the Bible. Don't worry about it. I got you.
I'm
But I'm just
saying, but
telling
didn't
you,
they reject them in 7 AD? Didn't you have Israelites rejecting Christ, who we call God?
of course.
So how do a people get inheritance and they still reject Christ, who we know today to be God? How do
That's
you get
your
blessed?
belief. You believe that.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's your
So
belief.
that's not what Deuteronomy 28 states.
No, no,
That you
I'm not worried about what Deuteronomy 28 says. I'm just telling you that that's your belief.
okay. That's cool.
That's
Hey
your
man.
understanding. You see, that's the thing with the Bible. You guys, all 5 of you guys believe in God, believe in the Bible, but you have 5 different interpretations of the same text. It will always happen. That's just how it is. Remember, you guys are not cult members. Only the guys that are in camps can be even suggested to be cult members, but you guys are free thinkers. Even the Yap Gang. The Yap Gang might say something. I agree with a lot of stuff the Yap Gang says. I might agree. I might not disagree. And I'm sure that the people in the Yap Gang might not, because they're not a cult. You don't have to agree. You ever watch any of their shows? You will see Josh Troop says something, and then you see James Cassell jump in and say, nah, I don't feel this, and then Josh Troop come with his big ass voice and take over the whole conversation. But they don't have to agree on every single thing. So they're not a cult.
Well, in fairness,
but
Garfield, in fairness, I believe Dunaris and Marin and I both, all believe the same thing concerning Deuteronomy 28. So I don't think.
But you don't have to.
Well, my point is, we're reading it, we're reading it in the context of the passage and
but hold
related
on,
to
watch
other
this. The basis of the Bible, though, I think people forget what the Bible is, though, and this is coming from a so-called half believer, because I believe in the truths in the Bible. Look at what I say the Bible is. The Bible, the Old Testament, was created, right, for the purpose of worshiping God. The concept of just worshiping God by himself, whatever name you guys use, Yahuwah, Yahweh, whichever name you use, right? And he's saying, if you don't worship me and only me, these things are going to happen to you. The same things that happened during the Assyrian captivity, the Babylonian captivity, and the Persian captivity. All these things are going to happen to you if you don't eat right, if you don't treat your brother the way you're supposed to be treated, if you don't follow the laws, the statutes, and the commandments. These things are going to happen to you. That's all the Bible is trying to tell you in the Old Testament. Anything beyond that, you want to turn it into 2,000 years later, you want to make up your own concept and say da 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 da. That's it. All you're doing, when you worship, you follow the Bible, you're following a set culture. These people created this for themselves. And then they said, okay, this is where we come from, and this is what happened, and so forth. We come from Eber. There was a place in the Levant called Eber Nari. It's no coincidence that the first Abraham's peoples was called Eber. And Abraham and this guy come down, and we have Isaac and Jacob and Esau. I don't pay those stories no mind. What I pay attention to when I look at the Bible is the fact that you have to follow the laws, the statutes, and the commandments and worship that one deity. That's the purpose of the Bible. Anyway, I'm out of here, family. Peace
See
and
you
love.
later, Garfield.
Yeah, man. Peace and love.
Yeah.
Hey, Barreen, I'm out. Y'all got to call him or something? Let me call him. Make sure he's up.
No, but hey, in your party, Jacob and Esau came from the same daddy, and so did Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
That's right. Talk about it. Hold on, I did text him. Hold on, let me call him. Make sure he's up. All right, Barreen is back, and